Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get sore throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion. Top of the morning to everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 MPL SG Season 11. My name is Churros. With me here today is Eris. It's been a long time since we cast together on the same desk. How are you feeling, and how are the matches so far leading up to, the second week, second day?
I think first off, week one, I had a very warm welcome coming back. I did it with Abstract. Now it's good to be on the casting desk with you again. Now, week two, I think we are setting up to see the leaderboards kind of cemented in place. A couple of favorites coming along. IG doing really, really well. And speaking about IG, first game of the day, we have an exciting matchup up against Evil, the defending champions from last season.
To be honest, this is looking exciting right off the bat. First game, first and second seed on the power rankings in the first match of week 2, day 2. But before we get into all of that, let's give a huge shout out to all our sponsors and all the supporters to make this possible. MPL SG Season 11 is brought to you by Pulse Nova Entertainment, powered by Moonton, partnering Esports, SG Esports Association, Calby. We've got little snacks to keep us company right here.
Little is an understatement.
We've got
lots of it. Lots of it.
Indomie Roto Eye Drops, Future with the water purifier.
Yes.
Right on the table, keeping us company all through today, presented by Speedy Ninja. And to be honest, I have been using Speedy Ninja. I think I donated quote unquote,
No,
tons of money
You
for
shouldn't use the
those
word
diamonds.
donated, right? It's about
Invested.
investment.
It's an
right?
investment.
It's the skins. It's all about the skins. And obviously, we have a big shout out to Ergotune as well.
Yep.
Comfortable chairs that we have. And obviously, they are supporting the grind one match at a time.
Yeah. Before we get into the match proper, I want to give a proper shout out to Speedy Ninja. You're watching the best Mobile Legends players in Singapore battle it out on the biggest stage. And with Speedy Ninja, you can fuel your game too. Pay to win. The skins give you buffs, +5 attack.
100%. 100%. It's undeniable, right? Every time we go into the loading screen, you see skins are like, all right, this guy's got some
This
caliber
guy's
up there. He should be up there, right? The skins gives you that aura.
So what are you waiting for? Top up your diamonds instantly at speedyninja.co. Cheapest prices, 24/7 delivery, straight to your account, no waiting, no hassle. And hey, our presenting partner, Speedy Ninja, is also running a diamond giveaway that all of you might be interested in. 5 lucky winners stand a chance to be walking away with 1,071 MLBB diamonds for free. All you need to do is head over to @mpl.sg.official on Instagram and look for Speedy Ninja's giveaway post. It's that simple. So get in quick. The giveaway closes on the 24th of May. Good luck and have fun. Next week, giveaway closes.
Yep, so plenty of chances for you get some diamonds and in on the action yourself, even if you're not in the MPL. Shout out to Speedy Ninja once again. But now we're talking about week 2. For those who have missed out on week 1, let's take a look at what's happening in the qualifiers, because you know it's not only the MPL teams that we're talking about, but there are also chances for the teams that are coming in from the challenger stages who are playing in the second qualifiers happening right now at this very moment at the Kaki Bukit Community Club.
If you're actually following some of the players or ex-players from previous MPL seasons, you'll see some familiar faces right there. So it's going to be a tough fight and uphill battle, especially in the community scene, who will be joining us in the playoffs. Only the top 2 teams of the challenger bracket stage will come over to the playoffs to join the seeded teams. And speaking of the seeded teams, let's take a look at the tournament format to see how everything breaks down.
So there we have it, the tournament format on your screen right now. We spoke about the regular season as well as the challenger stages. Like Churros mentions, the top 2 teams of each challenger bracket stage will join the bottom 2 teams of the seeded stage in the brackets. And obviously the top 2 teams coming in from the challenger bracket stage will head on to the playoffs with the top 4 teams of the seeded stage that will make up the 6 teams of the playoff teams. And then they will go into a double elimination bracket where the top 2 seeded teams will proceed in the upper bracket, and finally we will have our grand champions.
You know, if this looks confusing to you, don't worry. Just win. Just win.
Just win.
All you need to do is win your games. The seeded teams are actually playing a best of 3, so we'll be watching 3 games, potentially 3 games for every single one of the teams, and every team of the season in the seeded stage will be playing against every other team. So 5 games in total over the course of 3 weeks, and then the challenger qualifier teams from the community will come in and join us in the last day on 24th of May.
Yeah, I think if you're one of the seeded stage teams right now, or the MPL SG invited teams, you definitely don't want to find yourselves in the bottom 2, because that means you're going up against potentially pop stompers. You don't really have much information on them, you don't know how they draft. You might know a couple of familiar faces like you said, but at the end of the day, I think this is where you see the best of the best shine.
Yeah. And speaking of the seeded teams, let's jump over to see how they rank up in the power rankings. But before that, a warm introduction to Team Evil, Kingdom Esports, Clarity Gaming, Absolute Zero, Ignite Gaming, and Syndicate. And as we said, Ignite Gaming topping the charts so far. Evil second on the seeded teams power rankings, but they have won in the previous MPL SG Season 10, so a lot of eyes are on them. We've seen a lot of great performances by a lot of these teams, but also high expectations for teams like Kingdom Esports, who has a lot of old, experienced players. I wouldn't say old, but more experienced and mature players, but not performing as well. Take a look at the standings. Eris this isn't looking so good for Kingdom Esports and Syndicate.
Yeah, I think a lot of expectations on Kingdom Esports given their lineup. We're kind of surprised to see them all the way at the bottom, although they did put up a very, very tough fight against Evo in week 1, where we saw them walk away as the victors in a 2-1 victory against the defending champions. But now all the way at the top, Ignite Gaming, perfect week so far. In fact, a perfect season so far. 3-0, haven't dropped a single game, finding themselves at the top with a total of 9 points, the defending champions themselves. And Evo, second place, 6 points, Clarity Gaming and Absent Zero in the middle, and as we said, Syndicate Esports as well as Kingdom Esports, lots of work to be done.
Man, I wouldn't want to be in the seats of evil facing up against IG today, especially under the leadership of Coach LY4. He's also coming back this season as well. So first game of today, Evil versus IG. Second game, 3 p.m. SGT. Kingdom Esports up against Syndicate. And then last game, Clarity Gaming up against Absolute Zero. Which games are you looking out for? Personally though, Evil versus IG. Top 2 teams
100%.
really battling out. That's the match to watch. That's the match you don't want to miss.
Yeah, I think for me, it would definitely be the Kingdom Esports versus Syndicate games. Syndicate Esports. You don't want to see any of these teams go down, but unfortunately, where there's a winner, there has to be losers. And here we have the map stats of the week coming into week 2, day 2. I believe that's supposed to be the case. Lots of very interesting stats. All of these are stats of week 2, day 1. So
It's
yesterday,
updated since yesterday.
Yeah, throwback to tomorrow. Tomorrow. So I'm living in the future right now,
You're living
right?
in the
I'm so
future.
excited that I'm really living in the future.
Yeah.
But here are the stats that we have on your screen right now. 100% win rate for CG and Kingdom Esports. I believe on Flying Cloud and Broken Walls separately. I always believe that the map does play a very big... Or it should play a very big impact on the draft,
big, bro.
right?
Honestly, we've been seeing a lot of expanding rivers. Total times played 22 times, and the rest is less than 10.
Really?
Hopefully, we'll be seeing more flying clouds. Hopefully, we'll be seeing more dangerous grass and broken walls. It changes the playstyle quite a bit. I know IG loves their expanding rivers, able to get across the map in a blink of an eye. Basically, quick silvering and dashing through the jungles, dashing through the waters. And we talked about this before the stream, and we were saying like, hey, the momentum, the speed running effect from the early game matters a lot in this current meta.
Yeah, and not only that, I think where Flying Cloud doesn't really get played much often, I think the introduction of playing Flying Cloud does affect how you wave manage, right? Being able to bully marksman, and even when you go down, you can rotate back to lane really, really quickly because of that.
Yeah, I want to bring up some stats, especially as we go into the first game. Evil versus IG. We're talking about the match time, the match duration, and how these maps play a part in how long the duration of the game lasts. And Evil's average game duration will be around 10 minutes. IG around 13 minutes. They like to play a little bit more in the mid to late game. But let's talk about Team Evil. We know them. We love them. That's Azu, Powerful, Blade, Ven, and Gear. I want to talk a lot about the matchups, but in terms of the players who are sort of quote-unquote new into this lineup, how are they doing? Azu has been popping off 3 games with Fanny, no losses, 100% win rate. Whether or not Ignite Gaming is going to be banning out that signature pick from Azu is yet to be seen. Although he doesn't really do well against these jungle fighter matchups like Guinevere, Leomord, but we're talking about more a bit later with your analysis, Eris, as we move on to Ignite Gaming in a little bit. Okay, so that's supposed to be Evil. And we'll talk about Evil first.
They're both
Azu.
great. They're both great. Right. It's simple. I think for the most part, when we talk about Evil, one of the key players I would like to bring up is actually Gear. We've seen his evolution as a player coming in from an EXP, going into Rome for the past couple of seasons, and now coming back into the EXP lane. It feels like he hasn't really dropped in terms of momentum. He's been playing really well, being able to adapt into that role back to where he was from, although the current meta forces him to play certain heroes like Lapu Lapu, Alice, and he does a really good job at that. It backs Powerful up as a roamer, and the fact that these two players have been around for so long, that adaptability, changing those roles, especially for Powerful coming in from a jungler, going back to roam, they're doing a fantastic job.
Fear the gear, like I always said.
Fear the gear.
And like in the past, he used to be called the child prodigy. He came in, he really showed off, especially when he was in Evos. Let's take a look at the other side of the table, though. Ignite Gaming, Kelvin, Jay, Roy, CS, and Drinsanity. They've all coming from a lot of different other teams, but they worked so well together. 6 games they played, 0 losses, and it's sort of like this Frankenstein kind of team. You take Drinsanity from Kingdom Esports, you take Jay from X Team Flash and X Team Bleed and all that kind of stuff, and you're throwing them into one hot pot where they're so difficult to break down, especially within the matchups of like Jay opening up that map. You have that analytical intelligence coming from this experienced player. How does this translate into what makes them so impossible to break down, especially for the first 3 days?
I think it's just individual firepower coming from each of these players. You talked about the experience, you talk about the star lineup, on top of it all, you know, the brains of LY for backing all of this. And I think more importantly, it feels like the new players in their team or this roster just makes it gel all together, right? We saw Lancelot coming in the jungle, being able to pick off really quickly. On top of that, he's been a very, very stable Suyo player. So when you have a jungle like that in your team, it just opens up so much more possibilities. Being able to play, whether it's a damage jungle or that just makes it easier for the mid lane to rotate around. We spoke a lot about the experience. Now let's talk about the individual players on both sides. Which matchup or which key players would you be looking out for in this game?
100% Powerful and Jay, or Dr. J in that matter.
Dr. J.
Dr. J. To be honest, when I'm seeing Powerful...
Cho mid?
Cho mid.
Yeah, talking about the Cho mid.
Talking about Cho mid, we're talking about like Jay bringing out his comfort heroes, but he has a certain play style. He is a very reconnaissance heavy kind of player. He opens up that map when he wants to go in. He calms his player. He understands the positionings that they're in, whether they are not they are able to win out this team fight. But against a team like Team Evil, with the magic of team fights, with Powerful leading the charge, more of a sacrificial setter.
True.
If you catch my drift, he's more of a I'm going to set up this team fight. I'm going to make sure that my team is in a position. There's already drafted a composition that already is able to win loads of team fights. I'm going to sacrifice myself. It doesn't matter if I go down. I want to be able to make sure that my team gets the kills that they need and gets the objective to move on to the next phase of the game.
Yeah, I think just to add on a little bit of that, right? One of the highlights of this season is a lot of aggressive roams have been shown, right? The Khalid, we've seen the Claude, sorry, not the Claude, but the Cho, the Hilda, and I feel like it just fits Jay's profiling of roam so well. In the previous seasons where, you know, he didn't really have as much of a good time in the roam, you saw a couple of different roams coming up, right? Tigros was still really, really important, high loss, but now coming to this season where you reward the roam by being so aggressive, Jay just shines really, really well, especially when he's on his Khalid, or maybe we might even see Cho come back already, or even the Hilda in week 1 and week 2. He was doing an exceptional job of being able to just invade, you know, cause disruption, do a ton of damage, and just buy the time and space needed before his team comes in to get the job done.
You know, speaking about like new experimental picks, yesterday I was tuning into the stream and we saw an Atlas being played. And
oh yeah, week 1 as well. I was surprised.
I'm very surprised. Honestly, as a very low-ranked player myself, I like the Atlas. It's easy to set up. It's easy to go in.
Now that you spoke about unorthodox pick, we even saw a Kufra mid and a Cho roam. That was the surprise of the series for me. All right, last week I wasn't expecting that. I was like, okay, maybe we'll see a Kufra roam and a Cho mid. We've seen Jay done it a couple of times before. Katizi when we were talking about the Team Flash
and
games.
a double setter.
Correct. And then suddenly it was a Kufra mid. I was like, okay, we're talking now. We're talking. Okay, but speaking about talking, let's get things underway. It's going to be Game 1's draft now, started by RG, banning away the Furious and the Fanny, which you mentioned about. And the side of Evil, you'll be taking away the Leomord and Suyo. Pretty standard bans across the board. I think nothing surprising.
Not too much for now. We talked about the Freya a lot in EXP lane, especially Gear, who's able to use that Valkyrie's Descent to be able to set up and join the team fights from far. So wherever Gear is, he's able to clear that lanes, procs it waves. There's a lot of pressure on EXP lanes. That is 100% ban pick rate in a lot of the other regions.
Pretty much almost all regions.
So hopefully that last ban will go over to Freya unless Evo wants to open it for themselves.
Yeah, I think that opens up a lot of other options, especially for the first pick, right? That's the Valentina, but it is going to be the Freya that's open up. So on IG's perspective, right, do they actually take up the Freya? Because there's a lot of heroes that do well into Freya. We spoke about the Valeria, you know, sort of a resurgence of that mid laner coming back, provides a ton of crowd control, provides the stability that teams need. But on the other side, there's also the Eve that we know Roy loves to play. So lots of options, but which two picks are they willing to give up to Evo if they actually go for the Freya?
I like that you brought up the Eve for Roy because he was known as the artillery mage user
Farsa.
back in the day. Farsas, the Eves, the Novarias being picked up, and was paired with the RSGs within the RSG era. There was the Kadita and Kaja kind of pickup right there. So Freya's going to be first pick by Ignite. Evo's going to respond with the Harley and the Marcel. I do like the Marcel being picked up by Powerful over here because it gives Evo some time to reposition themselves to make sure that they win out these team fights, but it's easy to read. It takes around a second or a second and a half for the golden hour to actually take effect. But what is the conditions that are needed for Harley to come in? Because it kind of seems like, you know, you want to put in that Harley. You have an early game advantage in terms of that speed run farming, but how does it compose together with the Marcel?
I think for most part, I think Marcel, what really makes it viable in this current season is that we suddenly see a lot of assassins coming. And the passive just shuts down people that want to drive him, right? Especially with the passive, you know, you stun lock and you stop that combo, right? The setup that IG is looking for, I think Marcel just is able to delay that and buy his team the space needed, like you mentioned. And I think on the side of IG, immediately locking the next two pick, the Valentina to pick up that golden hour that you mentioned about, Hilda, right down the profile of Jay. We talked about him being that aggressive roamer. And I think for Evo now, it's about sustainability, right? What are the heroes that can deal into these IG's lineup? I think there's a lot of options. In terms of mage, we spoke about the Valeria, does really well against the Freya, does really well against the Hilda. You can buy time, allow your team to reposition. And the fact that you have a Harley, you don't really need someone that has burst damage because that's what Harley already brings to the table.
Yeah, I sort of, okay, the Valor's being picked up. You're 2 for 2 this time around. But I oftentimes forget like the selected map. And right now it's Dangerous Grass, so it's 9 times the Dangerous Grass has been picked up. It pairs so well with Hilda. Every time you're in the bush, you heal everything up, you have extra defense, you are able to just be such an annoyance. But Evo's rolling the dice right here. 3 magic attack heavy heroes. IG just needs to build up a lot of magic defense. You're able to just counteract that kind of aggressiveness coming from Evo. So what I understand from this draft right off the bat is for Evo, I want a lot of space. I want a lot of range. I want to push you away so that I'm able to reposition myself. So it's interesting for what the last 2 picks for Evo is, but for IG, pretty straightforward. I want intel. I want to be in your face. I want to set up that golden hour. I want to be able to dish out as much damage as I can before the rest of the team comes in. Moving on to the second phase of the draft, what is your opinions on, you know, what should be taken out? What is the main crux for both these teams?
I think for Evo, it's just banning away heroes that have a lot of mobility, being able to escape the golden hour, you know, a big threat to how they want to take this team fight, especially for Harley around. You want to be able to burst someone down. So this is where we see the Hayabusa and Lance getting banned. Well, so IG, they really took out Teresa. I think an Alice ban is in order because they want people who, they want to take away heroes who are able to soak up the damage that both the Hilda and the Freya is able to put on the board. Both teams have not reviewed their marksman as of yet, but you know, with the Alice being able to go in, soak up the damage, especially with the way that Alice is reworked right now, this is where it really sets them up in the fight. But they do take away the carry. So, you know, it shows a bit of inkling into how IG thinks because they want to take away someone that can burst this Freya and the Hilda down. So, kind of expected that.
Interesting. As we slow down into the second phase of the draft,
Still plenty of heroes about, right?
A lot of heroes.
There is still the Lapu Lapu around, the Alice that we talked about, Uranus is
Sora
also
still
available.
open.
Sora still open. All of these heroes where once carry has been taken out of the pool, it just opens up so much more options for both teams.
tricky situation because I think Evo does pick up glue for gear. So that is a very strong front line for EXP side. The lane proxy is going to be a problem for Evo though. So if they really want to play team fight, IG is able to just draft an assassin on the off chance that, okay, I'm going to be playing a sort of side lane split push kind of methodology or strategy to be able to counteract that team fight that Evo wants to bring. They want to fight. They want that space. So they're going to be suffering a little bit in the early game, and IG is going to be hammering down. So there is a critical mass, especially for Ignite Gaming. They want to be able to make sure that they get their core power spikes before the 8-minute mark, before the Lord comes in. Because once it comes onto the team fight approach, it's going to be a tricky situation for Ignite to take over Evo.
Yeah, I love this Nolan pickup coming up from IG. One, it's really fast scaling. They are able to evade a lot of aggressiveness. And one thing that's kind of lacking on IG's side now is sort of that range. But if you go for Nolan and Alice, I think what they look at is just running it down. They just want to run it down in Evo's face, you know, especially with Valir and Harley. They're not exactly the most sustainable heroes on the board. So this is what they bring. And outside of Evo, that Obsidian pickup is kind of interesting. Because we spoke about it before the draft. We were talking about how Obsidian isn't really picked up as much, and now making its market, I believe it could be the first pickup. Yeah, it is the first Obsidian that we've seen in MPL SG. So I like this Obsidian. A lot of range, very decent against this front line coming up from IG. Does really well against the Alice and the Freya. Has that mobility. And I think this is where Evo really want to play around. Just rotating around, making sure that Van doesn't really get caught out. On top of it, they have the Golden Hour coming out. I think for me, it's really about the opening game, right? That laning phase, that first 2-3 minutes between Jay as well as Powerful. How are they going to set up the team fight? I'm more eyes on Jay rather than Powerful, because for the side, when you're playing with Marcel, you're waiting for your team to come in. You're just buying space. But for Hilda, there's so much she can do on her own, right? Coming in, just deleting that front line, dealing the damage, and being an annoying person in your face.
What you're saying is Evo wants to play chess, but Ignite Gaming is going to be playing square box. So, really in your face, really strong aggression coming in from Ignite right off the bat. But it's lights out and away we go. It's the first game of week 2, day 2, Ignite against Evil, and it's a speed run to see who is able to snowball through in the early game. It's interesting to see how the aggression coming out from Ignite Gaming. You would be thinking that, okay, when we pick up the Hilda, you want to get that aggression. You want to be sitting inside your opponent's jungle, but it's not the case. They're playing it safe.
Yeah. And obviously, Vito going in the way of Evo. Good pick up by Azu there. And I think for Jay, it's going to be tough, especially up against Valir, up against Marcel. So he has to be a bit cautious about getting caught out of position.
Speaking of which, a little bit of a touch and go, a little bit trades, blows, but Blade especially doing a lot of poke damage right there. Jay finding it very hard in the early game to reposition himself. I think it's right now the current strategy. Evil's able to push through the mid lane a little bit faster, especially since they have that first skill up from Blade, who's fast cooldown reduction. You're able to just spam that skill, able to buy Azu that space and time that he needs to farm up, get his course power spikes. He's already level 4. He's looking for blood.
Yeah, I think one of the main concerns for Evo here is they have a ton of magic damage. Right? The only physical damage really coming through for them is going to be on Ven.
Jay?
Mini skirmishers down the middle. Valentina going in.
The flicker. There's the fracture. Powerful, able to flicker out of the way. Jay, low on health, able to run away. Sitting under the bush, healing everything back up. Turtle spawning in 3 seconds as Ignite Gaming able to push back the aggression coming out from Evil.
Yeah, you're really starting to see the threat that this Nolan brings on board, right? Immediately diving onto the Marcel there. And the thing about Marcel is, yes, while you have a ton of utility and set up for the rest of the team, you're not exactly the tankiest front line. You need that Thunder Belt, you build up the stacks before you can soak any sort of damage.
So the early game damage from Evil is actually starting to show. It's very aggressive. Jay comes in, getting pushed back, stunned up, able to just push it in. This Alice coming in with the Thorn Rose, able to pop 2. 1 for 1 goes down for both sides. The Turtle in favor of Ignite Gaming.
And this is just going to be buying space for Van in the goal lane to farm. But it is Ignite Gaming that takes the first turtle of the game. I'm liking it for both teams. You know, just living up to the philosophy, you can start to see the team fight capabilities of both teams shining through. However, for Ignite Gaming, because of the early game damage coming off of both the Hilda and the Freya, I think this is where Ignite Gaming should start to snowball. If not, they're gonna have a problem to deal with in the late game.
Yeah, Jay's walking like this is his own territory right now. This is his place.
Dangerous grass.
Dangerous grass. This is his map to play with. So he needs to be able to open up. He needs to be able to give that intel. Roy's pretty much safe on his own. He's got the golden hour to be able to stop all damage coming into him. Ven already locking CS down, but not a lot of damage so far. But the thing is, for Ignite Gaming, they're pushing the team fights away from the bottom side so that Obsidia is able to farm up everything so fast. So like you said, critical mass is here and now. If Ignite Gaming is unable to overtake this early to mid game kind of advantage that they have, I think Evil will overturn this entire game.
Yeah, just buying space, like we said, for Evo. I think for Harley, it's going to be a bit tough in that opening phases, because usually for Harley, you want to snowball, pick a target to pick off. But on Southern Ignite Gaming, look at the positioning. They're aware of the threat. They know Azu's around, but Van catches him.
Oh, CS stuck in the middle, unable to deal enough damage to take him down. CS is safe.
Yeah, that was really good, right? Good map awareness. Knows gets caught by the Obsidian, but burns the flicker. But more importantly, does manage to get alive. In fact, it's not the flicker, it's the purifier. So I think this is where it's going to be really tough for both teams. But here, dropping low.
Kelvin stuck in. He's got the triangulation. There's Insanity with the ultimate. Blade having a lot of damage done onto him. Able to walk out alive. And Evil touch and goes. Able to just test a little bit of damage out. Powerful is still stuck in the middle. Able to walk out and dash out safe. So both of these teams a little bit more passive. Turtle already spawned up. Ignite Gaming has the HP advantage.
Almost nothing between these two right now, even despite getting an early game. But look at CS getting bullied against Van. Valkyrie's Descent is used, but nothing between these two as of yet. Setting up for the second one. Look at that. It's going to be a 5-on-5.
Crucial resource, but Jay taking a huge brunt of damage from onto Powerful, able to push him out and away. No more setups for side of Team Evil. Insanity locked down by the golden hour, able to get alive, but not for long. Ace takes him down as Roy leaves for the charges. Van chases and guns him down.
This is where the threat of Evil's lineup comes to life, being able to zone the rest of members, but Kelvin finds a pickoff on Powerful in the mid lane. A small price to pay, but they do secure the second turtle of the game.
I think it's a good trade. Get 2 kills, get the turtle for a trade of one of your roamers. And Powerful was in a very precarious situation. He was very low on health. He didn't go back for that reset, came back in for the golden hour, and it just locks everything down onto that team fight in particular. But you see how the composition is going to play through. Evil's protecting Ven all the way onto the back line. It would deal and dish out that damage. Blade giving that range, and the weakness of Ignite Gaming's composition is coming to fruition. You don't see that range damage that they need. It's always in your face. The square box isn't working out so well.
I think what's even more impressive is both teams are just very optimal in their rotations, right? You saw Ignite Gaming losing Trisanity in that fight, early in the fight, and once the allies went down, they're like, okay, you know what? We're not going to contest the turtle. Let's find something off the map to pick off, and they found Powerful there. And then immediately goes back to jungle. So just both teams very clinical at this point, right? Not making a lot of mistakes, although they are trying to make plays happen. But we haven't really seen a team go, wow, that was a bad move.
It's a little bit of trades, a little bit of damage trades up on that mid-river side. Is Jay getting locked down, able to walk out alive, but the economy is shifting and tilting towards Evil's side. And as expected, like you said, Eris, I think the critical mass for Ignite Gaming is really long gone past. And it's only the 6-minute mark. We're seeping into the 7 minutes, and Evil is showing a lot of dominance in terms of these team fights.
Yeah, we're starting to see that 4-1 rotation coming from Evil right now, sending the Harley split push on the top side, getting Obsidian into action, but Glue stacking on top. Jay, I think he's lost cause for him, but he might just get out. Golden Hour doesn't really catch anyone there.
Oh, he missed that. Jay able to just push through. Powerful low on health. Jay able to walk out alive. That's a huge resource already taken away from Gear as the turtle spawns up in the next 10 seconds. Kelvin here to try to sneaky slay Blade, but not enough. A little bit of a Harley I don't think Roy's going to be felt from that. We're going to get that reset onto that turtle, but a lot of aggression push away from that main objective.
A little bit of expanded IMU coming up from Roy right there to save his teammate. Does nearly go down, but he does survive. Look at Jay trying his best to delay time.
Oh, he came a little bit too close, gets pushed away. The Valkyries descend. The Golden Hour locks all of them to place. Trinsanity actually came in. They're blocked in by the Golden Hour, but Gear steals away that Lord, the turtle, just in the nick of time. Jay down low, getting stuck on by Gear and unable to free himself of it. I don't think there's enough damage though. Jay might be up alive. Gear's all alone, but they're splitting the team fights up on a side. Ven is the main target Ignite Gaming is looking for. Powerful locks him down, but not enough.
Good play coming from Evo right there. In fact, nice Golden Hour not only catch the 2, but Gear coming in at the last nick of a second to steal away the turtle. That went definitely in the favor of Evo. I think for Ignite Gaming, they were very disappointed to not secure the turtle right there. Oh, wow, this is just going back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, expect nothing less from the top 2 seeded teams so far in MPL SG Season 11. As Evo shifting with their strategy down to the bottom side, you see the trio just roaming around trying to super hyper farm Ven to infinity and beyond so that he is able to just snipe and gun everything down, melt all the front liners. Jay, a ton of damage, he will be going down by the hands of Azu. Can't be saved right there. Evo slowly but surely pushing the economy lead, 2,000 gold.
And this glue is starting to be a pain in the neck for Ignite Gaming. He's constantly in the front line. Gear just constantly making sure that this Nolan doesn't find an easy target, and on top of it all, it's starting to stop CS in these fights, and that's not what you want as a Freya. As a Freya, you want to snowball early game. This is why you picked the Freya in the first place. You want the Valkyrie's Descent to dive onto the back line, ideally jump onto Ven or even Blade, but this Valier and Obsidian is just kept so safe because Powerful is just dropping the Golden Hour on top of it the moment Ignite Gaming finds an opening.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's so hard for Ignite Gaming to find a nice position. Insanity jumps in. In the previous turtle fight, he flickered right into the Golden Hour, which negated his entire ultimate. If Kelvin jumps in or CS jumps in, he gets pushed away by Blade. So that Valier is basically the core of Evil right now. He's playing around Valier, pushing everyone away, and Ignite Game can't even get into that square box.
Now Evo starting up the turtle, or rather the Lord, and Ignite Gaming trying to find an opening. Look at Jay just having difficulty just jumping in the back line because Gear's constantly there. And the moment Jay comes in, Gear's just going to dive in the back, isolate Jay away. And look at Powerful, he's just jumping right in, man.
It's a double stun. Got the Golden Hour locking everyone down. Insanity locks down 4, but no follow-up. He gets locked down by the Golden Hour himself. As Azu comes in from the flank, he finds the position. He takes down Roy. Ven takes down Insanity. It's 2 down for Ignite. It's Evil pushing it through. It's 5-on-3 for the first Lord of the game.
This is pretty much going to be a free Lord for Evo. Well, I say free, but Ignite Gaming had to pay the price in the mid lane, and we're starting to see Powerful shine as this Marcel player. And mid lane, they try to find something else, trying to jump onto Blade, but they can't find anything.
Oh, that's a huge fracture from Kelvin right in the mid lane. It's a 1-to-1 trade. No, Azu's still up alive. He's so low, but he manages to sneak out of there. As Ignite Gaming, their only shot at this is that long-range split push. They're able to send Kelvin, they're able to send CS to try to clear that waves. Evo needs to be able to try to find ways to retaliate, but as the Lord marches in, it's going to be hard for Ignite Gaming to defend against this one.
Yeah, I think the whole mantra of Ignite Gaming plan was to kind of stop that early game, but because of this Valier, it's just so high on top of it all. They do manage to bring Powerful down to a quarter of HP, but as long as this Marcel stays up, this is going to be a tough fight for Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, a tough fight.
They need to find a way to pick Powerful off.
It's an understatement. Is Insanity just taking a huge run of damage from Ven, a huge melter from that Obsidian. We talked about this in the previous, right before the stream. Obsidian is definitely one of the marksmen to look out for, just because of the melting capabilities in a meta full of tanks and a meta full of soakers. That's what you want to pick up. Lord gets stopped in by the Golden Hour, but might not be enough. The fracture doesn't deal any damage as Kelvin unable to get himself inside. Roy able to just steal that Golden Hour, locked them all down, able to stop that Thorn Rose coming in from Drinsanity as one falls. Gear right in the midst of it, trying to pull everyone away from Evil so that they have time for that retreat. So it's a good, worthy sacrifice from the side of Evil.
Yeah, look at how quickly Jay gets burst down by the magic trick, or rather the deadly magic. And I think not too bad of defense. They do keep the tier 3 up and running at the top and the middle lane, but they do lose the bottom. Nice golden hour coming out from Roy, right? Just to take it away from Powerful, try to delay as much as possible. Didn't really manage to find any pickouts there, but well, all things considered, up against a lot.
Might be a double-edged sword, though. I look at the golden hour as sort of a setup mechanic, a safe mechanic, but it locks down your teammates as well. So you need to be able to communicate especially well, because that one time, I don't know if it was, you know, both golden hours look exactly the same. So I don't know if Powerful was the one that's using it, but Drinsanity was locked down in the middle of that golden hour.
I think the biggest downside to picking a Valentina into the Marcel is that the Marcel doesn't get affected, right? When the Valentina pops the IMU, the golden hour, Powerful is still free to roam inside, so he can actually counter-engage by setting up his own golden hour and isolating, you know, whoever gets caught inside away from the rest of the team. So that gives, you know, Powerful that time and space needed to, okay, my team gets caught out, I'm just gonna pop the golden hour slightly behind you, trap your own team, and like you said, the double-edged sword just turns in the favor for Evil.
I mean, that's the only option that Roy has. If not the golden hour, there's not a lot of useful, valuable ultimates for her to steal. So that's going to be a huge upset for Ignite Gaming. So right now, second lore of the game, what's the play for Ignite Gaming to be able to counteract this? They're so far behind in terms of economy, and it's 14 minutes on the clock.
Like I said, they have to find a way to take Powerful out of the picture right now. Roy coming in from the side, just trying to poke, and this is what they can do. But Gear, look at how tanky Gear is. At this point, he knows no one can burst him down.
Hey, that's the regen from the little ones.
And they lack the range. This is something about Ignite Gaming's draft, is that they lack the range. Whatever early game burst they have is non-existent at this point.
You're trying to push everyone back. Lord gets that reset. Drinsanity tries to find an angle. Already used up the ultimate. Or finding an angle to use that ultimate. Evil is squishy though, so they're all glass cannons. Golden Hour already used up, but it's out of Ignite Gaming, so no big utility for IG. As Evil able to secure that Lord. I think Ignite Gaming has other plans. Kelvin's on the top side trying to push that wave in. As long as they get that imbalance in terms of that lane priority, Ignite Gaming might have a better shot. Jay, slow down, locked down, stunned up, immobilized, and taken down on the side though. Mid-side, Roy bursted down, but a magic. As Drinsanity falls as well. 3 falls through the floor as Evil shows no sign of stopping. CS already into Valkyrie, but taking a lot of damage from Azu. Unable to do anything at all as Evil trying to push that mid wave in. They might be able to take at least one T3 turret and just do a little bit of tickle damage to the base. Will they be able to defend?
Magic Lantern coming in. I don't think they can do that.
Yes, melted down to infinity and beyond. And that might be it. No minions though. Evil getting pushed back. The minions are so far away. Kelman's all alone. Jay came up. Evil just wants to clear out that base. No more T3s for IG.
But they're still trying, they're still knocking on the doors of Ignite Gaming. They might just be able to buy more time, 23 more seconds before the Freya comes back. But look at Jay soaking up all the damage. Powerful trying to stun him out. The golden hour!
Risking play. Drinsanity goes in, locks down 3, but Ven is too hard to take down. Kelvin gets melted down by Ven. He's all alone, but it doesn't matter. Waves already pushed in. The throne will fall. The golden hour will buy a little bit of time, but not enough as Evil takes game 1.
Huge performance coming from Evil, and what a statement that was to pick up game 1 against Ignite Gaming, who up to that point before this game had a perfect record coming into week 2, day 2.
To be honest, I can sum this entire game up with one sentence. IG got baited so hard. Evil wanted to force Jay on that Hilda. They knew that Jay played Hilda one time before, and he knew that, okay, Hilda was definitely gonna come up. No, 2 times. and they won 2 times with that Hilda. But it's hard for IG to even get close. You know, every time you get close, look at where Blade is, just push everyone back.
Yeah, every fight was kind of like a photocopy, right? It's just copy and paste, Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. You see Powerful just stunning up every single time Drisanity tried to dive for the backline. The Valir was just putting up so much damage. Look at that, the flames just burning Drisanity to pieces. And on top of it all, they still had to worry about an Ace who's constant backline, finding kills on Kelvin, finding kills on Roy, and this is just so hard because for Ignite Gaming, the game plan was to be able to burst that front line, but the moment they weren't able to do that, EVO just dragged the game out. Look at that! Blade, geared aside, Van, everyone's safe, Azu finding... It's like the entire match was just made for EVO to rotate around this Hilda.
I think Drisanity did do a couple of good setups.
It's just tough.
Ignite Gaming just can't get in. Once the ultimate gets set up, and he's got 3 players at a time. Look at this one. So Drisanity wants to go in, but he gets locked out by the golden hour, so it's no point at all. I don't know whether it's sort of like Powerful who's using that, because it's quite hard to imagine on both sides whether Roy is the one who's setting up that golden hour to be able to lock everyone down together. But it kind of disrupts that team fight momentum that Ignite Gaming wants to bring to the table. And from the start, I was a little bit hesitant on saying EVO has the better draft because they had 3 magic damage, but it proved so well in the 3rd minute of the game. It's so hard for Ignite to get in. Also, one more point I want to just run by you. We can discuss it a little bit. In the past, it used to be, you know, team fights getting broken down by the side lane priority, but it's so difficult in Ignite's case. Let's take a look at MVP before we talk about this a little bit more. Obsidia in the hands of Ven is 8-0-5 KDA, and is every single team fight he's in.
Yeah, I think this is a very signature play style of EVO, right? Throughout the years, yes, they had roster changes, they have players going in and out, but no matter the player, they always play around that team fight. And this is where, you know, Obsidian really shines with Van. It's kind of like a 4 Protect 1 to a certain degree. Even Valir, who's at the backline, is constantly providing that crowd control, pushing away members of the side of IG to make sure that this Obsidian stays safe. And 5-16, by no means was this a easy game for EVO, even though the scoreline suggests that, because they had to buy time in the opening stages. You saw how aggressive Ignite Gaming was, and even for EVO, they had a bit of a difficulty trying to find CS the goal lane. But this is the trap that you set for yourself, right? You slip in the bait, you made it. You picked up the Freya, you had to snowball, because once that mid lane hits, especially without a marksman, without that range, EVO just had no threat. They could not find any member on the side of EVO during those team fights, even for Drisanity, who found a couple of good pickoffs at the back, or rather found a good couple of entries at the back, was not able to sustain that damage.
I just want to talk a little bit more about this slide in particular. Ven has actually picked up the fighter emblem. It's so refreshing to see, like, you know, marksmen's picking up the fighter emblems to be able to stay more in lane, try to farm up into the late game. And you know, jungle's oftentimes picking the marksman emblem at this in this current meta. So it's what is the thought process right here, Iris? Like, you want to be able to farm fast in the early game, but you also want to buy time and push away all these team fights away from your marksmen so you have scale potential.
Yeah, I think looking at the Harley, right, we spoke about the marksman emblem getting picked up by a lot of junglers at this point in time, even for most Harley junglers. It's really what you're looking for to accomplish in this game. You look at the side of Ignite Gaming, is there really someone that you're looking to outfarm, right?
Yeah.
You know, Harley, you just want to burst someone down, and being how squishy Ignite Gaming is, especially for the Nolan, the Valentina, you just want to go in, pop that daily magic, you know, and get out. And I think this is why he chose to go for the Magic Emblem.
Huge day for Ignite Gaming though. First loss in the first 2 weeks. In the 4th day, it's where they call it quits. Like, this is so hard.
Yeah, even bigger game for EVO, right?
Yes.
What a statement to go up against a team that has had that perfect record. I think this is why you don't count the champions, right? They might be down for a bit, but they're definitely not out.
Yeah, it's warm up. It's warm up in the first couple of weeks, a couple of days. I also do want to say that, like, right? The scale potential for a lot of teams, they like to, now the current meta kind of shifts quite a bit. You're able to have that option to pick up a fighter in the gold lane or marksman in the gold lane. Personally, I prefer the marksman because at least you have sort of like a one-track mind if I want to play this, how you want to scale, who your main core teammate prioritization is, so you're able to funnel that resource into that player. CS couldn't do much. Every single time Obsidious or Ven's ultimate gets popped up, gets locked down, pushed back, just melted down halfway, and he's not able to farm as much as he
would have
wishes
hoped so.
Yeah.
They even had to resort to swapping the lanes, right? Mid lane, somewhere along the lines of the game, after the laning phase, they had to send the Freya to top because they just couldn't break through this bot lane.
That's right.
Right? Powerful coming to the bot lane. Valier, once he clears the lane, comes down as well. It's just so hard to find that Obsidian in a tough position. And the Obsidian was just bullying CS. So when you pick up the Freya, you want to snowball. You want to make it fun. So if it doesn't work, they did their best to switch around. Even when they lost turtles, they tried to find pickoffs on the side of the map, right? You saw Nolan just trying to find the pickoff on that what's the hero? Marcel in the mid lane, and he did manage to find the pickoffs. But like I said, once Evil groups up as a team fight,
it's almost impossible for Kelvin to come in.
It's so hard to find any single member to pick off.
Yeah, because honestly though, they created such a turtle shell. You have incidentally, it's not a traditional front to back.
True.
You have the squishy players in the middle. You have the thick players at the back and the front. So it's essentially a burger or a sandwich that you can't get into the meat.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with Kelvin. But let's zoom out a little bit. I want to throw this by you. Remember, we talked about team fight versus split push. The play for Ignite Gaming was simply, okay, let's just send Nolan down into the side lanes. Let's just send CS down to the side lanes. What was the issue right there? What was the impossibility for Ignite to break through that side lane split push to be able to go through? Was it the Harley?
I think more than so is actually the Marcel. Marcel just does really well into a composition that wants to dive, and I think picking up the Marcel there was really smart. At the end of the day, it wasn't really like a pick that, as the last pick, I'm going to counter the entirety of the draft, but this is the threat of Marcel. But more so, it's impressive how Evo actually picked up the Valier. We caught the Valier out, and that's why Freya has been that do or die.
Yep.
Once you pick up the Freya, you don't snowball, you're going up against a Valier, and I think what really brought Evo's draft together was actually the glue, right? Gear constantly in the face, just zoning away the rest of the members. So while you're trying to catch up to Trisanity on this Alice, you still have a golden hour to worry about. And on top of it all, Gear as a glue was constantly in the face of the members of IG. So I think both teams didn't really per se have a better draft over the other.
Yep.
I think it's just that for Evo, it was a lot more safe. The draft just didn't really have a lot of risk. It was just, 4 protect 1. Just make sure that Van doesn't get caught out. Just make sure that he stays at the back, straddling the front line.
Right.
Whereas for the side for IG, they constantly had to find pickoffs, right? They had to make those aggressive plays. Trisanity had to go in, find a pickoff. Valentina had to set up a good golden hour. There was just so many more conditions for IG to make their draft pop off.
Yeah. And I do want to point out, Gear has now 7 unique hero picks. He's got the Valier down, the Lapu down, Arlott, Alice, Phoveus, Freya, and right now the glue.
And
so it's so hard to draft against him.
He can play more than that, right? He can play Uranus, the
Esmeraldas, Uranus.
Badang. He's played the Badang role when he was playing in the Rome role. So his hero pool is definitely not an issue right here. And I think, well, when you're speaking at this level of gaming, especially in MPL Singapore with the best in this nation, hero pool should not even be a conversation at this point, right? You should expect both teams to just be able to pull out any hero whenever they need it.
We expect nothing less from the previous rival of Diablo, who's currently in MPL MY. Huge shout out to Diablo. We all miss you right here. I mean, this entire matchup is just really interesting to watch. It shows a lot of differences in terms of the play style, in terms of the execution, especially for Powerful and Jay. For Powerful, I was like, okay, he is very, very sacrificial. He's like very gung-ho. He wants to go into your face, try to set things up. If he sacrifices himself, if he goes down, it doesn't matter if there was a kill trade. But for Jay, he's very calculative. And I think within a matchup like against Evil, it is difficult for Jay to really counteract and analyze. It doesn't have a lot of time to calculate the positions, the right angle of approach, so to speak.
Yeah, I think IG did the best they could, right? In the first 5 minutes, you could see they were trying to pick off Hawk as much as possible, try to snowball with this Nolan, especially with the play. I think the Nolan was a good pickup, right?
Yeah.
Against the likes of Marcel, you want someone that doesn't really have to full commit, and Nolan it's kind of like the sweet spot. Go in, pop the out, try to burst someone, get out, rotate, really well. But on the other side, Evo did really well in banning away Hayabusas, banning away the Lancelot, heroes that could go in and out of the fight, stay in the fight, in fact, right? And not really affected by Marcel. So, well, it was just a feast for the eyes in terms of the drafting wise. But I think in the gameplay, even more so to see, well, Evo hasn't really changed, right?
It's still the magic of team fights. Players come and go, but Powerful being the mainstay, being the core crux of the team. You see him almost every single time just dictating the flow of the fight, the flow of the battle. Yes, he gets a little bit tilted sometimes, but that is just the way of the game. He gets it all together. In the next game, Evo has that momentum to push through. So let's talk about changes right here as we move into the second phase of the second match of the first game of today. What changes need to be made by Ignite? What do you need to suss out?
I think the question here is, do you really want to still give this Marcel over? We spoke about the threat that Marcel brings to the table, and even more so when you pick up the Freya. And like you said, it really felt like Evo set up a trap even for IG, making Jay pick up the Hilda, not really making it up, but they kind of expected him to pick it up. It was honestly, at this current time, Jay's profile of roamers, the options were not too bad, but it was either the Hilda, the Cho, it could have been the Khalid, it could be one of these three, right? From what we saw in the previous games. So maybe coming into the second game, they need to have some sort of unpredictably. Right. Unpredictably.
Unpredictability.
Yeah, unpredictable. Always a mouthful.
I think it's interesting also because Evo has several ways that they can pick the Villier. It could go either to the hands of Gear or go into the hands of Blade in the mid side. So this is quite interesting. They've picked up, Gear has picked up Villier one time, Blade has picked up Villier right now 5 times into the different matches that they've played so far. And it sort of like limits the pool that IG would be able to pick up. No more Guinevere's, no more Leomords, because it's so hard to draft against someone that is able to push you away. I remember last time the main core counter was the Fredrin into the Villier into the Fredrin and stuff like that. But let's take a look at the draft real quick. Suyil, Leomord, and Uranus banned out by Evo. IG taking out the Freya, the Marcel, and that might be the Fanny as well if things go according to plan.
Yeah. One of the hero that we haven't really seen too much, I want to talk about, is actually Kaja. I would have loved to see more Kajas getting picked up, just being able to single target there, just burst him down. But unfortunately, not really as popular as compared to the other roams in this current draft rotation.
I do gotta agree with you. A lot of the other regions, they like the Kaja. It's easy to set up, it's easy to play, especially in the late game where there's so many other factors that's considering down. Oh, okay, Phobia's getting banned out right here. Fanny's open, whether or not
Harley's
Evo wants to pick that. Harley or Fanny for the first pick, but then IG might be able to counter pick. So Evo wants to pick up that the Juice in first, just to try to suss out what IG wants. So a little bit more of the standard pickups. IG on the other hand, gonna respond. I'm not gonna give Fanny over hands of Azu. We know how well and how nutty Azu is with the Fanny.
And on top of it all, I think the Tusing doesn't really do much against the Fanny, so it's a safe pick nevertheless. And they follow up with the Cho. So I would expect Jay to be playing that Cho.
Yep, I think so too. But you mentioned before, I think it might go into the mid side and Jay might be picking another hero.
It might, but I haven't seen Roy play Cho too much.
Oh yeah. He's more of artillery mage, so it's more standard.
More likely going to be going in the hands of Jay. That being said, on the side of Evo, I think Jusing is a fantastic first pick. We have seen very high success rate with teams picking up the Jusing. They do follow up the Harley and the Moskov, which does really well into both the Cho as well as the Fanny, right? You got the Biz Walker to dodge, you got the stun to lock down the Fanny. Does really well on his own, and on top of it all, has that global presence, being able to split push and join with the Spear of Destruction.
Well, it's a single target Villier physical Valier, so to speak. It's just push away one target. But I get the direct counter pick into the Fanny. I think that is the main threat for Evil so far. Azu doesn't really have to worry. I think Harith does have a lot. Harley does have a lot of mobility to get in and out of team fights, to be able to be a little bit more versatile in the jungle. And the way that Azu likes to play is he likes to be a sneaky shadow. You don't really see him until he's actually in your face. IG does pick up the Lilia though. I think this is basically a single individual counter towards the death magic and the Juice in.
Yeah. Because as a Juicing, you want to stay in the fight, right?
That's right.
As a leader, you pop your powers there. You're just making sure that Evo doesn't really stay too long in the fight. And whatever roam Evo is going to pick up, Lilia always does well against that front line, right? The longer that the fight goes on, that's the damage output coming out from Lilia, and then you got Fanny that's able to drive around the entire fight with those cables. So pretty even draft. Another mage that you could have actually considered was actually going to be the Lunox. I think Lunox does really well against that Harley. Especially with all of the brilliance. But that being said, that's the first phase done. Coming into the second phase, the ban's coming out. LY4 deciding to take away the clear single target from Evo, which we have seen powerful play in week 1.
I think another point that I want to bring up is the mid lane strength and control. I think in the first game with the Marcel and the Valier from the side of Evo, I think it was very hard for Jay and Roy to take control of the mid lane in order for Kelvin to actually go wherever he wants. So right now, I think Lilia getting picked up right here, just this single hero is able to just clear that wave, able to control the distance between the mid lane. So he gives a lot of control power over to IG. Second phase of the bans, what are you thinking? So IG doesn't have the marksman just yet. Are you going to pick something that's more macro-centric heavy or a bit more counter heavy into the Moskov?
I think for IG side is taking away heroes that can do well against this Fanny, right? So they've already got the Moskov. You take away the Kufra or the Kacha. These two heroes do really well, but they take away the glue. And it's throwback to first game where we saw Gear put on a lot of issues for the side of IG, where he was just constant in the front line. And looking at this current draft, they still don't have someone that can do well against glue. So if you can't deal with him, just take him out. And I think for Evo, well, carry taken away off the board. Obviously, marksman or the goal lane not reviewed for IG just yet. So 2 bans in a row now for carry. Game 1 and game 2.
Jay might be going. Oh no, actually. It is a little bit more versatile because Drin can actually play the Hilda, but it's all single targets. You've got Cho single target stuns, you got Hilda single target stuns. Not liking the fact that there's not a lot of versatility, but it's more pick off right now. So if Harley comes in a little bit too close, or Moskov comes in a little bit too close, you want to shut them down and just melt them away from the battle for that moment. So I think for IG, they have that game plan. I just don't like the fact that there is not a lot of options for mass team fights, especially when you're playing against a team fight composition.
I think there's the, well, I want to say Lapu, but then Badang gets picked up, which is still really good. It remains to be seen. Real powerful play is Badang, but it is going to be powerful on their Badang as they pick up the CC to complete their lineup. Well, CC, very interesting. I think the CC just does well into both the Hilda and the Cho, depending on who goes into the EXP. So it's going to be that safe EXP laner that's able to bully in that 1v1 matchup. Yep. Does really well as well. I think they have plenty of damage. They don't really need an EXP laner that does damage because you've got a Moskov. We've already seen what the Harley can do when it comes to bursting someone down. And over to the side, IG, last pick here is going to be that goal lane. Who do you think they can go for? I think plenty of options. Melissa still looks pretty decent. Granger does really well into this draft as well. But yeah, I'm a little bit
Claude.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit suspicious about this Hilda pick.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest here because you're up against a Tusing, you're up against a Badang. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Jay.
Yeah.
But it is going to be Jay on that Cho and the Hilda going into the EXP lane.
Yeah, I do like the fact that, you know, for IG, they are thinking about that late game. In the early game, Calvin needs to do his best with the Fanny, try to shut everything down. In the late game as well, you have different splits. So for Evil, it's a one-track thing. Moskov goes into the side lanes, but right now you have options to put Claude and that Fanny into the side lanes to try to maintain that lane priority. So for both sides of the table, I think it's quite even Stevens. I do like Evil's pick a little bit more. Never forget Diablo on the Badang, facing up against the Fanny. And so it's sort of like a direct, I wouldn't say counter, but aggressor into the Fanny.
Yeah, I think more importantly, what the Padang brings to the table is that wall that sets up well with the Moskov.
Yeah.
Right. So we see that combo, that idea starting to pop up in your head. Whether it will come true, will remains to be seen. This is Game 2 in Week 2, Day 1, first matchup, or rather the second matchup between Evo and Ignite.
It's up, and away we go. Evo and Ignite Gaming just battling out in the mid lane. And right now with the change for Roy, going into the Lilia might have a little bit more mid lane control, which is what they want. But Jay already sussing it out. I think he's very comfortable with the Cho. It's Jay's Cho after all. He knows where Harley is. He's on his eyes every single time. So right now, he knows he's starting on the purple. Azu coming down onto the orange buff. He's got Roy just handling the mid lane really well. Yeah. What's the game plan for Evo right here? What is the critical mass?
I think for both teams, this is going to be way more boring compared to the first game, at least in the opening phases, because in the first game, we saw, you know, both teams with the Hilda, the Valier, they were trying to do damage out, but over here, we're not going to see a lot of skirmishes.
No.
Right? You're just going to fight a lot of pickoffs, wait for the marksman to farm. So I think it will be a lot more peaceful compared to game 1.
I think it's a late game against a late game marksman. So it's a very evenly fought gold lane composition. So a lot of fights are going to be happening up on that mid side towards that turtle side, especially when Gear really gets that power spike on the CC. He's able to just push everyone out of the way. But you see a lot of damage coming in from Roy's Lilia right off the bat. We always underestimate the damage that Lilia brings to the table, especially during the laning phase. And so for Ignite Gaming, they do have better control of that mid lane. So Evo needs to be able to try to counteract that, find angles, find fights and flanks. You got already 4 members up on Ignite Gaming. That's good rotation speed coming in from them.
Yeah, Deadly Magic already being expanded by the Harley. I think this is where the jungles really shine. This match is going to be exciting. We're really starting to see Kelvin bust out those moves on this Fanny. On the other side, Azu once again on his favorite Harley. They might be able to find the pick-off, but Roy gets the first blood against the CC, but he just might go down for that kill.
Oh, powerful. Able to take down Roy as revenge for Gear. So I think Turtle's not going to be touched up just yet, especially since 2 jungles are main assassins. That's the Spirit of Destruction. They know where Kelvin is right now. Especially it's easy to read. Once purple buff is up, Fanny's right there. You got the Turtle not being touched by both teams, but a little bit of aggression outside of that.
Just look at both sides right now. They're not really poised for a turtle take, rather more so for a pick-off and re-engage, especially with the Fanny. You got a choosing. There's no one that's really there to just burst this turtle down or take this turtle. So it's more of a side piece, side objective. I think what both teams really want to find is pickoffs through their junglers. And this is what I was, kind of attesting to earlier on, right? The Harley and the Fanny. Whereas in the first game, it was more roamers, finding the angles, finding those pickoffs. But now with Evo and Ignite Gaming, with the draft that they have in Game 2, I think it's really more just where can we find those pickoffs through our junglers? Where can we find the space for the Fanny to find those pickoffs? Where can we find spaces for Azu to find kills on this Harley?
Well, it all comes down to let's try to get a lot of control, but here Drinsanity falls, doesn't see Azu in the bush, and gets his life taken away. You got a turtle being started up, pulled over to the side of Evo. Ignite Gaming tries their best to fight. Oh, getting blocked down by the wall. Powerful. This is where Badang is picked up. He's down low though. Jay tries to pull in. Blade pulls him away with the lantern, able to push all of them aside. That's the pepper spray. Oh, Roy using the boots just come into his death though. A little bit of a blunder from Roy there.
Yeah, tough matchup for Ignite Gaming there, but well, credit to Evo to find the opening, I nearly said opening frag, I'm playing too much FPS recently. they found the opening Q onto Sanity at the top lane there, and this is what I mentioned about Harley finding those kills and then being able to follow with the fight. And I think for Kelvin, he did his best of Fanny, but up against a Padang, it's really tough.
Yeah, I think especially since you want to be playing around the objectives, you want your 2 tanks, basically Drinsanity and Jay, try to pull out, unleash the ultis away from the Fanny before the Fanny actually jumps in. I think that was a miscommunication issue from Ignite Gaming so far. Evo, just with that turtle take and those 2 kills, up ahead in terms of gold, 2,000 gold lead from Evo, and they're running it down the bottom side. Jay popped and disappeared. Down goes Fanny, stuck to the wall. Powerful Powerful takes him out. And as Ignite Gaming unable to find a nice footing in the mid-game.
Unfortunate timing for Calvin there. Just as he flew past the wall, Van spears him in.
SOD
goes
spears
again.
him into the turret, but unable to deal a lot of damage. That was the communication issue from Ignite Gaming.
Really, really tough game for Ignite Gaming. For Evo, they are having the time of his life. Gear just, once again, just like how he actually played the glue, he's in the face of this Hilda, just zoning him away from rotating and even resulting Ignite Gaming to protecting the Fanny buff.
Oh, the CS with a lot of damage getting taken down, but the Deadly Magic unable to take CS away, but able to buy a lot of time. Powerful, will he be able to do something right here? But no, Powerful in too deep. They just want to take down the T1.
Yeah, good zoning away coming out for Evo. Once again, Powerful doing what he does best. You know, zoning away members of Ignite Gaming, making sure that Van stays safe. Even with a Moskov, they're playing this for Protect 1, and actually if we had a little bit of sneak peek as to how Blade built up, he actually built the Brute Force armor as his first item. So it's all about sustain coming out for Evo. Good knockback coming out for Powerful.
Powerful, stuck to the wall, able to get stunned up. Roy takes him out, but here comes the Goon Squad. Evo trying to buy a lot of time to take down Jay. Unable to pull him across the walls here. Dives underneath the turret and takes him down. SOD goes wide, and they take one for one. A roam for a roam. It's not over yet, though. Insanity taking a lot of damage from Gear, able to zone that themselves away. CS almost an inch to get pulled back, and this is just the second turtle of the game. Eris, Evo is just using that as bait. They know how to play around Fanny because Azu is one of the Fanny masters in this league.
And arguably so, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's really about making sure that CS farms well. And he has been doing so. Yes, Evo does have the early game, but they need a bit more time. They need to buy a little bit more time for CS to get as much farm as possible on this clock. But I gotta say, Calvin's not having a really good game on this Fanny, especially up against the Badang, up against this Moskov. It's tough. It's really, really tough. And once again, Powerful in the faces of Ignite Gaming. They have to find a pickoff. I think for Ignite Gaming is about making sure they can find something here. But CS?
Yes, the SOD underneath the turret is Evil, just taking one after another. In the mid side though, Powerful giving a little bit of vision. Gear on standby. Jay down in the bush, doesn't want to commit to anything, but the purple buff right there is here for taking. Purple locks two down, doesn't have the fist, the Iron Fist to push them away, as Kelvin able to use and utilize his retribution, take down that purple buff. Insanity goes down, Jay pushes them through, Azu takes down two, as Evil taking one after another. They have that momentum, they have that control.
A bit of unfortunate timing for Ignite Gaming once again, but it is the Badang that proves to be the victor. Coming in, getting two members there, didn't even need the Crack Fist.
No.
Right? But he got out alive, bought enough time for the rest of Evo to come about, and now Azu 3-0 and 4. And on top of it all, look at that, juicing with 7 assists, right? And he's probably going to be building up that Ice Cream Wand, and that's going to be even more, not only sustain, but more disruption.
We all like that sweet, sweet ice cream wand. At this stage of the game, Evo 6,000 gold lead is the first Lord to be spawned up, and I think Evo has so much control over the maps. You've got Badang opening everything up, you've got Blade throwing up that pepper spray, trying to give a little bit of vision. So this gives Evo that approach and that angle for Gear to just do his thing on the side lanes, try to get that lane priority and push everything down. Kelvin can't do anything much. He's only got the Blade of Heptases, so that's not going to be helpful, especially when it comes to damage.
But Jerry getting caught out right here. Daily Magic already used, so Ignite Gaming can breathe for a while, but the Lord has spawned and Evo just beelining their way towards the Lord. And this is going to be tough for Ignite Gaming to take the fight back, because I don't think CS has that 3 items yet. He did pick up his golden stuff, but is it enough though?
I don't think Ignite Gaming is able to contest for this one. They got the timing just right. Once the Lord goes down, I think they're waiting for 943. No, they're just going to take down that Lord. So blitzing that down, Ignite Gaming still fighting for that purple buff, unable to secure that one. Azu comes in with a mega kill onto Roy. Jay unable to protect his Lilia as Evil just stomping it down. Oh, stuck by the wall yet again. Power powerful, what a play!
Jackpot by the Badang catches Kelvin exactly where he doesn't want to be. Immediately gets swarmed by the rest of the team. A follow-up spear coming up from Van as well. And at this point, Kelvin's just every single time he comes into the fight, he's just a target ball on his back.
There's no defensive capabilities. There's not a lot of AoE unless Roy comes in. You've got the clouds. Roy's in position, able to at least clear out this cannon minute, but the Lord marching down the bottom side.
Yeah, and credit to Evo, right? Being able to pick up Roy early in that fight before all of it happened. Now look at Inline Gaming, they lack the crowd control. Even the kick doesn't man, the crack face comes in.
Good defense from Powerful. He sacrificed himself to save gear, but he's got the vengeance out. Not enough damage from Kelvin. Kelvin goes out by the hands of Blade, and Blade wants to go for more. They're pulling everything back, and everyone is unable to withstand the wrath that is evil as Azu comes in from the back line, takes down Roy. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The CS just eating all of that damage.
This is a huge problem for Ignite Gaming. They're lacking the damage, they're lacking the crowd control of all of it all. They don't have someone that can burst this Badang down, and it's proving to be so much of a problem. You know, choosing just at the back line, yes, Powerful, they did manage to bring him down, but Blade just slowly burning away at the HP of Ignite Gaming. And without the purple buff, this Fanny is going to have a lot of energy problem.
Oh,
in sustaining the
stunned
fight.
up, locked up, onto the wall. That's a monster kill for Azu. Jay just can't seem to make it work.
Yeah, 3 kills, only 3 kills for Ignite Gaming. 2 of them on Powerful and 1 of them on Gear. No kills yet on any of the key targets on the side of Evo. I think this is going to be a tough defense on the tier 3, especially with Van now chipping away. Azu delaying the retreat of Kelvin as Evo marches on into the base. I think they will back off here. They should be pretty happy with the tier 3 at the top lane.
Ignite trying to turtle up. Kelvin just delayed his retreat. Look at where Evo is. They see where Kelvin is. Kelvin, sayonara, says Azu.
At this point, I'm just feeling slight sympathy for Kelvin in this game.
0,
Right.
5, and 1 for this Fanny. No damage whatsoever. There's not a lot of presence, especially on the lane push. Mechanics is just turtling everything up. Roy taking a lot of damage from gear, and he's just soaking everything back up. He's pulled back. No more blazing duet. It's 2 against 5, and Evil just running it down. Game 2 secured. Evil sweeps up the match.
Look at Powerful's face there. He's like, what is this? This is too easy for us. And I gotta say, well, this has been a pretty disappointing landslide victory for Evo, or would I say a disappointing landslide defeat for the side of IG. And I would have thought that this would have been a closer matchup, but Evo, it was almost a replica of Game 1 and Game 2, where yes, early game it was a little bit slow, but slow and steady is the name of the game. And eventually, they managed to close Game 2 out. Here we have it, the replay. Look at how much zoning capabilities that Evo have. Catches Kelvin, Azu focusing purely on the turtle down there, and just Jay getting constantly shredded to pieces by Blade.
No backup whatsoever from Ignite Gaming. I mean, Jay wants to go in, down into Powerful's face, but there's not enough backup, and it's sort of like a 180-degree turn in terms of composition from Ignite Gaming. In the first game, it was all in your face. I want to play square box, I want to fight you, mano a mano, but this time around, it's very held back, it's very late game. There's not a lot of damage coming in from anyone whatsoever from Ignite Gaming. There's not enough damage. The only AoE comes in from Roy, but it's only for wave clearing potential. CS takes a little bit too long in terms of matchups against Moskov to be able to come online. There's not a lot of damage that Ignite Gaming is able to make, especially since they lost all the major objectives from the start. So Ignite Gaming loses 2-0 against Evo. That brings them into a tied point game for Evo, tied for first place.
Yeah, I think this engagement here, specifically this engagement, just kind of shows. It pretty much speaks volumes about this game, right?
Yeah.
You think that taking away Badang would be able to open up space to get the kills, but they weren't able to burst this juicing down. He's just constantly holding up the lantern here, just running around the entire battlefield, lifts people up, you know, gets just so much disruption on the side of Evo. And I think they could afford to do so also because of that good early game, right? They were not exactly rushing into any of the fights, and it is going to be Blade on this juicing that gets the MVP of Game 2. 2-0 and 12. Didn't really have a lot of farm, but he did what he had to, 78% kill participation. And I gotta say, fantastic itemization coming out from this juicing.
Yeah, I love it too.
Just
Yeah.
immediately going for the brute force armor, just running around the entire field. You can't really slow her down. She's got sustain, she's got damage. Yes, not the most amount of damage, but you don't really need that
You
as
don't
a
really
juicing.
need that damage as a Juicing. You're basically a utility. You're playing as a utility, and he's building full utility. You want to be able to jump into battle, save your teammates, and stay as much as you can while slowing everyone down. That's basically the Clock of Destiny, the Brute Force Breastplate, and the ice cream, the sweet, sweet ice cream wand that Blade has built up that creates that utility build over to that. The core 3, Blade, Azu, Ven, no kills at all. For the side of Ignite Gaming, though, when you said you showed a lot of sympathy for Kelvin, I do too. It is so difficult for Kelvin to even get close or deal any damage whatsoever whenever it comes to fights. He's not able to do that Fanny touch and go kind of mechanic at all, because whenever he comes too close, powerful locks him down. Van throws that spear, he's got locked down. The only thing he could do potentially was lane split, but you know how that turned out. Azu just trailed him until he had to walk back to base, and then the Goon Squad came in. So it's so difficult to play around that map where Evil had total control, even though there is that still magic of team fights.
Yeah, I think what's even more alarming is Jusanity almost had no impact in this game at all. He was just a spectator in this game.
Yeah.
And because they put the Hilda in the EXP lane, he's not going to be able to out from CC. He's not going to be able to outpush the CC in any sort of way possible. And because of the way that Evil was drafted, this Hilda is essentially useless. Right? It's not really an issue about the player, but it's more so that what can a Hilda really bring into this game, this particular game itself, right? Obviously, if all went well, you know, if Fanny was able to find a couple of early game kills, we could have seen Hilda play a lot more aggressively. But this is not just Jusanity's playstyle, right? We see him play as he definitely can find pickoffs. He is able to make those plays happen. But when you put a Hilda on him, there's really nothing much they could do. On top of it all, a lot of single targets, especially for the Roam and the EXP, but a lack of team fight capabilities, because they were counting on Roy to do the damage, a bulk of the damage, honestly, and that was expected so. But the moment that this Badang and, you know, the CC started rotating around, there really wasn't much Roy could do, right? Especially when Cho doesn't really have someone that he can catch off. Does he really go for the Badang, right? Can he really go for the choosing? He tried a couple of times, but Purify pops off, Ultimate runs away, he's got Brute Force armor.
Yeah, I mean, it's back to the drawing board for Ignite Gaming, but this loss basically ties them with Evil for first place, so for second place. There's 9 points in the standings for the seeded teams, as Evil had lost just one game. IG lost
Against
one game
Kingdom, right?
against Kingdom. So it's like, it's anyone's game. It's anyone's game. Hopefully we'll be able to see what's going to happen in the next match. It's coming in 3 p.m. today. So, you know, it's back to the drawing board for a lot of these teams. It's a huge upset, especially for IG, but huge win. Momentum bring for Evil as we go on to a short little break. But when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends Bang Bang here in MPL SG Season 11. We'll see you after this.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to MPL SG Season 11. My name is Churros. With me here today is Aris, and we'll be joining you all through today for ML Games. Man, it's going to be a really interesting series. In the past, the previous series was Ignite Gaming up against Evil. That was a really brilliant match in terms of execution, in terms of strategy, especially for both teams. Right now, we're watching Kingdom Esports against Syndicate Esports. And these two teams going head-to-head. Lots of stories to them. We'll start off with Kingdom Esports. All-stars, especially with veterans, Lawsy, Vanix, and Yawn coming back into the fray. There is a lot lot of expectations going into this team. And not to mention, a huge shout out over to Youngin as well, who's the drafter for the team coming in for Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, I think they had a little bit of a disappointing week 2, or rather disappointing week 1 when they lost against CG. You know, after a strong showing against EVO, I think a lot of people expected them to carry on the momentum, you know, pick up, and they were looking to be one of the favorites, especially with the big names that they have in the roster. But then coming into second week, losing against Clarity Gaming, I think that was a bit of a shocker.
Yeah. Well, you know, let's hear from the players themselves. We're going to be going into the interview or walk-in for Kingdom Esports. So here we have Yon, Lawsy, Hate, Vanix, and Ari. So far, I think in the first week, there's lots of expectations just because of the mainstay big three. You got Yon in the jungle. He had a lot of previous expectations, especially in the jungle. He was once dubbed the Assassin King in the community. Lots of assassin picks for him, especially so. But right now, he's learned to adapt. Although there is a lot of adaptation still needed, especially from his side. 2 games of Suyo, 2 games lost. Not too well with the Fredrin, not going too well with the Harleys and the Baxias as well. So he needs to pick up quite a bit. I wouldn't say that this team is one of the teams that needs that chemistry to come in. Let's look at the player camps to see how happy they are together. Huge shout out also to Vanix and Lawsy. They've been mainstays all the way through in the MPL scene, MPL SG scene.
Even at one point in time, you know, all 3 of them have actually played for Flash, even though, you know, different eras, different timelines. But like you said, I don't think chemistry should be an issue at this point. An introduction of Array as well as Hit. We have seen flashes of brilliance, especially in week 1, where they actually managed to triumph over the defending champions EVO. Now, but coming back into this game, in this lineup, we definitely would like to see an improvement in terms of performances after what happened in last week's game.
Yeah, especially so since, you know, KE is one of these teams who are really at risk of relegation. There's only 3 more days of gameplay for them to really show up this today as well as the next weeks. So they have to really win out 2 games, 2 O's in order to secure a spot in top 4. But on the other side of the table, that is Syndicate. So Bray, Qzas, Hawks, Jira, and Slowly. We've seen Bray with, I think it was Sayla who's also in this team, but they're swapping out. So Hawks is going to be taking in the mid lane position in place of Sayla. Popped off pretty well, pretty decently. There needs to be a little bit more chemistry in this team. We've seen a lot of plays from Jira, and we talked about Slowly, especially before the stream. He was a jungle player before. He is very comfortable with assassins, but in the EXP role, he's not performing as expected.
Yeah, I think in retrospect, it's a very different role, very different requirement, especially in this current season. I haven't really seen Slowly pop off as hard as I would like to. It could be a hero pool issue. It could be a bit of a gelling needed between the teams. But just spoke a little bit about Hawks, right? Coming in, bursting onto the scene, you know, very big shoes to fill. We kind of expected Sayla to be the one playing for Syndicate Esports in the mid lane, but it has been Hawks. Although there was one game that was really, really weird because they actually drafted a crew from mid, but that was the game that Hawks wasn't playing, and he came in for game 2, a bit of a more performance, a better performance coming in after that. But in yesterday's game, they actually picked up a 2-0 win against Clarity Gaming. So hopefully that does give them that confidence booster that they really do need, especially as we head into the final few games of the regular season for the seeded teams.
Yeah. You know, extending a little bit more about Syndicate Esports, especially for Bray, the team is drafting around how Bray likes to play, and it's not an easy task, especially with a brand new lineup, a lot of Frankenstein kind of players coming into this brand new team, and we see, like, you know, Bray is one of those jungle players who are extremely aggressive, extremely calculative, able to adapt to the meta very, very quickly. You put him on an assassin, he plays to the T. You put him on a fighter, you put him on a tank, he performs exceptionally well. The issue right here that I see is that the team doesn't play to his momentum.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it really comes down to how they draft. And I think for yesterday's game, for Syndicate Esports especially, they did really well. They picked up the juicing, they did really well with the Khalid. So I think those two heroes will be the talking points, especially for Kingdom Esports in the drafting phase. But there we have it. The two teams, a little bit of a breakdown and a back history for both these two. Who do you think is going to be the favorite heading into here? Because both teams have had their ups and downs. Syndicate definitely on the up, Kingdom not so much. But there is still that name aura. Big names in Kingdom Esports.
There is. I talked about this before. I think Kingdom Esports has a lot of maturity, a lot of experience, especially from a leader like Lawsy. Lawsy, before Season 10, every single team he was on since Season 3, he was champion. Season 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
He has never not been on the podium.
He's never not been on podium until last season when Evo took the throne away from Flash.
Even then, he was still on the podium.
Yeah, even then, he was kind of still on the podium.
Finish.
Okay, let's jump into the draft real quick. There's a lot of heavily contested heroes. Harley definitely on the blocks for this one. Top bans and picks for both teams, especially for Kingdom Esports. They want to secure a really good roamer for the side of Lolzy. So the Khalids will be getting picked up right here, as well as the Gato Gachas, the Chos, the Hylosses. Those very standard heroes. You can't go wrong with it, especially in the late game.
I think one of the heroes that Kingdom actually do focus on banning away is actually the Fanny, but up against Syndicate Esports, we haven't really seen the Fanny bust out, especially for Bray. So I think that's going to be left out, but Syndicate Esports do take away the Fanny themselves, especially against a player like Yon. You don't want to give him that Fanny. We've seen what a Fanny can do, however, there are counterplays to her. But that being said, her out of the picture, so let's just leave it aside. Fovia's getting banned away by Kingdom Esports too. I think for Syndicate Esports, they were looking at the juicing. Harley is one of those heroes that you mentioned. There's also the Marcel that's open. So lots of plenty across the board for both teams to ponder upon. But hopefully we do see the juicing ban.
You know, I like to expand a little bit and pick your analytical brain on Bray versus Yon's playstyle. For Bray, it's very momentum heavy. He sets up according, or he plays according to the team, especially since, you know, Qzaz is taking charge of the roam position for Syndicate Esports. His playstyle is a little bit more heavy setup. He likes to go for, you know, the heroes like Kalea, the Chips, the Chos. Very, very similar to how Lawsy likes to play. But, you know, the way that Bray operates around, we know that from the past. He used to play with Diablo, someone who is a little bit more gung-ho, a little bit more damage heavy. And now you're throwing that huge brunt, that huge fruit bowl onto Slowly. He's unable to fill those shoes.
Like I said, a change in role, very different expectations being played around. But interesting matchup, I would say, like you pointed out, between Yon and Bray, especially coming into this season. How will their roams enable them to perform in the game? I think for Lolzy, we have seen a lot of his Chos. We know he's a really good Khalid as well as Halos player. So I wouldn't expect too much variations in terms of how Kingdom drafts that roamer position. Whereas for Syndicate Esports, I would love to see how Qzaz draft, because Qzaz has been playing a ton of different types of roamers out here. Khalid, he's played Khalid, he's played Chos. I feel like it's a mirror matchup at this point. So it's about how they play in the game rather than the hero that they play. But for Kingdom Esports, taking away the healer, they don't want too much invasion, especially for Yon, who's a very aggressive assassin player. I think that enables like your picks like Harley, your Suyos like you mentioned. I would expect a Suyo to be picked up between one of these two teams.
I do agree, especially since the assassin meta is quite important and relevant in this current scene. For both teams though, Freya's wide open, Harley's open as well. Bray has 100% win rate. One game with Harley might be able to pick that up away from the hands of Yon, who's also had success in Harley as well. Just picking that up, I think it creates a lot of pressure over to Kingdom Esports, who wants to invade, wants to disrupt the jungle momentum, especially from the side of Bray. But we'll see. What is your thoughts on this?
But they could also go for the Hylos. You know, it's a hero that does really well against.
Hey, you were talking about Kaja as well. You have things like Harley's anti-dive. You have someone who stops you in your tracks.
Sustain.
You jump into my face, I'm gonna pull you away with the Divine Judgment. It creates a lot of opportunities for no room for error. And like we said, Khalid getting picked up right here alongside the Harith.
Yeah, so Syndicate Esports now falling into their comfort picks, which we saw them pick up yesterday for the side of Gira, who did pretty decently well on the Harith pickup, and they will also couple that with the Khalid. However, this time around, they don't have the juicing because they're on the second pick itself. We do see FMM picking up the Valentina for the side of Kingdom Esports, so that is going to be Raging Sandstorm available for the picking, with the Khalid getting picked up by Syndicate Esports, and they also go for the Leomord, which I do like. Leomord just sets up so much for your team. You have Engage, you have Mobility, decent clear wave, and especially with the crit, you can put a ton of punishment onto the backline of Syndicate Esports.
I think this looks like a very good Valier pick if I was Syndicate. Like, you just push everyone out. They go for the Guinevere, definitely going into the hands of Bray in the jungle. I think Bray performs exceptionally well with the fighter junglers. A little bit tankier, able to just jump in, soak up that damage, leash it for Gira to do his thing. And I think the honest weakness that Syndicate has is the ability to push the fights away from Gira, so that Gira is able to position himself to get the maximum damage output.
So they do take away the Moskov, just to take away a bit of that global presence that Moskov can put out. We've seen him perform pretty decently well coming into Season 11, and it is one of Vanix's signature hero. We spoke about the Valier, he's being taken out of the picture right now.
Yeah.
There are still a ton of marksmen available for Kingdom Esports, but one hero that they have to be worried about is the Krufra, which we know Lozi can play.
Yeah.
And the Krufra does well against both the Guinevere, the Khalid, as well as the Harith, the bouncing ball, stopping them from dashing across the map. You want your Harith to be able to do those chrono dashes in the Zaman Force. And on top of it all, another hero to talk about is also the Hylos. We mentioned it earlier, the Hylos running it down with the Glorious Pathway opens up for the rest of the team to follow up if the Leomord goes in with the Steed. So plenty available on the board. I think for Syndicate, do they really want to take away another marksman? We might see a carry banner here. Could also be a Claude.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky situation. If you want to ban out the marksman, I think for Freya, doesn't really do as well in the EXP lane as it would do in the gold lane, just because you have a little bit more lane control. Since your damage in the early game is the output is so much higher if you play a standard marksman, but then the scale, the question of scale actually comes into play. You don't really have that one hero to be able to bring you over to the back lines, and we know how Lawsy, Vanix, that kind of composition and chemistry operates around. Lawsy likes to be that big daddy protecting Lord Vanix from harm's way. Will we be able to see that in Kingdom Esports today?
Yeah, another hero to talk about is actually going to be the Farsa, because we know Hawks can play that Farsa.
Yeah.
That being said, there is a Leomord, a Freya, and a Valentina. So do they actually just take the Farsa, run it down, burst the front line as quickly as possible? You do have a Guinevere and a Khalid to set up for you in the Violet Requiem, as well as the Raging Sandstorm. So I think it's not too bad of a pick, and what they're lacking over here is just some follow-up from the Guinevere and the Khalid.
Yeah.
So, or they could just go purely, one hero which I love and I think should be picked up more often is the Nana. No jokes, no jokes aside, really. I think the Molina Blitz, as well as the fact that you have crowd control.
Yeah.
It's just
you have to transform.
Understated hero. I would just put it as that. But they do go for the Xavier. So
Okay, a little bit more zonal control, area denial. Actually, come to think of it, I don't remember the last time I saw the interaction between the Molina Blitz and a Leomord. If he transforms into a little thing, will he go on the steed still?
Correct.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that interaction might be a little bit broken. If there was a Nana right there, okay, but Xavier getting picked up right here. I think zone control for them is really impeccable. They have two major frontliners who's able to protect and leash that damage and those early skill shots from Kingdom Esports. Now, on the other side of the table, for Kingdom Esports, lacking a... Okay, they're going for the Yuzhong, sitting in the EXP. Vanix is going to play the Freya in Lawsy's back to basics with the Gato.
Yeah. A little bit more crowd control for the team, especially with the first 3 picks. They were lacking a bit of crowd control, and I think that's what Gacha brings to the table. And Yu is just really good. You know, you can dive the back line,
Right.
Especially with the Xavier and the Harif. This is what Yu can bring to the table. I will be expecting a Petrify,
Yeah.
so that's added burst that the Yu can bring. As for Syndicate Esports, well, they are left with potentially the jungler. So I think for the jungler, Suyo is still available if they choose to go for it.
I think Guinevere will play in the jungle with Bray.
Possible.
Got the
Remain steadfast.
yes, Sora EXP lane.
So it's
Okay.
going to be a Guinevere jungle that's going to be picked up by Bray. Well, I was kind of hoping for a Suyo here, just because I think his skills are a lot better as compared to the Guinevere. However, like we mentioned, Bray has that sort of play style to play around the team. So
Yeah.
if you look at the way the team is set up right now, a lot of disruption setting up for Gira on this Harif, so they will be expecting their marksmen to perform. Hopefully, ideally.
I think with this setup, definitely Kingdom Esports would have the area control upper hand in terms of, hey, if Losey goes in, everyone just uses their ultimate. Yawn coming in with the Phantom Steed, Freya coming in with the Valkyrie's Descent, and then maybe Hate stealing away the Raging Sandstorm from the hands of Qzaz and just jumping in all together. You get the Dragon coming in as well. So it's really an in-your-face kind of composition and draft, but it kind of, as we've seen in Evo versus Ignite Gaming, that might not work out as well as they expect. So going into the first game, it's up and away for Kingdom Esports on blue and Syndicate Esports on the red. It's a early game speed run, both of the jungles starting off with the purple.
Yeah, this could be a really fast game, especially for Kingdom Esports. If they can snowball this Freya and Leomon, we could see an early game. And I was kind of surprised to see Sora picked up as a last pick for Syndicate Esports, given that there is already a Valentina for Kingdom. So interesting to see whose ultimate hit steals. I would believe with the Kali, but see Array getting a bit of punishment.
Oh, that's a 3v1. First blood over the hands of Slowly.
Yeah, a bit of a mispositioning coming from the Yuto here, underestimating the damage output coming up from both Qzaz and the Sora, and it is going to be Slowly that picks up the first blood. Pretty good, I would say the perfect start for Syndicate Esports. Not so much for Kingdom.
It's sort of like Ray wants to risk his life for that gold crab. It's like, I don't think it's worth it. Just give it up. There's too many people there. You can't even jump out. You're only level 1. And it's a little bit too high risk, high reward kind of situation. What are you going to do with a little bit more EXP and you lose your life? You're going to lose an entire wave. And this is what I think Array is feeling right now. Facing up against Slowly, you don't want Sora to scale too much.
Yeah, it's very vital that the Sora gets that level 4, especially with Turtle coming up.
Yeah.
Because the Shifting Skies is going to be a huge utility for the side of Syndicate Esports. And then for Kingdom now, is just making sure that they buy time for Losey to find those pickoffs. He hasn't had his level 4 yet, Avatar Guardian, but he does have the taunt. But Qzaz, look at the damage that this Kali is really putting out. Syndicate Esports is just so comfortable with this Kali pickup.
Yeah. Getting stopped up by the Mystic Field. Bray trying to find an angle, unable to do so. Slowly stuck all alone, able to dash out of the way. But Hawks finds Hate and takes him down. It's 2-0 for Syndicate Esports. The Turtle starting up, pulled over to the side of Kingdom.
Yeah, no hurry on the side of Syndicate Esports, you know, just buying time for Granny to get level 4. Like Dragon popped off.
There's Phantom Steed, this Yawn with a lot of damage. Bray comes in, swoops it up with the Retribution. You get a Dawning Light from Xavier, just hitting onto 2 targets. Yawn falls as well. Slowly, finally risks his life, but comes back in. Vanix with the Valkyrie's Descent, able to clear up shot from the back line. And Syndicate able to split everything up. They got the Turtle, but they're up ahead in economy.
Yeah, good steal coming out. I wouldn't say steal, but good secure coming out for Syndicate Esports. But the re-engagement from Kingdom, that's the damage output that we've seen the Freya be able to put in. Vanix coming out, sweeps up 2 Qs for himself, picks up Gira there, who finds himself in a not so ideal position. That's not where you want to be, but interesting rotation coming out for both teams. You know, both goal laners coming from the top just to join into the fight.
Yeah. Qzaz giving a little bit of intelligence. That's a 2-for-1. Terrified, stunned up, locked up, able to walk away as Hawks comes in, unable to hit that Mystic Field to block them out, but it does not matter. But there's a lot of damage coming in from the mid-game duo from Kingdom Esports, and they're not on the back end yet. They're still farming up a little bit slowly. You got a Phantom Steed already coming through. Bray melts it to infinity and beyond as Kingdom Esports equalizes the kill score.
Yeah, this is what we want coming out from Kingdom Esports. Just run it down, especially with with an aggressive draft that can do well in the early game, you want to find as much pickoffs as possible. And now Gira under fire.
Ooh, Vannix able to get the Valkyrie's Descent, able to heal everything back up. The Dawning Light will just tickle Vannix as he's back to full health. It's 3v1 as Vannix just taking everything on by himself. Man, Vannix is a force to be reckoned with. Syndicate Esports now finding themselves in a bit of a kerfuffle down the mid-game. Kingdom Esports, though, slowly shifting away. Turtle getting spawned up in the next 10 seconds. The Syndicate Esports just playing it slowly, playing it a little bit more passively, trying to understand what the situation is, but they've lost their economy lead. It's back to, you know, an equalized scoreline.
That early game pickoffs that Syndicate Esports managed to find is kind of negated because of how aggressive Kingdom Esports have been playing. And yes, they didn't have the best start, but you know, they still have that damage output and of the heroes that they have, and it's because of the draft. And this is what I really like, right? Especially when you have a draft that doesn't really have to farm too much to have damage output. I always refer to them as cheap heroes. But now both teams setting up for the total fight here. Hawks just chipping away at Lawsy's HP. Well, has to be a little bit careful there. You don't really want to be dropped down too low. But the passive will allow you to heal that up. Now both teams clearing away that mid lane. Hawks forced to burn the flicker.
You get an AoE, AOG jumping onto Hawks and able to survive as Hate unable to find another one on his own, trying to get away, but he's got the shifting skies, able to just blow a barrage onto the side of Syndicate. There's 2 down, 3, 4 for the side of Syndicate. It's Kingdom Esports just clawing their way back up.
Yeah, good catch coming out from Head, stealing away the Khalid's ultimate and just diving in onto Hawks, forcing the flicker. But on top of it all, even better follow-up by the rest of Kingdom Esports, just slowly tearing away at Syndicate. Unfortunately for Slowly, hasn't really been able to find a clean engagement. Every engagement from Slowly feels so forced, right? And it's a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is, especially when, you know, your Khalid is trying to protect the Xavier. So
I think that is the main win condition for Kingdom Esports. If they find Hawks, if they stop him in his tracks and prevent him from scaling up into the late game, that is one huge AoE that is disrupted away from Syndicate. And I think that is the way that Kingdom wants to win this. But I like the way that they play their team fight. Is if one go, everyone follows. And it's so easy for them to chase up into a team fight, into a huge, chaotic death ball that rolls over Syndicate.
And not only that, they don't really have a backline per se. Everyone's just looking to join the fight. So Kingdom Esports is now just executing the draft, but it's more importantly, they are starting to take objectives, you know, securing turtles there. They did manage to take the tier 1 bot lane, and I think for the first time in a long time, they have started to take the lead, although it's not too much, 8-5, but you know, it's better than what we saw in the early game now.
I just want to talk about Bray just a little bit. 0-3 and 4 for this Guinevere. It's difficult for him to find any angle of approaches just because you need someone else from your team to leash so that you have a better position to jump in. Got AOG from Lawsy. Bray able to get away, but it's a 2v1. Qzaz is there for backup, but I don't think they want to risk it and drive it too much.
Yeah. Like I said, you know, the moment the draft ended, you knew what they had in terms of the game plan, right? You're making sure that Gira gets the farm up. And honestly, for Bray, he's going to be playing that self-sacrificial role in this Guinevere where he's just setting up for the fight, you know, being able to follow up with Qzaz and just hoping that Hawks as well as Gira can do the damage from the backline. So a little bit risky, but you know, that's what you get when you pick up a Guinevere jungler.
Yeah, you need that late game. Oh, Vannix with the Valkyrie's Descent so early on. I think it was a misclick or a miscancel, but we've got an easy turtle. So 2 turtles going to Hands of Kingdom, moving into that late game mark in the 8-minute mark. So I think for Syndicate Esports, they have a very late game draft. They do have 2 scaling heroes in form of Harith and that Xavier. So base protection already settled, checked. Kingdom Esports just need to find their way to increase that momentum and try to take them down to prevent that scaling opportunity that Syndicate Esports wants.
Yeah, good trade coming from both sides. I think for Syndicate Esports, they knew they couldn't contest the total right there. So they set up for Gira pushing up in the top lane, and well, for Vannix just doing what Freya does best, pushing, taking with tier 2 at bot lane as well. But we are starting to see Kingdom Esports slowly but surely pulling away. Even with lesser team fights happening right now, both teams just focusing very heavily on these neutral objectives.
QZS knows where Lawsy is, but it's just a little bit of a standstill right now. This is the library quiet time that we're talking about, at least for the next 70 seconds. So what is the layering that Syndicate really needs, especially for how do you want to approach any of these team fights? Do you want to be the aggressor, or do you want to counteract the team fights that Kingdom Esports brings to you?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard for Syndicate Esports to set up a fight, especially with the Sora pick, because with Sora, you need to land your first 2 skills before you can build up into Ultimate. The problem is Kingdom Esports isn't really giving that opportunity because they're constantly diving the back line. And look at Slow, he's like constantly backing off, and now Avatar Guardian comes in, they try to find members here, they can't find, but that's the thing, Kingdom Esports, they don't get punished.
Yeah.
They can just back off and...
Oh, they're coming back in, the Raging Sandstorm with the 3, that's a shifting sense on the 3 members. What a play from Slowly. Will Kingdom Esports be able to tank all of this down as 2 members from Kingdom fall, make it 4 as Array is all alone underneath the turret. Syndicate Esports making a beeline towards Array. There's a dawning light trying to slow him down just a little bit. Q's ass there for backup. It's a team wipe for Kingdom, and the Lord is wide and open for Syndicate's taken.
I love how they jinxed what I said, right? I was just saying like how hard it was for Syndicate Esports to find an opening, but Kingdom Esports gave them that. And I was just saying, Kingdom Esports is so hard to punish the team. Immediately groups up, gives the opening for Slowly to come in. My goodness, what a burst. And that was where we saw the potential of Syndicate Esports. We did say they have that team fight capability, but it's whether or not they can find those openings, whether or not Slowly can go in. And for Bray to just find that Violet Requiem at such a last second, but a pivotal one to stun up 3 members of Kingdom Esports and just turn the fight around onto their heads.
I have to agree 100%. And it's so high committal for Kingdom Esports. The entire draft needs to be utilizing their ultimates. We see Vanix going in with the Valkyrie's Descent. We see Lawsy AOG. We see Array throwing in the Black Dragon. But if they don't find anything, Syndicate Esports just waited out. There was a very good flicker into a raging sandstorm from Qzaz, and slowly following up with the Shifting Skies. And that was what tore Kingdom Esports down. There's no way you used up all your resources. There's nothing that you can use to defend. So right now, Lord marching up down onto the top side from Syndicate Esports base. Will Kingdom Esports be able to defend this? They're all very physical. They're all in-your-face heroes. Not a lot of base defense.
Yeah, I think for Kingdom Esports, you don't want to group up too much. Because that gives an opening for both the Sora and the Khalid to jump in with their huge ultimate. So I think a little bit more spacing, and that's what we saw happen in the last team fight where they were caught up, grouped up by the Sora to come right in and initiate for the rest of the team. And more importantly, they need to find this Xavier. This Xavier has been causing quite a bit of a headache of the Mystic field. So if they can find this Xavier like how they did in the previous game, or rather previous matchups and engagements, I think they would have been in a better spot. But well played to Syndicate Esports. They did not manage to secure tier 3, but that's pretty much all of the auto turrets gone.
Yeah, first Lord of the game anyway. So second Lord, 12 minutes into the game. It does look like Syndicate Esports, though, have full control of the map. Kingdom Esports playing it and threading very lightly, especially in their own jungles. Any false steps, any wrong moves, Syndicate Esports will come in and overturn and counteract any engages. And they have to wait out their cooldowns again because it's very high committal. So this is where, you know, Xavier's just popping off. Hawk's just using that dawning light like no tomorrow.
And this is how quickly the tables can turn in just one team fight. Remember, prior to this, it was Kingdom Esports constantly finding those pickoffs, 2 to 3 kills, getting kills with Xavier. And just because of one team fight gone, well, Syndicate Esports pretty much have dominance over the entire map.
Yeah, it's just every 10 seconds you see a dawning light from Hawks just coming in and just poking all of them down. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. You got the Phantom Steed already built up just to secure that orange buff. That's a huge resource already wasted. 20 seconds until the Lord comes up though.
Yeah, it should be back up by the time the Lord comes up though, but that dawning light just constantly being used to scout out members on the side of Kingdom Esports. And I think for them, they just need to set up a trap, and they're doing their best, but Syndicate Esports just not biting on that bait because they know they just need to secure this Lord and dive right in. And 2 huge items picked up on the side. We see the Queen's Wing for Bray as well as a Holy Crystal for this Xavier.
They're trying to buy some time and create a little bit of a wall to prevent the Lord from coming in a little bit too close. Got a Phantom Steed up again. They lock down Bray. Will be able to use that Winter Crown as Vanix tries to hit onto the back line. You've got AOG into the Dragon, and all of Syndicate Esports fall. You've got Jira going down. No more damage, no more slowly. Got Dawning Light to chase all of them away. Bray buys a little time to take Vanix down, so no damage dealers for the side of Kingdom Esports, but they're still coming in. It's all a fight. It's all chaotic.
And they do manage to find Hawks now. Re-engagement, but Yawn gets the kill on this Kali, and it's all down to Bray. He does have to sustain.
As Bray gets the wall, he picks up 2. He takes down a Ray. He might be able to turn this around as Bray takes down 3. He fights another. Oh no, the missed jump though.
Lozzy will walk away alive, but what a fight from both teams. Syndicate Esports, what seemed like a losing battle for them, and do catch a game. What a fight,
another.
And he does get Lozzy off the board. Now members of Syndicate Esports joining in as Bray not only survives the fight, but just pretty much wipes out the rest of Kingdom.
He's just too good. This guy, this ex-child prodigy, and right now he's so mature. With all those kills, the weight of the team on his shoulders, and just with that 1v3 alone, I wish we can see the replay later on, but that was just insane how he turned things around.
Yeah, it started off with a very good catch by Kingdom Esports, right? Managing to isolate Bray from the rest of the team, forcing him to use the Winter Crown, and more importantly, they managed to find Hawks on the backline as well as Gira, but they did not have enough damage to kill Bray off. The sustain coming in, especially with the concentrated energy, to find comeback and get 2 catches in one fight. 2 Violet Requiems.
And the way that he's building it, it's a utility Gwyn. It's basically just jump in, try to get that stun, try to prolong
Sustain
that
fight.
chain stun, sustain the fight, heal everything back up. You don't really need to have that damage because the longer you're in the fight, you're definitely going to melt everyone down.
Yeah, a little bit of chaotic situation for Kingdom Esports there, but it's so tough. It's so tough to find this Grenadier, but at the same time, they're going for one more try.
Oh, they found the flank though. Yawn getting trapped up by the shifting skies, but that's 3 members hopping around the trampoline as Bray is here to play.
And they do manage to find Yawn down back line, but Vanix still alive.
Oh, he's taking down one after another. There's nothing that Syndicates could do. It's Vanix, Lord Vanix, gunning it down.
And Syndicate Esports, well, they're counting their lucky stars. They did manage to survive the lowest 2 team fights, turn it around. But the moment that Bray is in a bad position, you can see Kingdom Esports is jumping in, and it was all initiated by Lozzy's Avatar of the Guardian, jumping in, isolating Syndicate Esports away from their backline, and then just giving the space for both Vanix as well as Yawn to dive in. Well, Yawn did go down, but at the cost for Syndicate Esports to lose 3 members there, and they do manage to defend a lot. So all things said, I think that was a pretty big win for Kingdom.
Yeah, all things considered, you're trying to equalize the score line. Syndicate Esports was at least 4,000 gold ahead of Kingdom, and right now they've equalized it. They're almost on full core items, so such that it doesn't really matter. But you see the damage coming in from Vanix and the heal potential that he has, especially from, you know, the Golden Staff, the War Axe that he has, and the way that he enters the battle, it's always after Lozzy's leashing up all that damage, and he's taking it one after another. And speaking of which, Lozzy tanking all that damage, and he's still walking out alive, prancing out, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's 30 seconds until the Lord spawns up. What's the play for Kingdom Esports? Should they engage? Should they risk it?
And it's all down to Lozzy once again. In those 2 team fights which we saw them won, it was actually the Avatar of the Guardian that opened up the fight. And look at the tone. Such a cute face.
No, he's just watching a show, man. It's a movie. It's a movie.
Well, movie it is, but for Kingdom Esports, like we said, it all comes back down to Lozzy, right?
Yeah.
It's about how you use your Avatar of Guardian. You might not land on anyone, but if you can isolate members of Syndicate Esports away, and that opens up an opportunity for both the Yuzhong and the Freya to find someone. I think that's where Kingdom Esports can find, a bit of a success in terms of opening up the fight.
Yeah. Vanix trying to maintain that lane priority. You really got the Zimmy Force hold down by Jira. It's all of a tricky situation. You got the Vanix coming down the flank. Dawning Light to suss out a little bit more information. It's 18 minutes, so the Lord is in hands. Because Syndicate Esports, finding one, will not be able to commit. It's Lozzy just giving a little bit more information. They know that they need to take Vanix down. No more Valkyrie's Descent. They just need to wait it out.
Yeah, good zoning away from Vedix, but they now dive all in onto Lozzy, who still survives.
But from the flank, though, Vanix still has a lot of firepower and taking down one, taking down two, as Vanix just goes ham. They're trying to buy a little bit of time, especially for Bray, able to jump out and back out alive. There's 3 members still alive for Syndicate, as Kingdom Esports takes the Lord all to themselves.
Close but no cigar. They nearly brought Lozzy down there. I think if Lozzy went down, that would have been a huge win for Syndicate, but unfortunately for the rest of Syndicate, they lost 2 members there. Kingdom just dragging this one out, just luring Syndicate Esports slowly but surely.
There's so much respect over to Bray because, you know, Yon knows that whenever the Lord comes down, you got Q's ass, able to use that Raging Sandstorm to get out the way, but not enough. Jira underneath the turret, trying to get as much damage as he can. Bray neutralizes the CC, unable to survive just for long enough. As Jira unable to do anything, he's all alone. The Lord all to Kingdom Esports' side.
There's so much patience on Kingdom Esports. They knew that, you know, they just need to wait for an opening. And I think Vanix just pushing onto the mid wave adds that little bit of a pressure, drawing that Khalid in towards the Lord. They're like, you know what, we might be able to go for a steal here, but, you know, they managed to isolate QZS away. And look at how aggressive Kingdom Esports is, just forcing out slowly.
Oh, there's a lot of damage though from Hate, but I don't think they'll be able to push it through that much further. Waiting in for that Lord, waiting in for the enhanced minions to try to get rid of at least all of the tier 2s from Syndicate Esports side.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of action coming out of Lozzy right now, whether it's opening for his team, in terms of initiating with the Avatar of Guardian, or even just soaking up the damage. And I think the good thing about this Gacha is that he can just disengage with the AOG. It's not only an offensive tool, but a defensive one.
Okay, Bray locks Lozzy into place, unable to take him down, not enough damage for now. You got the Black Dragon trying to push everyone away, zone everyone out. They got the T3. So Kingdom Esports found an opening. They are able to control the bottom side of the map now.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports finally taking the control of the battlefield back into their own hands. Going to be taking away the first base turret of the game. And look at Hate just nearly getting, I wouldn't say nearly, but he's just taking a ton of damage from Hawks.
You know, Aris, this is how Syndicate Esports actually like to play around, especially when you have Xavier in your possession. When you have a Xavier, you just sit in your base and just play base defense, tower defense, just sit in there, draw Kingdom Esports in. Don't need to commit too much. You've got that range, you've got the wave clear, you've got the firepower.
Yeah, but this Yuzong, right, being played by Array is just proving to be so big of a headache for Syndicate Esports. Every single time they want to follow up with Bray and QZS, they're getting zoned away by the Petrified, the Big Red Dragon.
Yeah, they don't have any backline defense, so if Hawks is left all alone, I think that's where Array and Vanix is trying to...
Same for Gira.
Yeah, find that window opportunity, sneak through, take him out, and then open up that floodgates for the rest of Kingdom Esports to gun it down. I think this creates so much play potential for Kingdom Esports, especially in the jungle. So that now that they control that bottom side, Syndicate Esports, they don't really have too much to risk. They could just potentially stay in their base, play tower defense, and just play that long-range game. Kingdom Esports has to go to them.
Yeah, ever since too much of a clean team fight coming from Syndicate Esports ever since that mid-game skirmish. And I think this is tough. This is a tough game for both Kira and Hawks, especially with the threat of the Yuzong, the threat of Lozzy jumping into the backline of the Avatar of Guardian. And I think they need to catch this Gacha in a better, clean spot. But Lozzy just not giving them that opportunity. He's constantly just making sure that he soaks up those damage, and at the very final moment, just when you think the Gacha goes down, he pops the Avatar Guardian, gets out, and comes in the rest of Kingdom.
Yeah, a lot of play potential for the Gacha, able to just chase up onto the back line or close that distance and escape. So there's a lot of play potential. You got that mid lane. There's a lot of damage taken by QZS. Still holding on so much more. Doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm, but I think it will come out. I think this is Kingdom Esports' opportunity now that the Lord is open. Draw Syndicate Esports out of their base and try to play towards that flank. I think that's the only way that Kingdom Esports is able to win out these team fights.
Yeah, we're starting to see the tank potions coming for Bray. They do jump on their Yuzong.
Good stun, but they have that immortality. Here comes Vanix trying to find that back line. Go to AOG from Lozzy, try to block up all escape routes. They're able to find Hawks though. Vanix is on a mission, take down that Xavier. Slowly goes goes down. Down goes Hawks as Vanix is just a one-man tank. No one of Syndicate can take him down. It's all for naught though. Bray is still alive, and Yon showing a lot of respect over to that Guinevere.
More importantly, the damage dealers on the side of Syndicate Esports is still alive. They still have Gira. But just so much to deal with on Kingdom Esports. That's on Syndicate Esports plate. We have the Freya, there's the Yuzong, there's the Gacha, but Yuzong taken out now. And look at how much damage Qza is just tanking from Vanix here. Still at full HP. Gira can't even find a way to enter.
He's got a Raging Sandstorm. He went in. He's playing with death. Right now, free and easy Lord over the side of Kingdom Esports is back to drawing block for Syndicate.
Now Lozzy slowly starting to gain that momentum that he needs as a Gacha. And look at the performances across the board of Kingdom Esports. The kills is being shared across. It's not like one man carrying, right?
Yeah.
And this is what we expected from their lineup. Every single member of their lineup having 4 to 5 kills. Obviously, we saw Vanix being at the back line, like you said, one-man tank, stocking so much punishment for both Gira and Hawks. And it's interchangeable at this point, right? It could be the Yuzong, it could be the Freya, it could be the Gacha, and on top of it all, you have Yon to deal with.
And I think I do want to bring up one point. Like, slowly does take a little bit of time to get his ultimate online. He does have to chain his first and second skills before he's able to shift the skies and lock down at least one member. The Bray locking down Lozzy's taking a lot of hits from Kate though. Let's go back for that regen. All three sides are getting pummeled down. You got Array on the back side, in too deep. You got Lord marching down there, aiming for that base, but will Kingdom be able to do it? And that is it. This is the first game over to Kingdom Esports.
A risky play in the early game, but they are rewarded with their patience. Kingdom Esports takes a nervy victory over Syndicate. At some point in the game, it felt like Syndicate could have done it, right?
Yeah.
A couple of good counter engagements. They took away all the outer turrets of Kingdom, but they were just not able to close the game out, especially against Lozzy. And look at that, the early game fights happening. Yuzong diving on the back line, Hawks getting zoned out of the fight. And this was where we said, okay, Syndicate Esports are doing really well, but we're starting to see Vang slowly pop off. Look at the damage output here. Gira caught in no man's land. Valkyrie's descent on him. And this is where Kingdom Esports were like, okay, we got the damage, let's just constantly look for fights.
Yeah, I like this team fight in particular. You look how Vanix goes in, Lozzy's always on his back. It's like they never left anything, and this is a duo that has so much composition, chemistry over the past couple of seasons that right now, whenever Vanix goes in, Lozzy is there to body block. Lozzy is there for backup.
Yeah, and once again,
this is the counter attack.
Yeah, this is a huge setup coming out from Kingdom Esports, but they find no one. And Syndicate Esports like, all right, it's time to go. Sora comes in, catches 3 members there, and this is at the point where we thought, all right, Syndicate Esports, they have the game back in their control. They team wipe without losing anyone. They secure the Lord, but this play coming out from Kingdom, look at that. Avatar of the Garden comes in, hit, jumps onto the backline, catches 3 members by stealing away the Sora's ultimate, and this is where Vanix just goes to town.
I think the issue is Bray's just not empowered at all to do his thing because it's supposed to be slowly coming in, shift the skies, and then Bray jumps in to just follow up, chain that CC, chain that stun, and Gira just slowly burns everyone down. But there's not enough sort of like prerequisite setups, especially from Slowly and Qzaz, that Bray is unable to be empowered to do his thing. He does have that play knowledge, he does have that mechanics, but it's just not enough damage. They're coming through from Syndicate to be able to follow up with those stunts.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to be revealing the MVP of game number 1, and it's going to be Lozzy on this Gacha. 4 kills, 3 deaths, but more importantly, 12 assists. And obviously a little bit of a slow start for the roamer of Kingdom Esports, but eventually he just needed the time and space. And I felt like this was a really weird game dynamic. Because Syndicate Esports, we mentioned at the start, especially in opening phases, it felt like they needed a lot of space for Sora to find the fights and the Kali. And the moment Kingdom stopped giving them that space, like they stopped giving them the opportunity to re-engage, stop making mistakes, Lozzy just playing a little bit more passive, finding the right engagements, Syndicate Esports could not find their way to close the game out.
Yeah, and it's a feast for the eyes on the way that Lozzy plays, especially with Vanix, because these two are the players to definitely look out for Kingdom Esports. Lozzy is the one that activates Vanix. Whenever he goes in, Lousy is there for backup, and I can't understate this enough because once Vanix is there with the Freya, he's chopping everyone's heads. He's dealing that damage. He's healing everything back up. Lousy is just empowering him. It's like, hey, just hit. I'll taunt the enemies so that you're safe to just click that button.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a little bit of dirty work, right? A lot of the dirty work being done by both Hate and Array to set up these team fights as well, for the Yuzhong as well as the Valentina to not only, you know, be able to do the damage, but zone away the Harith and the Xavier. Majority of the time we see Hawks just poking away from far, but the moment the Yuzhong popped the Dragon, it was really tough for Hawks to find a good spot to land that Mystic Field, and this is where the rest of Kingdom Esports could just run ham in that team fight.
Yeah, I think picking also the Sora into the Valentina wasn't a very good idea.
Very dubious decision.
Hate already has the ultimate ready at all times, but slowly he still needs to chain up his first and second skills in order for that to happen. So Hate just goes in, uses the Shifting Skies, and locks down at least 3 members. Every single time he uses that, he's coming in, he's dealing the damage as well. This Valentina is not just a pure utility Valentina, it's like the damage does come through. Especially if you're Hawks and you're Jira, it's hard to play around this, because if you're in too deep and everyone's just jumping into your face, there's no way that you can reposition yourself. So props to Kingdom Esports, played a heck of a game. Syndicate Esports, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think the game plan for Syndicate Esports, at least with the draft, was that, alright, they have a Valentina, but let's just take the Sora because they're looking to dive us. So with the Sora jumping in, it's more often than not that we will be able to catch 2 to 3 members, and they did, right? But the moment Kingdom Esports stopped diving in recklessly at better engagements, picking their fights a lot more smartly, that was where Syndicate Esports had trouble re-engaging. Well, I gotta say, both teams played decently well, but Kingdom Esports eventually, with the experience and the aggression, I think to a certain degree, slightly more composed lineup.
Yeah, I do like the fact that, you know, for Kingdom Esports, they really needed this win.
Yes.
Really helped them along the power rankings. They've fixed up some things. Shaky in the early game, shaky start for them. But for Syndicate Esports, I thought that they had the early game in the bag. I thought that they had everything that it took.
Well, to be fair, Kingdom Esports kind of gave them that opportunity, you know, that pocket of spaces to come back. Remember the huge team fight near to the bottom side, they got team wiped. So it was really more of Kingdom Esports slip up, and you know, obviously credit to Syndicate for capitalizing on that mistake. But like you said, it doesn't really feel like too one-sided.
Yeah.
It felt like both teams could have walked away with a victory there.
Well, for sure, it's a 24-minute game in this matchup. And, you know, what are some of the changes that Syndicate needs to make? I don't think that anything was wrong with the execution. I feel like just Bray was carrying the team. I don't want to understate this. It's Bray making the plays, making the setups. He's trying to pull everyone together, and he just can't do that alone.
Yeah, I felt like I would have loved to see a little bit more impact, especially coming from Gira on this Harith, because I think the game plan for Syndicate Esports, like we said, was really to make sure that the Harith had the space to find those engagements.
And he did. He really did the entire game.
Yeah, but he just didn't have maybe not so much of a draft issue, but they couldn't take the Freya down.
Yeah.
And wherever they took the Freya down, there was also the Yuzhong and the Leomord to deal with. On top of it all, you have a Valentina stealing the Sora's ultimate. So a lot on Syndicate's Esports plate to deal with. Goes both ways, I would say. But I don't think the Sora pick did them any favor there. Yeah.
I feel like picking the Sora after the Valentina was already shown, that was basically a shot to your own foot. It just creates a lot less pressure that your Sora could deal, and you have to watch out more for the Valentina to come up. And the Valentina has now options. You can choose either Sora's ulti, or you can choose the Khalid's ulti. It doesn't really matter, because the entire team's draft and composition is situated around, I want to get into your face, I want to get into the midst of battle and create that death ball so that you can't really prevent yourself from escaping.
Yeah.
And not only that, I think for Syndicate Esports, they have to watch your 6. And what I mean by that is a lot of the engage that they lost was because the flanks, they're coming in from you know, Kingdom Esports, especially from the Leomord, especially from the Vanix's Freya, is just so hard to predict for them. And it's not that they don't have that vision play. It's because they are too hyper-focused in protecting their two core mid lane and gold laners.
It was a really good ban coming out of Kingdom Esports. I think Valeo would have done a lot of a better job in terms of a hero kit just to stop the engagement coming out of Kingdom. And I think they identified it pretty well, especially in the second phase ban. They took it out completely. I think another hero that could have considered was also the Minsita. Minsita just does well, especially in the team fight. Sets up really well for the Harith.
Direct counter to the Freya.
Right.
You really need that dash, so...
And the Valentina as well. The Valentina.
Oh yeah, you can't bring dash out of the...
That being said, it also could have been a risky pick because at the same time, when you know your opponent has a Minsita, you don't really want to look for team fights. You could have just gone for split pushes. And Minsita is just very slow to rotate.
Right.
Yeah, so he's kind of like, yes, he has this huge crowd control, huge kit around him, but your opponents knowing that you are Minsita won't go looking for those fights.
That's right. That's right. And I think for the EXP side, having that Sora versus the Yuzhong and having Array getting that early death, it should have worked better in Syndicate Esports early game.
Yeah.
But the fact that Array was able to come back after that early game blunder, spend a little bit too much time in the opponent's jungle, there's not a lot of backup. It's just a little bit difficult for Syndicate to swallow right now. I think that first game was really, really tough, especially for the early game.
Yeah, they were counting a lot on Bray opening up those fights.
Yeah.
To jump. And more often than not, it was only Lozi that he could find, right? Because the rest of Kingdom Esports was just waiting at the back line, waiting for Lozi to kind of engage with the Avatar of the Guardian. And if he does get jumped on, that's where they jumped onto the back line of Syndicate Esports, who unfortunately, more often than not, were not able to run away from the grabs that Kingdom Esports have in terms of the draft. But now coming into Game 2, well, would you say that this could potentially be a 2-0? Because I felt like Game 1 was close. I felt like just a little bit of tweaking in the draft, tweaking in terms of the win conditions for Syndicate Esports, and we could have a real battle on our hands.
Well, to answer that question, we have to define a couple of things. The first is draft for Syndicate, and also, you know, Kingdom Esports really has that momentum we're going through. They already found their groove, they already have that momentum, they are here to win it, and as any team wants, we just want to go home early. So after they win, they had that first game win, the second game, I think they understand how now Syndicate Esports likes to execute those game plans, and I think it might make them a little bit more confident going into the second game.
Yeah, I always feel like when you see a Freya getting first pick on the opponent's side, you kind of know how the opponent want to play.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like Kingdom Esports was hiding any sort of a secret pick, secret draft. You always knew they were going to play like that, especially with Freya. They're going to run at you. They're going to find those fights. They're going to force certain fights that might feel a little bit comfortable, especially when you have Harith, a Xavier who needs a bit of time to set up the fights, a better positioning in terms of the back line in order to not get caught out. And I think they did pretty decent. They did pretty decently to a certain extent.
I do want to just point out a little bit of the matchups, especially for the EXP side. Array has 7 unique hero picks every single game. It's a new hero. He's played only one hero twice, and that's the Arlott. For Slowly, though, he has 5 hero picks, unique hero picks, but not doing too well. He is, you know, struggling in the EXP lanes. I think it's also quite clear to see during the laning phase, he was struggling a little bit with Array. He wasn't able to, yes, he has that early game damage advantage over that Yuzhong as a Sora, but once it hits the mid game after the first turtle, I don't think Slowly was able to hold himself well. Do you think that the role adjustment is really biting him in the foot?
To be honest, I feel like it's really more of how the team wants him to play, right? In that particular matchup, picking up a Sora there, your role as a Sora is really to just dive on the back line and use your huge ultimate to catch out members there. So I don't think I wouldn't put it too much thought into thinking whether or not it's adaptation to the role. Rather, more so of how can the team utilize a player like Slowly to their best advantage. We know he's an aggressive player.
Yeah.
We've seen him play aggressively in the jungle. Now coming into the EXP role, he's playing heroes like Joy. He's playing heroes he's been a pivotal damage output for his team.
So I think for EXP, he is not really that much comfortable in those tanky setups.
A lot more damage. A lot more
Put him
damage.
on a damage hero like Lapu Lapu.
Even though
Yuzong,
they could pick the
honestly, the Sora was a very good pick in the previous game, but I don't think there was enough, again, setups that was good enough or clear enough for him to be able to do his thing and provide that damage output. So again, going into the second phase of the draft, the first phase of the draft, game number 2, the Phovius, the Marcel is getting banned out by the side of Syndicate and the Kingdom Esports, choosing to ban out the Freya as well as the Glue. Don't want to face up against the Freya anymore. And like you said, 100% ban pick rate for that Freya herself.
Yeah, I think for Syndicate Esports now, taking away those picks that make it very comfortable for Kingdom Esports to be aggressive with. They do take away the Marcel, and I would expect a Jusing ban to come off the side of Kingdom Esports. That is one of Syndicate Esports' comfortable heroes, especially when they are on the first pick.
Speaking of the first pick, I think there is a lot of advantages. You're able to set the tone of the battles, able to set the tone of the game, especially so when you have so much options right here. If you want to ban out Leomort, you're keeping the Juicing, you're keeping the Harleys open. You have the Fannies as well if you so wish to play that Fanny. The Juicing getting banned out by Kingdom Esports, trying to force them in a precarious position.
Yeah, there's still a couple of picks, like you said. The Harley is open. Another hero is the Khalid, which Syndicate Esports love. I think almost 70% of the games that I've seen Syndicate Esports roam with, it's either the Hilda or the Khalid. So wouldn't be too surprised to see the Khalid come out again, or at least in the games that they won.
Right. For Khalids, though, I do want to point out that for these two teams, it's 100% pick rate for the pick ban rate for the Khalids for both sides, between these two teams. So it's quite interesting. Very hotly contested hero, especially for Lawsy as well as Qzaz. So we want to try to make that play. You've got first pick Moskov. That's a little bit more stable. You want to play towards that late game, and you know that you have that late game split push advantage.
Interesting to see them pick up the goal laner.
Yeah,
especially first. Pick, right? Yeah, I would expect like a Harif or maybe even like a carry, but a Moskov first pick, well, that kind of shows a little bit of your game plan, right? You're going to be going for the split push. You want to go into the late game where the Moskov does really, really well, especially with enough farm and space to kind of get your items under your belt. But for Kingdom Esports, picks up again 2 really strong heroes that scale throughout the entirety of the game, where they take the Harley. We've seen what the Harley can do throughout the season. The Valentina is also a really good pick, and this just shuts off so much possibility for Syndicate Esports, because they at the back of the head, they're like, all right, if we do take the Khalid, once again, we're giving away the Raging Sandstorm. Right? If we take the Gacha for ourselves, that's going to give it over. And now, for Kingdom Esports, they're feeling so comfortable, especially on the second pick.
Man, the brain of youngins just right there. I think, especially what you said, you pick up the Valentina, they can pick whatever they want. Kingdom Esports is still going to have that utility that they provide. So, like you said, man, Hate is going to have that Raging Sandstorm as well. So if you want to jump in, try to set things up, that's going to be an issue. Bray did very well in the first game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So that is a pretty good pick going into Syndicate. For Kingdom Esports, though, I feel like they don't really have too much risk at this point. It's pretty much the same draft. You're just replacing the Harith with a Moskov. You go for the Claude, so it's a late game goal lane battle. We won't see so much action until we reach at least the 13-minute mark.
I think if you're youngin at this point, for Kingdom Esports, you focus a lot on the mid lane bans.
Yeah.
You ban away heroes that can kind of choke out the team fight, heroes that can kind of push this Harley or catch this Claude out of position. And on top of it all, we haven't really seen too much coming up for Hawks. We did say he loves to play those artillery mages, kind of similar to like a younger Roy to a certain degree.
Like a Roy, yeah.
And we've seen the Xavier being picked up now. They take away the Lilia, so that really sets up a lot of frontline picks for the side of Kingdom. And I think for Syndicate Esports, on the other hand, you do start focusing on those EXP bans, or especially the roam bans, right? Maybe the Cho, maybe the Hilda. Those are two picks that are still really decent for Kingdom Esports, especially the Hilda, right? You don't want a Hilda running into your face, and especially bullying this Khalid in the early game.
I think it can soak up a lot of the different ultimates coming in, and from if you're Hilda, I think Lawsy might very well pick a Grok this time around, especially when you're playing around broken walls. You're able to build that wall to just prevent that approach if you're Syndicate. I think it was good bans all around, and like you predicted, looking to ban out all the mid lanes that would make a difference in the early phase, early laning phase. Taking out the Lilia, taking out the Zetian, you don't really have that much firepower to clear out those waves and control the mid lane. So it's just Kingdom Esports having the Valentina, a lot of damage, a lot of pushback force.
Another pick that does really well here is also the Ballerine. For the side of Kingdom Esports,
Ooh,
right?
yeah.
Denial, especially with the Grenadier and the Kali who's looking to jump in. You sold away members
as well.
Yep, and against a Moskov, you're just able to just soak the damage and punish the rest of Syndicate Esports. However, I don't think we'll see. I don't think we'll see a Ballerine. It's just one of those wish lists, right?
Yeah, I think a high loss might work very well for Kingdom Esports as well. So now the Gato Gacha, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Lawsy's already 2 picks. 2 wins, 100% win rate on the Gato, so he might be able to play this well. I do want to point out that, you know, for Kingdom Esports, taking out all of these mages, there's not much left on the table. If you pick up the if you pick up the Farsa, you're actually playing into their own hands with the Harley. You have the deadly magic. You are a sitting duck, essentially.
Yeah, and even now, with the Gato Gacha being revealed, I feel like Valier doesn't look too good anymore.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, there's a Harley and a Valentina, you know, Valier doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
But it does provide the CC that is needed to follow up. They do go for the Nana. So finally the Nana comes up. Hey, I did call it.
They've been watching your streams.
I called it, right? The Nana is a decent picker.
I called it a Lapu though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you got the damage from the XP side, so I think that's the change that Syndicate needs. They do have a little bit of utility coming in from the mid lane for Syndicate. The last pick will be that R-Lot. It's only picked up, 3 times right now from Array. 50% win rate, so it's a toss of a coin for the side of Kingdom Esports. But we do have a lot of different factors into play. I feel like the mid lane trio for Kingdom Esports is especially strong. For Syndicate, I feel like Nana personally is a toss of a coin.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot more balanced here, right? For Syndicate Esports, they're not too reliant on just the Grenadier to pick up the fight. Lapu can do his own thing as compared to like the Sora, where you need a lot of setup. You're looking for that huge team fight. Instead, what Lapu brings to the table is the ability to just use the Bravest Warrior, jump in the back line, soak a bit of punishment while dealing a decent amount of damage. So yes, you don't have that huge CC that Sora puts on the table, but what you have in return is someone that's a lot more independent, and you don't really need too much setup to be effective in team fights.
Yeah, 100% agree with what you say, but it's lights out and away we go. We're rushing into the early game speed run of the control of the jungle. And you have, I think Kingdom Esports does have the Valentina, so you do have, you know, Melina Blitz, the Nana's ultimate. You do have the Raging Sandstorm, if they so wish. So there is a lot of options in terms of damage coming in from Kingdom.
Yeah, once again, the de facto early game aggression coming out from both roamers. It's kind of like a repeating scene for every game now coming into Season 11, where every single region is just going for these aggressive roams, looking for those early game team fights. And the game just rewards these fights, right? Even by giving away the first blood, I think the risk kind of warrants it.
And actually, I want to point out also that you know, Nana has that second life away. Lawsy taking a little bit too much damage. Hawks might be able to use that boomerang to try to chase up Lawsy, but to no avail. As Kingdom Esports take what they can, clear that wave, and get out of the way. In the goal lane, man, this is just going to be a... Vanix is actually controlling the wave really well.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a mismatch, right? Early game, you know the Claude's definitely going to be doing a lot better. Moskov, not so much, but if they can reach that late game stage, this Moskov is going to be that win condition. So I think for Syndicate Esports, once again, like the Harif, you're just buying time.
Yon already on that level 4. Might be able to look for some easy pickoffs. Hawks is not going to be very easy to take down just because the second life just disrupts that deadly magic from Harley. Lord spawning, the turtle spawning up in 10 seconds. Down goes Array, so the bottom side, Array 2 times in early game. That's first blood given away to to Kingdom.
Yeah, but now they know that the aggression from Bray is coming up. Lawsy getting caught. I think he goes down here.
Might be able to survive just for long enough as Bray takes him down as well. It's 2 for 0 for Syndicate. As the turtle wide and open for Syndicate's taking. There's not a lot of setups coming in from Syndicate as of now. As Array trying to force it. Might be able to take down Cube's ass. Able to heal everything back up though. The deadly magic not so deadly anymore.
Yeah. Exact carbon copy of game number 1 where we saw them getting fight, but this time around the Violent Requiem comes up, nearly taking out Hot.
Oh. Blazing Duet, unable to do too much. Still pretty early in the game, but nice rotation in from Vanix to try to get a little bit of a consolation prize from anyone from Syndicate.
Yeah, more farm going ahead in the way of the gold lane of Kingdom Esports, and Lawsy just tanking up all this punishment. And as long as he doesn't go down, well, even if he does, it's not too big of a loss for Kingdom Esports because they're just buying space, right? At the end of the day, the Harley and the Claude is the one that's going to be the main show, per se. They're going to be the ones that will find the pickoffs, the ones that they will love to scale. But for Vanix now, has to be a little bit careful about his positioning, while Syndicate Esports are looking for a pickoff.
Bray is so good with the Grenadier. I think it is almost 100% of the time he hits his spatial migration, so that is one thing that Kingdom Esports has to look out for. Taking a look at itemizations though.
Yeah, still a league game, so a lot of items still not built up, but we're really starting to see that goal lead between the Guinevere and the Harley, especially with that first total going the way of Syndicate Esports. But the Blazing...
Ooh, Raging Sandstorm though onto Vanix, unable to follow up though. Big resources wasted, but I think it's a toss of a coin if they want to take Vanix down.
They do burn the flicker, so that is a huge flicker being taken out from Vanix. That being said, look at Kingdom Esports. They're just ready to jump on whoever steps this in, and Turtle coming up for 15 seconds. Will we find our first victim?
So shows a little bit of desperation, but Array, nice slash and reposition, taking out Jira, so no Moskov for this next turtle. And there's a big time loss over on that Moskov as well. Bray caught in the middle, Lawsy taking a lot of damage, Revitalize throws him away, special migration into Hawks, who takes up that kill. As he dealing a lot of damage, that's the Raging Sandstorm into the Flicker, unable to chase up against Yawn. With huge resources already used up by Syndicate, try to push everyone away. As Yawn tries to go in for a sneaky play. Bray won't let that happen, young one.
And the level difference definitely proving to be the favor for Bray down there, but look at how much farm Vanix has got out of all of this. Yes, they did manage to, they didn't manage to get the goal lane, or rather the turtle, but Vanix is pretty much just farming all that globe plating. And not only that, it was actually Gira that died in the mid lane earlier in the final slash.
It's a really unfortunate positioning for Jira. I know he wanted to rotate over. There's Deadly Magic. There's a little bit of a stop there as Jira goes down to the hands of Lawsy. He might have been able to give it to Yawn or Vanix just for that top lane
back to back champion. you never let up, right? You never let up.
This is my kill, by the way.
You always secure all those kills. You take what you can get. Well, Kingdom Esports now starting to find that rhythm, especially after getting the kill gear in the mid lane. They're starting to apply more pressure, trying to bring Vanix into this rotation of theirs.
Vanix, right now, taking up that T1. There's a lot of space being opened up on that top side, but slowly proving to be a force to be reckoned with as Vanix able to steal away that gold crab and dash out away.
It forces the Rivers Warrior out as well. This is going to be a slippery Claude for Syndicate Esports. Now, that being said, the final slash puts Hawk in a bad position.
We're able to force out that flicker, so this big resource wasted for Syndicate.
Now, I think for Syndicate Esports, like I said, as much as Kingdom Esports have come back, you know, it's similar to game 1 where all is not lost.
Yep.
Right? They still have a late game security in Gira on this Moskov. I think coming into this season, his performances have shown that he can carry the game and put his team on his back if he does have the farm, if he does have the space. And I think for Kingdom Esports, it's all about shutting this game out before Syndicate Esports allows that to happen.
I think Array, at this point of the game, he is showing so much value in terms of those team fight engages, the final slashes. It's already on point. Hey, taking a lot of damage. Lawsy in the midst of all of this. He's got an AOG, trying to disrupt that team fight, trying to buy some time. Was over the wall, though. Stopped by the Raging Sandstorm. Lawsy really toying with death at this point. It's down low. Bray will pick up that turtle as Lawsy, he's just walking all gung-ho.
Yeah, it's just so much dominance coming out for the side of Syndicate Esports when it comes to these turtle tanks. And it feels like Kingdom Esports, while, you know, while they would not like to, it doesn't feel like they're faced. Because it's like, you know, we give away a turtle, but we're going to find an objective across the map. And once again, yes, we do lose the turtle. We might lose this tier 1 top, but look at Claude. Look at Vanix. He's just constantly farming. He's just waiting for the time for this Claude to scale up.
Oh, nice final slash down the mid side. Hawks getting pushed out of position. Able to put that second life into position as Array wouldn't let that go. Hate will fall by the hands of Bray. Unable to escape from that one. Array is also getting split up from the rest of the group. There's a blazing duet by Vanix. There's a lot of damage onto Bray though, as Vanix able to get out of there with the mirror. Array just walking dandy. Two men chasing him. I think he's dead. He's definitely dead. Oh, wait. Okay.
Potential outplay.
But look at Vanix though. A lot of damage getting put on by Qzaz. The melt potential is there.
Yeah, but more importantly, Yon did manage to pick up the shutdown on Bray. So that kind of even things out for Kingdom Esports. On top of it all, they do manage to get even more farm on this Claude, who has 2 assists now.
Yon just waiting for it. Hawks doesn't have the second life as Lawsy tries to chase him down with AOG. Yon goes down. He's trapped in the middle. Lawsy trapped in the skies. Vanix trying to gun everyone down from the backside slowly with the bravest fighter. Locks them all into place. That's a great setup for Syndicate Esports to run in and shut 4 members down.
The Moskov finally finds his impact in this game. 3 kills, triple kill for Gira there. They take away the tier 2 bot lane. And now this Moskov has come alive. And for Kingdom Esports, what looked like a good setup in the mid lane there, just got caught out of position. Gotcha jump in the back line. They dive so hard for Hawks on this Nana, but they get punished for overstaying and overextending.
This is where things get a little bit tricky. We're seeping into the late game territory right now. This is the first lore of the game. Lawsy trying to find a little bit more intelligence so that Yon has a better position to come in through. His bravest fighter already locked down. Is stunning up 2 members on the back line. Lawsy will lose his life. It's a little bit too close. Yon takes down slowly. Bray takes down that Lord. Jiro again with a double kill. Hawks guns it down with another one as Jiro picks up another triple.
Gira just popping off to town, and how has he evolved from the previous few seasons where we spoke like he needed to rise up. It's time to carry, and now coming into this game, double triple kill like you mentioned. This Moskov seems unstoppable at this point, but so much credit to the rest of Syndicate Esports, especially on Qzaz on this Khalid 0-0 and 12.
It's just so annoying.
He's involved in pretty much the entirety of all these engagements that Syndicate Esports have been in.
I think the issue right now for Kingdom Esports is how do you deal with a Moskov who's free farming on the side lanes and he's able to join in any of these team fights. Kingdom Esports likes to play together as 5, so it's easy for the SOD to hit onto any one of the members and overturn the battle. And he comes in at the right time. He's just leashing out, baiting out all those skills. And Syndicate Esports running over the team fights.
Yeah, on top of it all, they need so much to deal with it. Once again, they try to dive on Hawks, the daily magic use. They can't even find this Nana. And like I said, it's just finding it so hard to tear this Guinevere and Khalid down. Yeah. And so this begs the question, if this goes to game 3, do they take this Guinevere out of the draft? Bray's just doing so much work in this jungle Guinevere.
I think, to your point, Bray in this game is very, very empowered. Qzaz woken up, hitting those Raging Sandstorms. Slowly is in his zone right now. He's finally found his drift. He's finally found his stride as a Lapu Lapu, dishing out that damage, waiting for the right time and throwing in the bravest fighter and overturning the battle. So he stays a little bit longer when Kingdom Esports wants to pick and go.
Yeah, and they don't have to look for the right situation. They can always go in with the bravest warrior. But Kingdom Esports was hoping to find someone in their own jungle. They do fight slowly, but
he does have the ultimate ready. SOD doesn't land. He's trying to hold that trigger. He doesn't want to push it in. There's a spatial migration onto the right player. And Vanix unable to do anything at all. AOG keeps Longzy alive for just a little bit as Bray will finally shut him down once again. So long, big brother. You got Vanix 0-3-2. And in the early game, he's all free farm. Kingdom Esports was able to buy so much time, but at the late game territory, at the 12-minute mark, Vanix was unable or is unable to do anything at all. Jira's just up and online.
yeah, they're just trying to fan away Syndicate Esports, who are up ahead. Yon dropping to half HP. Bravest Warrior lands! He lands on the Harley and they find the pickoff on Yon. What a timely start coming up from Slowly.
He landed right on the hat. I know, Yon, oh man. Yon was trying to dash away. He just predicted he would return. What a play.
All luck, no skill.
It's all scripted. It's all scripted from Slowly. Man, they're feeling good about this. They're emoting. They're recalling. Syndicate Esports sitting at a comfortable 8,000 gold lead. At this point, it doesn't really matter that much. But Jira is just full item right now. At any point of time that there's a fight, Jira will come in.
Yeah, you can see how just like a slight tweak in the draft just enables them to play a little bit more freely. They don't really need to find those spaces where Sora needs to be impactful, right? You have a Lapu now, and with the Nana, you know, with that passive, you know you can afford to get punished, but there is still that Molina Blitz. You still have the aerial denial with her second skill. And on top of it all, Gira now having the freedom to split push and still join the rest of the team fight.
Yep. Hate predicted the spatial migration, able to dash out just in time, but she's got the SOD, so, but it doesn't really matter. There's not a lot of set-up potential that Kingdom Esports is able to do. Array got that final slash baited out by Bray, so that's a good play from the ex-child prodigy. The Syndicate Esports bring the Lord, carrying him down on that bottom side. Lord touching the throne. This might be it. Jira takes a lot of damage. Yon on the back line as AOG drawing everyone in. The Lord is down to half health. Yon taking a little bit too much damage. Might not be able to survive this as Hawk takes him down. It's 4 members in. Kingdom Esports is unable to push through with a sweep. But Syndicate finally found their footing and takes Kingdom down.
Fantastic play coming up from the boys on Syndicate. And like I said, it was all about the draft. And you know why they won? There's only one reason. It's the Nana pickup.
It's the Nana pickup.
It's the Nana pickup.
It's so hard to just find him, deadly magic, and take that down. And it's also that range play that you have with the Molina Blitz and you have with the Transform. So Harley comes in, Transform, unable to do anything. Harley pops back slowly with a nice read onto the hat as well.
I think more importantly, it's about how they executed the draft. It feels like chains are being lifted off them. And look at this engagement. Even with the Spear of Destruction being missed off, you can see even without the Moskov in this fight, they had so much more that they could have dealt with. And look at Bray just soaking up all this damage from Vanix. Yes, he does eventually go down. But as we start to see this game progress, look at that.
This was the fight.
They dive onto the Nana. Yes, they do pick him off. But look at the rest of the team from Syndicate Esports. Given just having free license, he farms out, clears away the mid lane, comes in and secures himself a triple kill.
Yeah, he's just gunning everyone down. Look at him coming in from the flank. And I remember discussing about this with you in the first game. And look at how slowly it was able to perform to the T with the Lapu. He's just holding on to the bravest fighter until he knows that is the crucial moment that he needs to stun everyone up. Nice little lockdown from Jira. Good first pick Moskov. And Kingdom Esports unable to outdraft Syndicate Esports at this time.
Yeah, unfortunately for side of Kingdom Esports, even towards the end, Lawsy just trying to buy as much time, and this was pretty much the entirety of the second game, where compared to the first one, you could see them just diving in, but without the Freya now, they just lacked that early game aggression that they had in game 1. Now game 2, they were so dependent on the Claude, and if the Claude wasn't in the fight, they just couldn't burst any members of Sindicate Esports down, despite having the Harley.
Yeah, and just really high potential. Bray was very empowered in this game. Jiro was also very empowered. I think the biggest shift was the EXP presence from Slowly. With the Lapu Lapu soaking up that damage, disrupting that backline, creating space for Jira to come in and just hammer everyone in. I think for Slowly, this was his game. I think he might have that MVP potential.
I think even more so, it's actually Khalid, right? Because yes,
Hughes has played a heck of a game this one.
I think Slowly shined in this game because of the stark difference between Sora in the first one and the Lapu. But for Qzes, his Khalid was just so pivotal in zoning away the members of backline. I mean, credit to the way that they drafted, because in this game, they didn't really have to worry as much as the backline as compared to the previous one. But looking at this, look at that. Kingdom Esports, despite having the Harley, despite having a pretty decent first phase of the draft, they were not able to run havoc as compared to game 1 with the Freya. And Syndicate Esports, look at that, look at Gira. 8, 2, and 5 on this Moskov, and like you said, Qzes 1, 0, and 17 on
Definitely MVP for Syndicate Esports.
The game feels like he deserves the MVP. So
the game feels like
who am I to deny him, right?
I would also argue that Hawks played a heck of a game and a heck of a strategy in baiting out the Deadly Magic. It's to no avail. Like, you want to use that Harley's ultimate onto a Nana. You get the second life already popped up, so what? You have so much other potentials. Hawks is not down, and he's up and about.
Yeah, I think there was
just a couple seconds.
It's just not as much targets for Harley to pick off in this game. I think he's a good first pick, but I think the response coming off of Syndicate Esports to pick up both the Nana and the Moskov, they recognize like, okay, you know what? There's going to be a Harley in this game. We're going to pick up the Moskov. He's going to have Flicker. So if he does pop up the Deadly Magic, Moskov's just going to flicker away, Abyss Walk, and then, you just Abyss Walk away, and then just Flicker. For the Nana, she's going to have the second life. He has Flicker as well. He has the Molina. So, I think overall, a lot more balanced in game 2.
Yeah, I do want to point out Slowly as well. I think this game, he really showed up this time around. First game, every single team fight he's in, he sacrifices himself. But this time around, whenever he's in, he sets up for the team. This gives Bray a lot of potential in that spatial migration combo into his bravest fighter. So this was Slowly showing up in terms of, okay, this is the hero that we want. There was a lot of experimentation, a lot of trial and error in the first week, in the first day of the second week as well. But this time around, now we know that Lapu is his hero in the EXP.
Yeah, I think it's even more important to note that every time that Syndicate Esports has won, they have always been on the blue side. They have always had the first pick. And I think it's a little bit of favor to them because they forced the second team to actually ban away the Freya. Whereas when they're on the second pick and they leak through the Freya, we saw what happened in game 1. So now coming into game 3, the question is, will they be on the blue side? And if they're on the red side, do they take away the Freya?
I think a lot of teams like that red pick potential at this current stage. It gives a lot of potential for, identifying and understanding the draft and just counteracting what your opponents want to pick. But, hey, it's all down to what the coaches and what's actually in their minds. But we'll find out after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. This is Game 3 between Kingdom Esports against Syndicate Esports. My name is Churros. With me here is Aris, and we'll be your casters for the entirety of today. We'll be keeping you company as we move into this last game of the third match of the second game of today.
Third game of the second match.
You know, a lot of confusing.
Of week 2, day 2.
Week 2, day 2.
Week 2, day 2. A lot of twos there. A lot of twos.
A lot of twos.
Two.
My birthday is 02.
You know what's really would be better if this was held on a Tuesday. Second day of the week.
The second week of the second day. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so coming back to the meta at hand, right?
So,
1-1,
coming back to meta.
even between both teams. And I was very impressed by Sindicate Esports.
I am very impressed,
and
yeah.
more even so, I'm even more impressed by Gira. Like, given the space, given the farm, I think we spoke about this before. You give him that opportunity to carry, he will do so. And he started off slow on this Moskov.
He's just warming up. He just woke up. So.
Yeah, and to a certain degree, he was kind of bullied in the laning phase as compared to Vanex's Claude, who was doing a superb job at zoning him away.
Yeah.
But the moment he had the freedom to farm, picking up his first triple kill in that series, I think that's where he started to pop off, and he never looked back.
Yeah, gotta agree with you 100%. I think Vanix is still slightly better in terms of 1v1 mechanics.
Well, he is the GOAT of gold lane.
He is the GOAT of
right?
gold lane. So Jira is definitely going to suffer a little bit in the early game. But once everything starts to piece together, once Bray gets his stride, once Slowly does his thing, when they get that set up, empowers Jira to really pop off as the gold laner, as that gun it down kind of guy. And you also talked about one of the conditions for Syndicate Esports. Every single game that they won, it's on the blue side. So right now, I don't know if Syndicate is going to be on the blue side for the third game of this BO3, but it is going to be a very, very interesting kind of lineup, especially for the third game. First game, I think Syndicate Esports and Kingdom Esports, they're evenly matched. Second game, Syndicate Esports was entirely dominating over the course of the match. In third game, I think if Syndicate Esports is able to ride on that momentum, they're able to push through and win out this game in a 2-1 series, or Kingdom Esports might have woken up something, throw a little bit of youngin magic and pick some experimental heroes so that, you know, Syndicate doesn't know what to expect.
I think the question backs: do do they lick the Freya for Syndicate Esports, right? Especially now coming back into the second pick. If they lick the Freya, I think they're in a world of pain again, like we saw in Game 1 where Kingdom Esports capitalized on the momentum. They know how to play around this Freya really well. They just forgo the entirety of the backline. They pick up the Gada Gacha, which we've seen Lawsy play to a very effective degree. Even in the second game, it took them quite a while for Syndicate Esports to break Lawsy down and bring the Moskov into play. So coming into game number 3, if the Freya comes in, I don't think that's going to be a easy hero to do against.
Yeah. And I do want to just pick your brains a little bit on Harley, because it's been hotly contested in not only Singapore but other regions as well. What makes him so good, and what are conditions to Harley's success?
I think first off is the mobility, right? Secondly, you have the license to just go in, burst someone, and go out. So it's kind of like a non-committal as compared to other assassins like a Lancelot or even like a Suyo, where yes, they do have dashes as well, but the fact that you can just engage from so far away, you get pop off, it takes so much to hunt this Harley down. That being said, we have seen teams deal against Harley quite effectively, basically just not giving them an easy target to pick off, especially in Game 2 where you saw Moskov and the Nana. Unorthodox picks, and this is what Harley doesn't really do well against.
Yeah. I do want to just point out also that Harley is also very heavily momentum based.
Yes.
So if you don't secure the kills in the early game, if you don't get your farms, if you don't get your power spikes fast enough, I think ultimately in the late game, you're a sitting duck. There's not much value that you can bring to the table.
Especially when you don't have crowd control.
Yeah, you don't know crowd control. You only have mobility. You have the element of surprise, and that's pretty much it. Okay, jumping into the third game, Syndicate Esports doesn't have their nice little blue side pick, so to speak. And in this case, what is their strategy for drafting?
Yeah, now there's a certain heroes that they have to give away to Kingdom Esports, right? On the second pick, they've been away to Marcel. I'm expecting like a Zhu or Fanny, one of them. Now the question is, coming back to the Freya, do they ban it, right? We've seen it, Kingdom Esports is very similar to how they ban out in first phase. They ban it with the glue, they ban it with forwards. I'm expecting a Hilda ban. And that means that Sindicate Esports will most likely pick up the Khalid once again. So they do ban it with the Freya this time around.
Okay, threat 1 confirmed.
So I think for Kingdom Esports, they're going to follow through like their first game pick, where the Hilda gets taken out. They do favor the Gada Gacha, so I think both Roma's picks are kind of boring, but stable at the same time. Stable at the same time, right? That's the keyword that we're looking for.
I feel like this game, Kingdom Esports might contest for the Khalid as well as the Valentina. Just so that they have a lot of lockdown power and options. And Kingdom Esports finally taking away Bray's signature Guinevere, at least in Season 11.
Yeah, it's a handful to deal with, especially in the first 2 games. Even in the game that they won, they took so much to bring Bray down, and Bray was that game changer for them and the turning point to a certain degree, especially in Game 1 where Sindicate Esports had a breath of life of them. They nearly got wiped out. In fact, they did get wiped out by the Guinevere there. So taking away the Guinevere on the side of Kingdom Esports, I think that's really good. That's really smart. It kind of limits what Bray can do in this jungle. I think for Syndicate Esports now, the question backs, do they lick the Zhu through?
Ooh. Fair point. No, they won't. They won't let it leak through. They answered their question immediately after. In this case, I think for both teams though, you have the Valentina that's hotly contested. The Khalid is definitely taken away from Kingdom Esports, not giving it away to Syndicate. There is the Gata trait as well, since both roamers like that. The chip might be in question.
Alice is also open.
Yeah.
Right, we have always been seeing that Alice ban in both games for the first pick. So Alice is now open for them, but I think there's better heroes on the board, right? There's the Harley that we talked about, still very effective despite not finding the win in that second game. Another hero to look at is also the Moskov, which Syndicate Esports love. There's a lot of stability on Gira when they pick up the Moskov. And who doesn't love a bit of crowd control on your marksman.
Yeah, Jira's already picked up the Moskov 3 to 4 times this time around. It's a 50% win rate. They might pick that up again to deny Kinman Esports from any of that. So it's the Harley and the Moskov. I do like this combination quite a bit. You have options to translate your players on over to the side lanes to maintain wave priority. But right now, I think it's also conditions for Harley to be successful. In Kinman Esports' point of view, there is Khalid. You give that vision, you open up that vision, and try to disrupt Bray's farming patterns.
Yeah, what's really good about the Khalid first pickup for Kingdom is that they can pivot him into the EXP lane if needed. Right, we can see Array play this Khalid if they need to, and they do follow up with the Leomord and the Harris, so this just adds more flexibility to the side of Kingdom Esports, not really revealing where Khalid will go to, so this keeps Syndicate Esports on their toes. I think this is where you pick up a mage, right? I think Nana did really well for them in Game 2. It feels like it still is a good pick, but Valier is also open.
I think Valier would be a much better pick, especially with the Leomord
and the
Khalid. The Raging Sandstorm, you push them away. The Phantom Steed will not reach its target. I think that might be a better option, unless you want to go, you know, Valentina, Lilia, wave clear potential so that you empower Bray to find targets fast together as your a roaming trio. But the Kalea will be picked up first. Qzas gets one of his hotly contested heroes, so that is a positive for them.
Yeah, I think for Syndicate Esports, you start banning away either an EXP or a mid laner, just because, yes, well, Khalid can go into the EXP. It's quite unorthodox, especially coming into this season. You want that aggressive roam in the Khalid, the early game potential, don't really need items. You can just go ham at level 1 to punish those soft supports, and especially up against Khalid. Khalid does pretty decently well to a certain degree. So we'll see the Valentina ban out. You know, you don't really want to give away too much to the side of Kingdom.
The clouds are ever shifting.
Sora getting banned out as well on the side of Kingdom Esports. So I think an Alice ban will come out for the side of Kingdom.
I don't think so. I think Lapu might be a better option for Syndicate. There's just too much magic power. I mean, Hawks, you're going to put Hawks in a magic position. You have Harley at play. It's easy to build against a magic team in terms of defense. If you have something like Lapu, you need at least an AoE stun for the team to come back in and counteract any of these engages. You only have a single target stun with the Tsunami Slam from the Kalea. If you have something like a Khalid who's able to soak up that damage and create that opportunity to come back with physical damage, I think that would be a better pick.
But they do take away the Yuto away from Kingdom Esports, which we've seen Kingdom play in the first game, and they just took away Terizla. So lots of options available for Syndicate. You spoke about the Lapu, Alice also available on board. Uranus, not too bad here for the split push. And then that becomes a problem for Kingdom to deal with when you have a Moskov and a Uranus. That's 2 lanes getting pushed out on either side, and both heroes are really, really tough to handle. Not really, really nice like Benedetta. A little bit unorthodox. I haven't really seen Slowly play the Benedetta, but it would be nice just to see something different.
He's definitely played the Benedetta in the jungle when he was in Vanguard in the previous times. But I don't think the situation really brings it out to that. You have the Esmeralda. Okay, Nana gets picked. Okay, interesting. Zaman Force into the Nana's transform. That would be a problem. You see the interaction between the Phantom Steed as well as the transform as well. So there's going to be a lot of hurdle for Kingdom Esports. And I think I agree with your point, especially from a couple games ago. Nana would be a really annoying target to deal with, especially when you're all grouped up together.
Yeah, I think what Nana brings to the table more so, at least for the side of Syndicate Esports, is the survivability. Right? This is something that Hawks always has trouble dealing with up against a very aggressive Kingdom Esports. So I think what Nana brings to the table is that you have that second life. You can afford like a get out of jail free card if you do get caught out of position. But Kingdom Esports, they do pick up the Lilia and the Uranus. So very team fight heavy comp on the side of Kingdom.
It screams very early mid-game composition to me. You get the Uranus being on the offside, proxying the wave into the T2s. You got Lilia pushing out the waves as well. Very aggressive with the Leomord and Khalid combo. So that last pick from Syndicate Esports, I think it's going to be a tricky situation. If you want to have the CC as well, I think it might work.
End of one thing.
It's going to be the Esmeralda. Okay, so it's a movable object versus an unstoppable force. A throwback to Season 3, MPL SG Season 3, with Esmeralda and the Uranus. So overall, which are you favoring and which team has the advantage?
I do prefer the early game aggression coming out of Kingdom Esports, just because there is a Khalid and a Lilia. But on the other side, Gira picking up his comfortable Moskov. I've always been a fan of, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? So they have the Nana, they have the Moskov. We know Bray can play aggressively on this Harley, but even more so, I think slowly on this Esmeralda just does so well into the Harif. The question is, will Kingdom Esports play like how they play in Game 1? And, will Vanix be able to find his place in these huge team fights? Because on the other side, I do feel that Harif takes a little bit too long to farm. That's the reason why, I'm kind of dubious about the draft. But that being said, it is Vanix and it is Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point about Harley, it is Bray. Do you make any hero work? As we jump into Game 3 of this best of 3, winner takes all. Syndicate Esports trying to claw their way up, and Kingdom Esports trying to fight against relegation. Yon already starting on the orange buff. I don't think Syndicate Esports knows anything about it. Bray being pushed in by Lawsy, so intelligence play. Bray does get that purple buff, but right now, Syndicate Esports, you're going to find out that orange buff is actually missing.
Yeah, and like I said, the early game aggression that this Kali brings to the table, this is what they can do to Bray, right? Constantly invade, not giving Harley the space to farm. Yes, Harley scales really well and really quickly, but he still needs those levels to hit that level 4 before we see an impact coming in from this jungle.
Yon also took away that Lethal Wanderer. The Lawsy getting forced that flicker away from Q's ass. I mean, might be a misclick because I don't see a lot of value to that flicker play. But then again, though, I think for Kingdom Esports, that was a very good start for them, especially Yon taking away the crucial resource that Syndicate Esports needs for Bray to get that power spike on level 4.
Yeah, so question kind of answered here, right? We asked the question, will Kingdom Esports play as aggressively as they did in Game 1?
Yes.
They took it,
yes, they did.
They took it up even a second notch, right? Up a notch. Just to invade, get the red buff. And they kind of suspected that it was a coin toss, right?
Yep.
Will the Harley go for the red buff, the blue buff?
I think they sort of know that Bray is moving towards that purple buff. Lowsy already gave that information away. So Yon was already in a precarious position. I think it doesn't really change too much because it's a risk that Yon took. Even if the orange buff was in contest, Yon does have the early game damage to push Harley away from his own jungle. Now the turtle is going into the hands of Kingdom Esports. I don't think Syndicate Esports has it in position to be able to contest for this one. Lowsy taking a lot of damage. Bray going down low, and they're contesting for this purple buff. Slowly, already in position. Lawsy eating up all of the magic, deadly magic. Jira takes first blood away from Lawsy, but they flew too close to the sun as the Phantom Steed will get stopped in his tracks, able to push them back. Bray dealing that damage from the back line. Kingdom Esports gunning it down. Yon with a double. And Syndicate Esports trying to run away with their life. Hawks with a pixel left to his name.
Common copy of Game 1. Kingdom just constantly running it down, not giving Syndicate Esports any space to breathe. And even for Bray, who has just hit his level 4, he's still getting invaded by Lawsy.
Very aggressive Tsunami Slam into the turret. Lawsy able to put that flicker to save himself, but that's a lot of information. Bray still level 4, Yon 2 levels ahead. You got Leomord, who's constantly snowballing in the early game. You got early 2 kills that would amount to a lot of early game damage, especially onto that top side.
It's now Operation Total up here, and well, for Bray not having as smooth as a game, now that gravity is taken away from him, and this is what I'm afraid of for Syndicate Esports. Can this Harley find his place in the battle? Well, I did say that the same thing for Vanix on this Harif, so
yeah.
I think the mid game is going to be super important for Syndicate Esports now. Can they delay enough time for Gira to farm up?
Yeah, QZS doesn't have the ultimate I think that was the plan. Just throw everything onto Vanix, try to pull him back and try to get that kill so that Vanix doesn't have that farm that he needs. Core power spike for Yon with a War X already built up from him. I think the only issue for Syndicate is, can Bray try to stay afloat long enough for him to become useful as a Harley?
There are still some targets that he can find. First and foremost, it's going to be the Lilia. However, she does have those boots to get her out of trouble.
You get Vanix, you've got the Purify and the dash out of the way so you don't get the full brunt of the damage, but Vanix is 1v1 onto Jira, able to take him out with the Xayman Force underneath the turret on a 1v1. And Kingdom Esports showing a lot of signs of life with this first turret fight. Phantom Steed onto Slowly, able to dash out of the way with the Falling Star Moon to bring herself over the wall as Kingdom Esports taking the main objectives. Bray taking down the purple buff, trying to steal a little bit of a consolation prize for himself as Qzaz stunned up, locked up, able to jump away, but here comes Slowly to try to find any form of pushback into Kingdom Esports.
He might be able to get stunned here. They do, but Vanix still up the safe lane. Lawsy diving in. They do find Lawsy, but they do have more than enough in the back to counter-engage Kingdom Esports. Vanix.
There's the Xayman Force locked down onto the wall. Bray jumps back in. A little bit of a tricky situation with that much low health. He takes himself out as Kingdom Esports 4 kills to 2 and 3,000 gold lead. Jira, nice play away from the T1. Yon coming in. That's a lot of damage. And Jira unable to survive that flank from Yon.
Yeah, they want to end it fast, and they're doing it really, really well. Kingdom Esports just not only are they not giving Gira the space to breathe, they're finding kills on this Harley, they're finding kills on this Moskov, and Qzaz on this Kalir hasn't been able to stop this Khalid, right? He's Lawsy just have free reign. Yes, he's died twice, but look at how much he's taken out from Syndicate Esports. It just takes so much to bring this Khalid down. Or rather, this Khalid down.
Yeah, I think also for Bray, it's going to be hard for him with the Deadly Magic, but in the midst of the jungle, Hawks already popped that second life. Yon's already on the back line. He takes down Slowly. Yon take care of the Nana. You get a Tsunami Slam into the turrets, but to no avail as 3 members of Syndicate fall. There's 5,000 gold lead. The Syndicate has to crawl their way back up again.
Now Gira just doing all that he can to find space on the map. He will get the tier 1 in the top lane, but jumps immediately into the fray. Hit! Just abusing his ultimate.
He's got the Deadly Magic. Able to get out of the way with the black shoes. But for Kingdom Esports though, this is looking like a snowball turned avalanche.
Yeah, this is tough, it's tough. They have single target hits, they have single target pickoffs, but they just lack the raw damage as of now, especially with the game that Bray had to deal with the early game. Now he might just die here.
Ooh, underneath the turret though, Vanix with the sneaky steps into the Xayman Force and taking down Bray again. Can't do anything. That's 3 levels behind of Yon, who's 4-0-2 on this Leomord as well. So Syndicate Esports, man, it's all defensive from here. On the bottom side, Jira falls as well. Another kill for Yon.
It's kills all over the map for Kingdom Esports. Wherever they go, it's unsafe. At the top lane, they're getting popped. The bot lane, Giva getting found out. And even now, Bray doesn't even have a single jungle camp to take. He's only level 9 as compared to his counterpart Yon. He's already level 11. Lords coming up in less than 2 minutes here, and I don't think Syndicate Esports have enough in the back to even contest this.
Slowly getting blocked out by Array, but Array is a thick regenerative boy as Hawks trying to find a way back out. Lawsy taking a lot of damage, Tsunami Slam into him. Array soaking up that damage and healing back up everything again. Kingdom Esports just too far ahead. Syndicate doesn't have that damage.
8,000 gold lead from Kingdom Esports, and they're not slowing down. They're taking more, taking tier 2 at the bottom, taking tier 2s at the top.
And they're keeping them at their base. Syndicate Esports can't even come out, not even a step.
Yeah, Gira now just having to sell for scrums as he waits for those waves to push in. But look at Kingdom Esports.
Slowly tries to find a consolation. Does not have the ultimate, no Falling Star Moon, but able to heal everything back up once again. Here's the Phantom Steed, finally pops that flicker. He gets out safe for now. Syndicate Esports just playing this game by the tail.
So methodical, so disciplined, and Qzaz has to force the flicker, does get the ultimate in, do they get in?
Slam.
Finally gets the kill to Lawsy, but now with those huge ultimates out of the way, do they have any more in the bag to contest for this Lord?
Kingdom Esports not giving them enough momentum, not giving Syndicate enough momentum to claw their way back up, but Array just soaking up all that damage. Here comes Yawn. That's a lot of damage. Qzaz still barely staying alive. Yawn finally seals the deal onto Qzaz. The Kalea goes down back to the graveyard. Syndicate Esports unable to step foot out. That's almost a 10k goal lead for Kingdom Esports, and it's just the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, playing to the game to the T, and that is Kingdom Esports. Now, this should be an impossible take from Sindicate Esports unless
Bray shows some magic. Bray shows some magic into the Lord Pit, but this is just not enough. Array is just body blocking anyone from coming even too remotely close into that Lord. Free and easy Lord over to the side of Kingdom Esports, and all the King's horses, all the King's men are going to ferry the Lord over to Syndicate's base again.
Yeah, just look at the number of Purifies on the side of Kingdom Esports, and now they're not stopping, they're just walking in.
Lawsy with the Raging Sandstorm, blocking Qzaz in plays. Down he goes. Yawn with the Godlike, might be able to take another kill onto Slowly Hate, seals the deal, seals his fate onto that one, able to Black Shoes out of the way, and all the fights that Kingdom takes are under the turrets of Syndicate's base.
This red side debuff is just too much for Syndicate Esports. They're struggling against this aggressive line of Kingdom Esports.
This might be over. This might be it. Syndicate Esports are playing for scraps. SOD goes in. The Phantom Steed already activated by Yawn. They're trying to push their way through as Bray comes out, tries to do something, anything at all. The Lord falls down as Kingdom Esports buys that momentum, takes down that T3, and able to stay dominant in Syndicate Esports base.
And they're juggling the damage coming to the turret.
Oh, that burst from that top side. Hawk's getting taken down. Qzaz comes down. Vanix just showing that prowess. He's focusing on that throne. Syndicate Esports is gonna go home. And Kingdom Esports takes down game number 3.
Fast and Furious, the name of the game, and Kingdom Esports picked up where they left off in game 1, overruns their opponent, doesn't even give anyone on the side of Syndicate to breathe. And boy oh boy, what a clinical win from the promising, I want to say champions, but they're not, ex-champions in the players of Kingdom.
This is the expectations that we wanted to see. This is the expectations that Kingdom Esports had all along the way when they stepped foot in to Season 11. This is what we wanted to see all the way through. Taking a look at the previous, this game, it just shows so much momentum that Kingdom Esports has brought to the table. There's so much aggression. The rotation speed from Vanix from that top side matching what Jira is trying to throw onto the table. Everything broke down because Bray was unable to farm peacefully in his own jungle.
Well, I guess you answered your own question there, right? Why is Harley so popular? But on the flip side, it becomes a risk when this Harley doesn't pop off. And we posed the question at the start, can Vanix find his place in this draft to be useful? And boy, oh boy, he didn't even have to, because the rest of Kingdom Esports was so aggressive. They did all the heavy lifting for Vanix, invading the jungle, making sure that Bray doesn't have a good time. And look at that, every single time the highlight video is on, it's always in the jungle of Syndicate Esports. There was just no space for the red team to breathe. And look at that, even Slowly dying underneath his base turret. There was just nothing they could have done.
It's really a toss of a coin. Bray in the early game, I think once he was 4 levels ahead, 4 levels behind of Yawn. Basically, this Harley was a sitting duck. It's basically a 4v5 situation where Harley can't do anything. There's no viable open targets for Harley to take down. There's not enough damage for the deadly magic to work. And the MVP of the game definitely goes to Yawn. He's legendary with an 805. And he's always in the face of Syndicate.
Yeah, he had the perfect game. Going in, level 1, stealing with the orange buff, taking his own buff, getting the lethal is like a buffet for him at this point. And on top of it all, Lawsy was just doing the heavy lifting of invading jungle, delaying for his Harley, but well played to the side of Kingdom Esports. Every member shone in that lineup.
Yeah, I think this is just Yawn has so much space provided by Lousy, giving the intelligence over to the rest of the team. And it's sort of like a teeter-totter kind of balancing scale. Lousy goes in, tries to find out information, gives Array enough time to clear his own wave. Then Array goes into the jungle on the other side of the map. So it creates that teeter-totter that Bray can't seem to break through.
Yeah, he's nearly full build, by the way.
Yeah,
right? Well,
I think there's a Hunter Strike.
Yeah, not nearly, but I think that's the trend now. They just complete the Fairy Hill hammer for the armor penetration,
right?
And they just go on to going on to the War Axe. Yeah,
Pure
the War Axe, the Endless Battle. You know, very good cheap items to deal with.
Yep.
Because you can always build this half builds without completing the item to have those stats, raw stats in, and Yon just doing a very good job. Marksman Emblem, like you mentioned, kind of the trend of the century.
I think it's definitely
no, not trend of the century. Trend of the month, trend of the season,
trend of the season, trend of the season. But honestly, though, I think the Marksman Emblem is super critical in this moment since Yon knows he needs to invade into the jungle.
I think it's just attack speed.
It's definitely, right? But attack speed really helps with the jungle clear. So you're attacking 15% faster. You clear the wave 15% faster than
higher base damage
against
as well.
Bray. Bray is having the magic emblem, so you don't have that much have that much room for error, especially into the jungle farming. There you go. Then again, honestly though, I think for Sindicate Esports, this is a sort of like a turnaround and a reversal from game number 2. They were so dominant against Kingdom Esports in game number 2, and right now Kingdom Esports really show that they are dominant in this particular game.
Yeah, big shout out to the turn of how they kind of flipped the draft on the script. Obviously, getting the blue side, but more importantly, denying away the heroes that Syndicate Esports feel comfortable on. Taking away the Guinevere, pick up the Khalid for themselves, forcing them to pick up heroes which, yes, looks good on paper, but it's not really heroes that Syndicate Esports feel comfortable with.
Yeah, this is a huge win for Kingdom Esports, and they really need it to stop themselves from relegation. They are just a little bit away, but on the flip side, we had the last game of today, Clarity up against Absolute Zero. This is going to be coming up right after this break, so don't go anywhere. More MLBB, MPL SG Season 11 coming up right after this.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast. I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 11. This is the final game of, I wanted to say tonight, but it's still
Evening.
Kinda in the afternoon, late afternoon.
True.
But yeah,
Clarity Gaming versus Absolute Zero is going to be absolutely banger to watch. Both of these teams are on equal footing, 5th place in the seeded rankings. So whoever wins will be overcoming, and it's a lot of risk that these teams have to play around. One team will be relegated from the seeded stage. My name is Churros. With me here is Eris, and we will be your casters for the rest of today. There's just only one game left, and hopefully we see a best of 3.
Hopefully not. For my sanity, hopefully not. But for both teams and for the neutral viewers at home, definitely do want to see this go to game 3. But we've already seen a game 3.
We have already seen a
in the
game 3
series against Sindicate and Kingdom Esports. Went head-to-head, very equal in terms of the first 2 games. But I think for the last game, we saw what Kingdom Esports are made of. That being said, now headed into this series, both teams hurting for points. And I think neither of these teams want to go to the 3rd series. They want that 3 points.
Yep. So for a lot of the viewers out there, Clarity Gaming is, this is their first, the organization's first foray into an MPL SG season. They're led by Coach Riston, which is also the mentee of Coach Youngin. We've seen his coaching and drafting prowess. Oh, I think they used to be in the same team before. I think it was RSG way back in the day. Way back in the day. So everything that Riston drafted, and we talked about this off stream right before we start again. Riston is a master in drafting. It's like, I think there was this one game where they drafted a really uncounterable kind of draft. The Chip and the Odette in the last 2 picks. Like, how are you going to draft against that?
Yeah, I think credit to them, but more importantly, they did manage to get the Freya. So there was a really, a bit of a handicap, you know, on the opponent's side. So they did manage to pick up Freya, but very good to follow up with Isunjin Jungle, which we saw Ricky Wurst did really well. So that is one of the few players that I'll be keeping my eyes out in this series.
Yeah, and speaking of players, I think later on we'll see the lineup in full. But it's do want to talk about Iron Ryan. He has been in the scene for quite some time, and he has been shown a lot of growth, especially in EXP lanes. I think when he was in Vanguard in Season 9 and Season 10, there was a lot of talks about like, hey, can he perform? He came in Season 8, if I'm not wrong, and he was like, hey, he wanted to do his own thing. He wasn't really comfortable in his own skin. He wasn't really comfortable in the way that the draft kind of worked. But in the mind of Ristons, I think he was getting the heroes that he so desperately needs. He's been playing the roam in a really particular methodical way that Clarity Gaming was able to play around him, and the chemistry was shown really well.
Yeah, and I think for Vendetta at the start of Absolute Zero, we saw him play the Benedetta yesterday. I think it was really good. The thing about these 2 teams is they have exceptional plays in moments where they showed their brilliance, individual prowess, being able to carry the game on the back. But what we're looking for in these 2 teams is consistency, right? Because individual prowess and individual, ability to carry the game can only bring you so far. Like we saw in Syndicate Esports, when Bray doesn't have a good game, especially in Game 3, you saw how quickly Syndicate fell apart. So same for these 2 teams coming into this series. Can they work as a team, right? Do you have a backup option if your main carry doesn't have a good game?
It's really tough. I think for Syndicate, it's a different case because Bray is the one with the most experience in the team itself. And yes, there is a lot of changes in accordance with the roster. It's still a Frankenstein team. They're still trying to find their groove, trying to find their footing. But for the side of Syndicate Esports, I think if they understand that if they lose their key player, that's it. I think it's very difficult to come back. It's hard to try to find that momentum to be able to play again. But I think for Clarity as well as Absolute Zero, there is quite a bit of experimentations that's going on. We've seen the Selenas getting picked up by Clarity. We've seen the Valiers, the Odettes being picked up by Clarity as well. So, I think even for Absolute Zero, there is, the Lunox getting played again. So the experimentations coming in from both these teams are quite interesting, to say the least. But, hey, keeping us comfy today, I do want to give a huge shout out to Ergotune with all of these little adjustments.
For those that don't get the sound, it's the sound that the chair makes when you You move that.
Do I actually hear it from? I hear it from the mic when we do it.
I'm not sure if they. Okay. But shout out to all our sponsors and partners as well. Just a reminder, the MPL SG Season 11 is brought to you by Moontan and Pulse Nova Entertainment. It's presented to you by Speedy Ninja. We spoke about the giveaway diamonds, or rather diamonds.
We can speak about it again.
Oh, we can. Right, so all you gotta do is head on to MPL SG official on the Instagram page and look out for the Speedy Ninja giveaway post. They're giving away 1,071 diamonds to
We have to say
5
the
lucky
exact
winners.
number.
Yeah, exact number. Sorry, it's such a specific number, and they're giving away to 5 lucky winners. All you have to do is head on there, follow the post, follow the page, like the post, and that's as easy as it gets. Giveaway closes on the 24th of May, so head on down to get yourself some diamonds. On top of it all, a big shout out to our partner in Esports, SGA, Indomie, Kalbi, Roto, and last but not least, we'll mention it again. Ergotune. That rotating sound was like, I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
Ergotune.
I do want to point out the fact that this is one of the only chairs, I think you can see it on stream right here. This is one of the only chairs that enable you to have like 360 degrees, but not only that, it's like 720 with the movable arm. So if you know about playing positions. In playing positions, you have Powerful, who likes to lean over the table. If you're one of those kind of table players using all 10 fingers, you can do something like this.
And tell me more about this.
Oh, that is
What
the
is this?
Future
What is
Water
this?
Purifier.
What is this in between us?
Future Water Purifier. It is the FTL 010GY model.
Very nice.
It's operating at 240 volts, 50 hertz of power. So that gives a lot of filtration power for those of you who like clean water.
Very nice. Very nice water. Very beautiful. And on top of it all, a big shout out to our sponsors and partners once again for making this possible. That being said, all the players are sitting on those chairs. All the players are hopefully using those purifiers. We spoke a lot about the teams. We spoke about the matches that happened previously. Anything that surprised you so far in today's games?
I am surprised that Suyo wasn't picked up at all. In a lot of other regions, Suyo is one of the most hotly contested, if not the most hotly contested hero, especially in the jungle. Provides a lot of utility, provides a lot of engagement and ambush power, has very, very fast jungle clear. You're able to snowball a lot with him. You're able to shift between a defensive and an offensive form. And I don't know why a lot of teams are just throwing Suyo to the back of their minds and not picking it up. Is there any reason for that?
Well, I think Suyo has been played in the opening weeks, or rather the opening week. Yesterday we saw a couple of Suyos as well. But heading into the second week, I think the focal point is a lot of teams are falling back to their comfort picks. Right? Bray on his Guinevere. We've seen a couple of Harleys getting picked up as well. Harley still has a lot of momentum in the jungle. And so it's not so much that Suyo has been casted aside. I think it's more of the teams want to scale quickly, right? And that's why they picked the Harley, and that's why they also maybe, use Suyo as a backup option. We saw Baxia. Getting picked up by Kingdom against IG. So it's not like Suyo is not in the pool there.
Yeah, it is sort of in the pool, but it's very situational to what the team wants to play around.
I don't think they look at it as a first pick material. I think it's more of like, if there's a Harley available, we go for the Harley. But yeah,
Yeah. So I think this is a really good time to talk about the meta shifts.
Sure.
There is a lot of talks going around the ML community, not only in Singapore, but all over the Southeast Asian region, that, this is the time for the EXP laners to really step up. We've seen a lot of hero revamps like the Aulas. We've seen a lot of hero revamps in form of Freya and all that kind of other stuff. What is the direction that we're going for? What kind of gameplays are we looking at?
I think it's exciting times. Right. First off, we're not seeing the same EXP laners getting played again and again. I think it's one of those.
I remember that time. I'm happy you brought that up because it's the time of the Terizlas, the Yujongs, and the Lapus. Yeah. So if it's Yujong being banned out, then the Terizla are getting picked up.
There was an era where we always saw the Idif getting picked up as well.
Oh yeah, that's in the roam, right?
It was always the Idif, Esmeralda, and you see the occasional Dyros to do with the Esmeraldas. But now it's like you see Alots, there's Uranus, there's Lapu Lapus, Yuzongs. I think we saw a game where Freya was put in the EXP. There's Alice's. So it's very exciting to see many different kinds of EXPs in the game, and I think it's a very fun time for the players in that lane. I think for Mage as well.
I think for Mage, it has a lot more other options. It's not the typical. I remember it's just the Eve and the Farsa picks in the previous season. I think it was season 5 when I just came into the scene. It was only the Yves and Farsa. If one is picked up, the other one's going to be banned out, and then there's really nothing much that you can really pick out to counteract one of these other heroes. I think there's a lot more options right here. I know some of the teams in Singapore, especially, still trying out with the tank junglers, and I think that is quite interesting as well.
Yeah, similar to the EXP lane, we're starting to see a huge rotation of majors, right? Valentina now even focused as a first pick, right? But just because of the utility and the early game aggression that she brings to the table, Eve is still good. We're starting to see leaders make their way back, especially with tanks, roaming tanks coming into the picture. We've seen a couple of I think I'm surprised to see Kadita just being completely disregarded.
Completely forgotten. We talked about this before the stream as well. The Kajas.
Yeah.
Other regions are actually actively peaking because there's no margin of error if you use a Kaja. If
Very little, right?
Miss a Divine Judgment, then just try again.
And Ring of Punishment, you have damage output, you pick up the Thunder Belt, you skill into the late game.
Yeah, but it doesn't really help with the momentum that Singaporean teams like to play around. They want to go early game, control the jungle, get the momentum, get the early kills, and then snowball their way through. I think that for Singaporean teams, they're less. They study less about their opponent and go more by feeling.
Yeah,
I guess.
I think they're just trying to put the game in their own court.
Yeah.
Right? They don't really want to depend too much on, counter banning or, counter picking too much, especially when you are on the blue side. You want to play. I always feel like it's kind of like a tango in front ducks, right? On the blue side, you want to play onto your own terms because you get the picks. And on the red side, yes, you do have a bit of a counter play, but this is where you can hide your cheese picks, especially with the last one, or you can save it for a counter pick if there is an obvious one on the board. So I think for drafting wise for Singaporean teams, a lot of them just pick their comfort picks.
Yeah.
We spoke about Bray on this Guinevere. We spoke about, as I think it's even more apparent for teams like Syndicate, where if they don't get their comfort picks, they kind of fall off a little bit.
Yep.
Right? Khalid Rome, the Moskov, especially on Gira, but even more so on some teams. So I think it's a matter of Singaporean teams finding their own footing.
Yep.
Especially up against one another.
So is there any heroes that
I would love to see?
Sort of sussing out? I know that there's a lot of changes in terms of Aulus. I remember way before the stream even started, I was saying hey, Aulus is actually really viable in terms of typical rank plays, public rank plays, but there's a lot of changes in his kit as well.
Yes.
What makes him so invaluable in terms of a bigger competitive stage like this?
I think a lot of teams look at the EXP lane as someone that's supposed to provide utility, which is why we see the Arlots, the Soras getting put in, or on the other flip side, they go for full tank, right?
Yep.
Uranus, someone like an Esmeralda, or maybe someone to peel as a CC. Whereas for Arlos, he's kind of like that damage output, but that's really all he has. The way that Moonturn has really revamped Arlos puts him more like it reminds me of a Martis. Right?
Yeah.
You go in, you love damage, but you don't really provide crowd control. You're not really.
Martis does provide crowd control with the claws.
True. But Aulus doesn't.
It
right?
doesn't.
So I think
it's just hit and go.
Correct.
Kind of hero.
Correct. Or even Lapu Lapu does provide a bit of that in between, that hybrid where you're slightly tanky, you take less damage in the Bravest Warrior form, but you have that crowd control, you have damage as well. So I think for Aulus, he still hasn't found, a lot of teams still hasn't found a purpose for him, or rather more so, there's better picks out there, and that's why we don't see Aulus in in MPL games, whereas in ranked games you do see the occasional pickup.
Yeah. So I think it's really interesting that we see a lot of picks in Singapore, especially when it's very comfortable for them. I remember the days of Diablo just bringing out whatever he wants to play.
Badang, Benedetta EXP.
Badang, Benedettas. You also have the Dairoths. at time. So I think it's quite interesting with that as well. So, you know, I think we've really exhausted a lot of our options right here.
On the EXP?
Really wide field.
Let's talk about the jungle, right?
Let's talk about the jungle.
Because we talk about Harley, we talk about Suyos. I think it's surprising to see that no one has really taken out the more tanky jungles out there.
Yeah, I think the Fredrin has been picked up once by Kingdom Esports, if I'm not
a
wrong.
couple of times as well.
Yep.
Right, but we don't really see, like for example, the old school assassins coming up.
Yeah.
Lancelot has been picked up a couple of times. So, well, you know what? We want to hear what you guys think.
Yes.
Right? Enough of us speaking. We want to hear you guys think. Not only about the draft, but also about what you think about MPL Singapore Season 11. So all you have to do is scan the QR code, or if you're watching on your mobile phones, just take a screenshot and get your QR reader and just fill in the survey form to let us know what you feel about this season.
Let us know what you think, how we can improve, how the productions is. If you don't like Eris, you can change him.
Is Churros buff enough?
Right now I'm a little bit bulky. No, I can't do that on stream. Can't do that on stream.
Save it for off screen.
I can't say that live. But anyways, we were going back into how buff I am. We're going back into the jungles that are tanky.
Sure.
I think it is more to do with how a lot of the players want to play a little bit more comfortably and what is available in the kit right now. I know the Obsidias, the Ixias has been picked up quite a few times, so it negates the effect of Hayabusas, the Lancelots, because once you get locked down, can't really dash out. So it's a dash mitigator.
Yeah, it's quite sad because you know, you see the 4-5 jungle picks throughout the entirety of season.
Yep.
So I would love some teams to just stick something out of their bag.
Well, I think it's a very big trade. If you get like a lot of EXP options in this season, jungle options really down low. But speaking of options, we're going to be jumping into some of the teams. Let's take a look at Clarity Gaming and their lineup in the roster for today. There's Ricky Wurst, Iron Ryan, Ryzen, Renza, and Bunboy Reborn. All of these players are sort of from a lot of different teams, very community driven. Riston is also their coach, so huge shout out to Riston. Both of them, both the previous coaches, Simple as well, are also Youngin's mentee. So watch out for the drafting approach and the drafting strategy.
Yeah, I like I mentioned earlier on the stream, one player that I'll be looking at least for Clarity Gaming is going to be Ricky Wurst. He's impressed me so far in terms of not only his jungle hero pool, but also his performances on them. Right, we saw Yi Sun-shin, he did exceptionally well. Credit to the team though for enabling him to perform well, especially with all that. The chip brings him into majority of the fights, especially when they have Freya. And over onto the other side, boy, they have an absolute opponent to go up against in Absolute Zero.
Yep. I mean, speaking of which, we have the roster right here. It's Nan, Laurel, Susky, Kaisar, and Vendetta. So Kaisar is going to be playing the gold lane. That is going to be a very interesting lineup. We've seen Nan play before. I think he was oftentimes being compared to Yon in the past. A lot of times, I think it was Deck as well. They used to be sort of the same group of players that are always facing up against each other. And for this Absolute Zero team, absolutely from a lot of other teams off the bat, but this is going to be an extremely interesting game for them, because if they lose, they are at risk of getting relegated down to the bottom side.
Yeah, one of the heroes that Absolute Zero actually does pick is Atlas. Right?
Oh,
Not so much adopted by the rest of the teams, but they are the only team that has picked the Atlas up so far. And it's interesting to see a team try something different, right? Maybe not so effective in terms of the game results, but it's always refreshing to see a team try to stick to the ideology. And, you know, they're also one of those teams that actually do pick up the Lunox. They actually picked up the Lunox against the Syndicate in week 1, and they actually managed to pick up a 2-0 win. And that was kind of surprising, because coming into this season, you would think, you know, they got Braid, you know, there's some bit of experience there in the team. You would have thought that they got slowly, Syndicate would have walked away easy, but Absolute Zero completely smashed them 2-0.
Not only that, I think they're willing and open to try out new heroes. EXP Ling, we're talking about the Dairoth as well, was picked up one time by Vendetta up on the EXP side. So that was, and Vendetta yesterday, I think. This was, I think, a really interesting kind of synergistic experimentation that Absolute Zero likes to bring in to some of the games that they play. And like you said, it's more comfortability than anything else. Laurel is pretty new to the MPL SG scene. Atlas being picked up 3 times, won 1 time. There's a 33.33% win rate for that Atlas. But like you said, easier to execute, pretty readable, but then again, comfortable.
Yeah, I think for Absolute Zero, their draft remains to be seen. Will it work? Will be that team that has that enigmatic way of playing the game? That being said, on the other side, it's pretty much more straightforward. I think for Clarity Gaming, we spoke a lot about Rickster, we spoke a lot about his drafting. I think they're up against an opponent that has a very straightforward way of looking at the game. You know, if they pick up the Harley, they try to go something a little more crowd control, trust the damage output from the Harley to carry the game. But enough said about these two teams. Let's jump straight into the draft. It is going to be the Expanding River. That is the map terrain for map game number 1, and they kick it off immediately with a Fanny and a Harley band on Absolute Zero. For Clarity Gaming, they take away the Buxia and the Juicing, who are comfort heroes for their opponents.
It does look like Absolute Zero just wants to take out Ricky Wurst's
Comfort
best hero. No irony. Again, it's a play on Iron Rhyme, but I think in the grand scheme of things, Absolute Zero dominates in the blue side wins. That's a 50% win rate on the blue side. They played it 3 times, and they've always performed much better on the blue side. It would dictate a lot of the picks that come in to play whenever it's in this game. And they're willing to experiment on new hero picks that are coming up as well. So banning out the Phobias on their side. Clarity Gaming, quite open, a lot of options.
Freya still open.
You've got to choose Marcel's.
Right, the Marcel. So either one of these will be banned out. I would assume so. That being said, they can open it up. We talked about Freya being able to be countered with the Valier. Marcel is also someone which, if you do give the first pick, you can take up heroes like Suyo. We saw Nolan be able to handle with the degree, handle against the Marcel to a certain degree. So very interesting to see how these two teams will pick. I believe there's going to be a pause out here. But that being said, I think the bans so far haven't been too surprising. Both sides pretty even to a certain degree. I don't think they've shown too much of the cards. Phobias has surprisingly been consistently banned out.
Yeah, I think Phobias is one of those heroes that
it's annoying.
It's just annoying. It's just something that is difficult to deal with. It is. It does have a big Achilles heel, which is it's extremely high committal. Once you land a demonic force, basically you are unable
to the fight.
You need to commit to the fight. You can't shake them off. Freya, like you said, is being banned out right here, so that leaves Marcel open. Whether or not AZ wants to pick that up in the first phase is yet to be seen. They've picked it up 2 times and won 50% of the time, so they might be able to choose that one.
Yeah. Well, they can also go for the Harif. They have seen high success rates when they pick the Harif. That is also one of their favorite picks. But they will go for the Marcel, like you mentioned. So Marcel on the board. Now over onto the flip side, they immediately lock in the Harif.
I think the Harith and the Valentina might be a good counter pick, direct counter pick into CG, but they might leave the mid lane open and throw something like a chip Odette once again that AZ can't counter pick at all. So in this case, I think it's quite interesting.
Suyo, Harley, still on the board.
Harley's already banned out. So Suyo, definitely a huge option right here. High burst potential, high melt potential. But it's risky in the fact that if it doesn't get the momentum in the early game, then they might not be able to snowball their way through. It's quite interesting. Again, I do want to point out that the Fanny wasn't picked by either of these teams so far. So banning that out is sort of a toss of a coin.
But it is going to be the Suyo that gets picked up by CG, and immediately Absolute Zero locks in the Leomord. It's always this two, right? It's always if the Suyo gets given on the side, we take the Leomord, vice versa. And AZ will follow that up with a Claude. So the very classic Claude versus Harif matchup
Yep.
in the goal lane. And they will close away the first phase of the picks with a roam Hilda.
Oh, this is interesting. So Selena getting banned out by Clarity Gaming, although it was only picked up by Clarity Gaming themselves. So they're banning out their own hero, so to speak. Going back to your point, the Harith versus the Claude kind of matchup, I feel like the Harith does have the upper hand in the early game, but it's easy to build against a Harith or a magic stack, especially when all you need to do is just get pure magic defensive items. You have to watch out for the Suyo though. I think this is something that AZ has to watch out for. Suyo has a lot of mobility, has a lot of adaptability in terms of how he likes to play around and play him as a fighter. You go in, start these team fights, and they have to counteract a lot of movements.
Yeah, I think the Valentina is pretty much a standard ban here, especially against the Marcel's Golden Hour, the Steed on Leomord, Blazing Duet as well on the Claude, so buffet of options for the Valentina's IMU if CG does pick it up. So it's pretty standard, taken out of the picture. I think for CG here, you take away heroes that do well in team fight, or at least up against the Hilda and the Harith. So I wouldn't be surprised if a Lilia gets banned out. But they do take away the Uranus, a split pusher, a split lane, very high success rate by MPL Singapore teams.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I've seen a lot of edits, way too much edits comboed up with the Marcel. Typically, you have someone with really high burst potential, like a Beatrix. Once you drop that Golden Hour, throw everything you have. Someone like the Ixia, the Obsidias, you have everything just pummeling down. I've seen a lot of other
Kimi, the Kimi Marcel,
Kimi works.
The combo was the OG one before people figured out more options to go
Right.
Yeah.
There's also, I think, man, what's that hero? I can't remember. Okay, never mind. We'll move on until I remember it.
Well, Suyo, I want to say Suyo, but Sora gets banned out on the side of Absolute Zero. So the EXP laners getting targeted as the last two bans. But it's going to be the God. Interesting.
Interesting.
So I think they just want to stop AZ from capitalizing on this Marcel pick, just to make sure that there is a bit of a burst damage in their own draft.
I feel like in the side of Absolute Zero, the way that they picked up the Leomort is really being empowered, especially by the Marcel. Go in, stun everyone up, use the Phantom Steed, and then clear everyone out from there on out. And Marcel is one of those heroes that is sort of like a pseudo tank. You're able to set up, you're able to give a lot of vision, and you're non-committal. And then again, you have the Valier getting picked up. It's being seen like Valier is a very popular option in terms of where you have someone to push heavy tanks away, so the Hildas become a non-factor. You have the Suyos being a non-factor. So the last pick will be a EXP lane, or actually a flex if you want to put a Hilda in EXP.
Well, it's gonna be Teresa.
Yeah, I honestly don't really like Hildas and EXPs anyways, so don't know why I brought that up.
I don't like the Teresa against the Valier as well. Right. So kind of a questionable pick. It's very similar to the Sora getting picked into Valentina all over again.
Yeah.
But that being said, I can see why they chose to do it, because they need someone. They need a front line now, right? Because the Hilda, as of now, it's pretty much the only front line, and with Uranus getting banned out, there isn't like a Phoveus. Yeah, I guess Teresa's one of them. Lapu Lapu would have been decent as well.
Yuzhong might have been slightly better as well, but with the Teresa around, I think it's much more difficult to execute. But never underestimate Bumboy Reborn. Maybe he has something up his sleeves that Clarity Gaming kind of needs in this game. As we move over to game number 1 of the third match of today against Absolute Zero. It's up and away we go. High risk, high reward for the entire picks for Clarity Gaming.
Yeah, the gut kind of threw me off guard there. It's a very unorthodox pick, and we spoke about these two teams being the enigma that they are, right? We never know what these two teams might go out as, and this is going to be the first game between Clarity Gaming and Absolute Zero, the last series of today.
So first things first, how do you deal with a Leo Morin? How do you prevent him from
Shut him
scaling?
down. You just dive in, you get the Hilda to be standing in his face, and that's exactly what Iron Ryan is doing.
Yeah, a lot of jungle pressure right off the bat, but there is a little bit of a fast movement from Clary, from Absolute Zero to protect that jungle, to make sure that Nan actually gets his farm in the jungle. So a little bit of a pause here. Let's take a step back and take a look at how the win conditions for both sides are going to play out. They have the Alice for the side of Absolute Zero. They do have the Marcel, a very, very high prio pick in this current meta. They do have the Leo Mort as well. A lot of damage, a lot of setup potential. How's it going to play through?
I'm kind of questioning the chemistry between the Alice and the Marcel. Right?
Yeah.
Because you set up the Golden Hour, and before they get the rework kicked in, at this moment, you're gonna be stunned in if you go in with the blood all day. So I'm very interested to see how they pull this one off, because I think separately they're good heroes, but in a team fight, question remains to be seen. And then on the flip side, they do have a Leomon. So what looks like a team that wants to dive right in, they also pick up a Valir. So the draft is a bit like all over the place. They're very good heroes individually, but I'm failing to see like an ideology behind it, or at least I'm pretty sure they do. We will see how they perform in the game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about as well. So a little bit of a bottom lane push and pull from Renza and Kaisar. Not too much action going on right there in the mid side. Dealing with the Lethal Wanderer, I don't think either of these teams want to commit too much into it. I would say passive play until you have core power spikes up for either of these teams. For Absolute Zero, I think getting Nan up to level 4, getting his power spikes, getting that damage down, getting his damage through would be one of the most important things coming into this game. Taking a look at Suyo though, what are some of the conditions that he needs to really scale up?
I think for the Suyo, it's just making sure that, or at least it's the team's responsibility to make sure that this Suyo scales as into the mid game. Up against the Leomon, it's always really tough because it's a lot more sustainable. I wouldn't say more mobility, but he can rotate around the battlefield a lot easier with the crit, with the steed. So I think for Clarity Gaming, they just have to be careful in this early game, make sure that they try to abuse the fact that they have a Hilda. That on the other side, for Absolute Zero, it's just, just buying time, making sure this cloud farms. Same old, same old.
I think it's also quite a cool thing that Clarity Gaming has chosen to have a debut of Gord. How does this play out in this situation as we go into the first turtle? That is the Mystic Gush coming in from that Gord on the bottom side. Not taking a lot of damage. Iron Ryan will seal the deal and seal his fate. He gets sent to the graveyard. Bumble Reborn a little bit too deep into the jungle, unable to get out of the way as Vendetta comes in with a Blood Ode and the Blood Pact to stop everyone in his tracks. This healing up and just taking a lot of damage onto Bumble Reborn, but unable to find any form of consolation. He's right deep into enemy territory. Iron Ryan is there for backup, dealing a lot of damage. I don't think he will be able to go down as Iron Ryan just getting his HP soaked up by this Alice.
Yeah, a little bit of overcommitment from Clarity Gaming there. But
nice
here comes
Mystic Gush.
The Mystic Gush picks himself at the double kill. Well, you asked.
I answered my own question.
And there we go. Ryzen answering your answer. Answering your question.
There's actually a lot of damage. I know that he has a little bit of a small rework in terms of how his true damage activation actually works.
It's just basically every 3 ticks.
Every 3 ticks of whatever skill he uses. So he has that, the field that he has on his S2, he has his ultimate as well, so there's a lot of ticks.
Yeah, I think what really works for him in this draft is that he doesn't really have to commit into the fight, right? Because honestly, there's only the allies that you have to be worried about. Yeah, the cloud was the late game. But like I said, I think a lot of the heavy lifting will be done by Iron Ryan on this Hilda. We've already seen him constantly being evaded. He forces the Retribution out of the Leomord there, however, turtle in 27 seconds, so it should be up on time.
For now, I think Clarity Gaming is in a very good spot. 2,000 gold lead, 4 kills to 2. They've got the first turtle of the game. And Clarity Gaming has a lot of engage potential, they have a lot of aggressiveness when it comes to team fights, and they had that backline support that I think Absolute Zero will find it a little bit difficult to get into the backline and try to disrupt, especially the Gord and the Harith when it comes to the mid to late game skirmishes.
Yeah, Bomb Reborn now being caught into action, soaking up the damage coming off the Valir. Huda comes in as well. They're just switching front lines.
Ooh, nice little penalty zone from Bumboy Reborn with the Mystic Gush combo out. Down goes Susky, and Bumboy Reborn a little bit too close to the sun though. Iron Ryan gets that death, gets sent to the graveyard, but it's a very good layered team fight from Clarity Gaming.
It's a lot more straightforward, right? Whenever the penalty zone lands up, Ryzen's immediately trying to look for that Mystic Gush, and we saw that a couple of times now, especially up in the top lane. Earlier, where he managed to get a double kill, and now coming into the jungle, he picks up a very important assist. His 2, 0, and 4 right here, and I think for Clarity Gaming, it's just making sure they stick as a team. Make sure Turris Lane Hilda's constantly in their face.
Mid-side, Ryzen taking a little bit too much damage, but able to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. It's Clarity Gaming trying their best to protect their most important asset in that Gord.
Just look at how annoying it is to deal with this God, right? Because he is not only like pure damage, but top lane.
Oh, it's a 2v1.
Dive under his own turret, right? Dive on the tier 2, and this is what Clarity Gaming is all about. When you pick up the Hilda, you're looking for action all over the map.
Iron Ryan wasn't even in that skirmish. It was just the Suyo and the Terizla. And I think for Absolute Zero, they're in a very, shaky, having a very shaky start. There is ways to come back into it, but I do want to point out the fact that, the draft composition and the way that you puzzle things together, the Valir isn't really working out at this point. You have to deal with long range, and you're using the Valir with that has that pushback, but only for one particular hero, or two particular heroes in this case.
Yeah, I think the bigger threat for Clarity Gaming is they can come for all angles, and this is why I pointed out the Hilda, right? Yes, she wasn't in the top lane, but there's always that threat that the Hilda is in the face of the Leomord. You still have to worry about the Terizla. The Suyo's pretty much having a good game at this point. Yes, only 0-0-1, but look at the level difference. 2 level above his counterpart in Nun.
Now it's the the last turtle of the game is getting spawned up. I haven't really seen Laurel throw down a really game-changing golden hour yet, and I think that for Marcel, this could be a really good spot where if he throws something down, if he gets his team set up in a really good position, I think Clarity Gaming would be able to get wiped out.
Yeah, very good wave management coming out from Clarity Gaming. They knew they were going to go for the last turtle. They pushed out the top lane. So even though it was uncontested, to a certain degree, it wasn't like Absolute Zero could have taken a tier 1 at the top. And by the time they took the turtle, they could just rush out, clear the wave. So perfect map management by Clarity Gaming so far. They also secured the tier 1 down on the bot lane through the Harith.
Trio rotation from Clarity Gaming as their gold economy is slowly but surely seeping upwards to infinity and beyond. Absolute Zero playing on the defensive, very passive, and we talked about how do we shut down that Leomord? This is the way to do it. Be very aggressive. Be very in your face as the Mystic Gush comes out. The Phantom Steed will come in as Nan tries to push everyone back, but the damage from Clarity Gaming is just way too much. Underneath the turret, Bumboy Reborn still able to walk out and prance out alive. On Ryan taking a lot of damage. He goes down, but not before Laurel comes down. Ricky Wurz coming in from that flank in a cleanup position.
Zoom, zoom, bang, and then Clarity Gaming picks themselves 2 kills. Yes, they lose Iron Ryan, but they lose their jungler. And for Nun, now, without him being able to scale the game, we're starting to see a bit of ineffectiveness in this draft of Absolute. I spoke about it. I think it looks good on paper in terms of the individual hero powers.
Yep.
But when you put all of them together, where are you going to take the fight? Right?
Yeah.
Who's going to be the entry point? Right? If the Alice goes in, how is this Marcel going to follow up? Because at this point, they can torn apart all across the map. They have to deal with this Hilda, there's the Terizla, the penalty zone. They haven't even gotten a glimpse at catching out this Suyo. So, a little bit of a worrying sign for Absolute Zero, but like you said, they still can find a pick-off because they have Marcel, they have the golden hour, and I think it's all about bursting this Hilda down first.
Yeah. Speaking about the stunts as well, I think it's, for Absolute Zero, there is no sort of like an actual point-and-click stun that's able to stop Ricky Wurst in his tracks, that's able to stop Renza in his tracks. You really need to aim everything down, especially when you have Vendetta and you're throwing everything into the midst of the skirmish. So Absolute Zero has a lot of aiming power to do when it comes to the skirmishes. Clarity Gaming, though, playing the macro game, they're able to throw Ricky Wurst up on the top side, on the bottom side, just to get lane priority. Absolute Zero just getting choked out. They're picking up scraps from the jungle. There's not much that they can farm to stay alive. It's all got to do with Ryzen. It's so hard to deal with the Gord when you don't have too much assets to get into that backline to deal with him.
Clarity Gaming now just managing the waves on both ends. Tier 2 at the top should go down while Absolute Zero focuses their efforts into defending this Tier 2 in the mid. And Renza now 2, 0, and 1. It's going to be a 9k goal lead for Clarity Gaming really, really soon. There we have it. They're going to lose all their outer turrets with the Lord pushing down the bot lane. I think they take away the Holy Defense as well. There it goes, it pops away. Holy crease, they're gonna pick up with Renza. It's just,
yeah, there's a huge power spike.
It feels doom and gloom for Absolute Zero.
There's a power spike for Renza as well. Clarity Gaming just picking up that momentum, trying to take down that T3, get his aim reinforce already popped up underneath the tower. You might be able to take the T3 down with Renza's damage, but they take down his cannon minion instead. Absolute Zero able to get that defense from that first, but it's not over yet as the waves keep pushing in.
Look at the toes, he's like pointing at it. Yep, the waves coming in. Guys, do something about it, the waves coming in.
But to be honest though, I'm thinking Absolute Zero is just, they're sussing out the penalty zone coming from One Boy Reborn. And like you said, they're coming in from all over the map. That's the Blood ult coming in from Vendetta, but a little bit too close to the sun. He comes in and gets melted down. You've got the Damon Force, but one more hit, the tower goes down. One Boy Reborn access a wall, and Clarity Gaming comes out live with 10k gold lead.
That felt a little bit of a confusion on the side of Absolute Zero. You saw Vendetta going in, you thought there was going to be a golden hour getting popped, and then Lau just walks out.
Yeah, he's already used his ultimate, but it's not significant enough that we notice any of the big changes that happen in that skirmish.
Yeah, I think for Clarity Gaming, it's really about just methodically closing this game out. You've gotten the bot tier 3, lots coming up, no signs of no signs of comeback from Absolute Zero at this point, and they have to be brave. I think this is where Absolute Zero go out, try to find a fight. Because if taking a fight in your base, yeah, while it sounds ideal, you don't really have the heroes for it. And I think for Kaiser now, he's only completed, Swift Crossbow. He doesn't have the Corrosive Scythe just yet. And we might see the game over even before he completes that item.
To be honest, I would disagree with you. I think they're way too far behind. 11,000 gold lead. That's a full item and a half for Clarity Gaming. And if they go out and try to find something else, all they can do is stun. They don't really have a lot of damage. How do you pair up? Like you say again, there's no synergy between the heroes that Absolute Zero has picked up. You get the Golden Hour. You want to come in with Kaiser's Blazing Duet. You only got the arrow, the bullets being trapped in the middle of the sky. How is Nun going to get his Phantom Steed in? How is Vendetta going to be dropping a Blood Pact on top of Clarity Gaming when a Golden Hour is set on top of them? It's so hard for them to play this around.
Yeah, but it's just painful to watch because if they sit behind and watch, if they just sit behind and let Clarity Gaming have all this space, the lot's gonna crash in. They're gonna get the tier 3s, and it's gonna be more trouble for them. But like you said, if they go out, they get killed. So damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Oh, damn, that is, I wanted to say damned, but the damage from Ryzen's really starting to show. I feel like every single time that Absolute Zero tries to take a step outside, Ryzen does have that damage through. Sasuke almost falling to the hands of Renza. That's a almost full build Harith that you need to contest with. That's Phantom Steed, Nan trying to buy a little bit of time. No more minions coming through. They have the Lord to manage.
Clarity Gaming now slowly tearing down Golden Hour.
You get a Golden Hour, able to stop Renza in his tracks just for now to save Sasuke from harm's way, but Vendetta goes in a little bit too hard. Penalty zone drops on top of Sasuke, unable to do too much as Ricky Wurst cleans up shop. Next is the throne. They do have that minion power, and there we go. Clarity Gaming, an easy win over Absolute Zero. Dominant performance in first game.
I want to say good performance coming out of Clarity Gaming, but well, they played the draft to a T. They knew exactly what they were going to do. Right?
That's right.
With the pure damage, the burst. And this is what I mean. If they sat inside their base, they were sitting ducks. They were going to lose this fight. And true enough, Clarity Gaming, with the Lord crashing down into bot lane, they just completely decimated their opponents.
It was a huge dominance.
Never in threat. Like
From Clarity Gaming, I mean,
Yeah.
at the end of the game, it was like almost 14,000 gold lead on top of Absolute Zero. Let's take a look at the replay to see what went down, because I don't know why Clarity Gaming was so far ahead so fast in the game. They had a couple of silver linings, especially after this fight. You have Vendetta trying to chase down the back lines of Clarity Gaming, able to take down 2 kills, but that's it. That's the only sort of like exciting moment that if you are an Absolute Zero fan, you would see. But other than that, Clarity Gaming was just walking all over Absolute Zero.
Yeah, the fights were really messy, at least for Absolute Zero. And not exactly their fault, but Clarity Gaming just made it hard for Absolute Zero to pick out a target, right? They were just getting dived, and that was pretty much the last kill that Absolute Zero saw. From here on out, it was all Clarity Gaming, just diving all over. Look at you, got Iron Ryan chasing the bot lane, going up against Lau, Kaiser trying to do his own thing, and then they come back, they're like, oh, we will pick up a kill, and then just getting completely wiped out by Ricky Wurst.
Honestly, though, the way that Iron Ryan plays this as a sacrificial lamb works well with this specific composition. And it's the first time I think that Absolute Zero has lost in the blue side win, so it's not looking so bright when it goes over to game number 2. Clarity Gaming really played to a T. Ryzen knows his job, and everyone knows their main objective. Iron Ryan especially so. I feel like Ryzen would be the MVP. Renza would possibly be an MVP as well. Everyone knows what they need to do, but it's the entire team's sort of like understanding of how the game likes to play, likes to proceed, and in the sense that Iron Ryan blocks out the main front lines into the main objectives. They secure all 3 turtles. They secure the Lord. They can take control of the jungle. But at the end of the day, this debut pick of Gord really stole the show.
Yeah, there was no threat to this god.
No,
the game,
no threat at all.
I mean, with a flicker, you pretty much couldn't touch him. There was just so much to go in between him. There was the Harif that they had to be worried about.
Was the Gord picked up before the Valier? It was, right? Valier was fourth pick.
Yeah. It was the God, and then the Valier and the Alice were the last 2 picks.
Right.
For Absolute Zero.
I think it was just a blunder in terms of the draft right from the get-go. Because if you draft a Valier and you're sussing out, okay, you want to try to protect yourself against the Hilda, want to try to protect yourself against any EXP threats that turned out to be a Terizla at the end of the game, what do you do to counteract the Gord? I guess in Absolute Zero's mind, Nan's Leomort was the only way to deal with the backline threats, but at the end of the game, at the end of the day, it was nowhere where Nan could be able to farm up.
Yeah. I just think they had a very good lineup in terms of good heroes.
Yes.
But synergy-wise and chemistry, back to the drawing board for Absolute Zero. Well, let's talk a little bit on the bright side.
Yes.
Clarity Gaming, obviously picking up game 1, completely dominant throughout all the stats. Right? They didn't lose a single turret. They got all the totals. They got 2 lords. Closed the game out in 13 minutes 43 seconds. Not many deaths given as well. It's mostly Bun Boy Reborn and Iron Ryan who did the dirty job, and expectedly so. And yeah, just look at, it's just so one-sided in terms of the farm.
Biggest gold lead as well over the course of the entire MPL SG so far. There's 13,900 something gold that
I think at one
Clarity
point
Gaming has.
the difference was even higher. But it dropped a bit, and then, well, I think for Clarity Gaming, they just played a perfect game this game.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
I think, okay, I can't say perfect because they gave a couple of kills there at the turtle.
That's right.
But after that, they just kind of tightened up.
They just snowballed.
Yeah, they rotated
There's no
around.
way that Absolute Zero was able to take any one of the members down.
They rotated around this god, made sure that Renza was constantly in the fight. And surprisingly enough, One Boy Reborn was just... It wasn't the star of the show, but he was almost in every fight as well.
Yeah, he was taking control of the front lines. He was setting up the fights for Ryzen to really come in and decimate everyone with the Gord as well. Sasuke's Valier, though, I am really struggling to understand what was the idea behind the pick. I guess, okay.
You throw a
aside,
fireball, you stun.
Yeah, that's pretty much
that's
it.
the idea.
And
right?
you want to try to prevent yourself from getting pummeled by the Hilda or the Terizla, but at the end of the day, I guess this is the difference when you have someone who is seeing the game from a macro perspective. Remember, Absolute Zero does not have a coach drafting for them. It's the players drafting for themselves.
Well,
and Clarity Gaming has two coaches.
You have to ascend. You have to become the coach. Right? You become the player coach.
Yes.
That's the only way that Absolute Zero can step out of this hole that they've dug for themselves.
Yeah. I want to bring up a point that Jay's always says, that you need to be able to have someone that watches the game from a macro perspective, because when you're in that game, focused on your execution, focused on your gameplay, you're always looking at what I need to do, what I need to watch out for, rather than the team as a whole. And that's what a coach is definitely for. And you have two coaches under the menteeship of Young in the past. You got Simple and Riston drafting for the entirety of Clarity Gaming. So we have a lot of expectations. And judging from the first game, I would say stats-wise, Clarity Gaming has it in the bag.
Yeah, I questioned the Terizla pick at the start.
Yeah.
But it was really more of Terizla into the Valier.
Yeah.
But on the bigger picture, like you said, right, on the overall draft, yeah, there really wasn't much chemistry between the heroes. It was more like, we picked this hero
to counter this hero.
But when the entire draft comes together in team fight, yeah, I think the synergy between how the heroes work and how the team fight should go, a lot more for Absolute Zero to learn. A lot more grounds to cover, a lot more learning experiences to come.
Speaking of learning experiences, it's always a learning experience as we move over to game number 2. What are some of the changes that Absolute Zero needs to do right off the bat?
Well,
I don't think it's in terms of hero. I think it's in terms of the adjustments to the execution. The hero picks might play a big part, but the fact that Nan was sitting in his purple buff, he knows that they know that Iron Ryan is actually being such an annoyance to that Leo Mord, but there is no backup from the rest of the team, especially the mid lane duo, to protect the jungle from harm's way. You know that is the win condition. That's why I asked you that question.
I think it's really more about picking a draft that synergizes well with Marcel. Right? You pick the Marcel first, so you have to look at the game in the sort of way that, okay, how are we going to play around this Marcel pick now that we have the golden hour? We know he has a shoe set up, he can go in, he stops assassins, he's supposed to do well against like the Suyo, the Hilda, to a certain degree, right? But then as you start to see the heroes come out, it's like a Leomord doesn't really synergize well with the Marcel.
Yep.
The Valier isn't really a hero that can capitalize off the golden hour.
They just don't really have a lot of damage at the end of the day as well.
So the draft starts to fall apart by itself when you look at it in the form of the entirety, right? So I think to me, I would say it starts on the draft. You have to draft around your very first pick, especially on the blue side. We talked about this before the first game. When you're on the blue side, you draft around an ideology, or the way
of
you
what you want to play,
or the way
and
you
you
visualize
manipulate the red team to draft around you.
Correct. But I felt like towards the second phase of the first draft, they started to counterpick instead of playing to the ideal. Right. The Valier came out, and like I said, the Valier looks good on paper, right? You do
it's
the
good
Hilda,
individually.
correct.
But
You
as
do
a
the
team,
Hilda and all that, but doesn't really synergize with the Marcel. Or at least even so the Leomord. Because Leomord wants to dive in, but the Valier is a defensive hero. Yeah, so
my favorite analyst, Eris, used to say, no team drafts to
Correct.
lose.
Absolutely.
And
wise guy. I wish I could meet him one day.
Here's my follow-up question. Is there any silver lining to how Absolute Zero executed in the first game, or is it all downhill for them?
No, I think there is a silver lining. That is, they definitely... Okay, I think they can abuse the fact where they know that CG will give them those heroes.
Yeah.
So the question is, how do you sharpen up and how do you shape up your draft in the second game? And now that they're going on to the raid side, it's even more important because now they truly can counterpick. Right? Because in the first game, no ideology, all that. It felt like CG was just, you know what, we don't really have to counterpick. Let's just pick on our own terms. We got a Hilda, we pick up a Suyo, we're going to play aggressive, we're going to invade, right? We're going to take the forefront, we're going to take the initiative, we make Absolute Zero catch up to our pace. Now, coming in the second game, it's pivotal that AZ do the same thing.
So just to sum up everything that you said in your previous statement, it's just AZ has a power trip. Every single quote-unquote meta hero, they want to pick it up. And it doesn't really necessarily synergize with each other. So, you know, this is where I think Absolute Zero needs to fix. But on the other side of the table, though, in Clarity Gaming's standpoint, what are some of the mistakes that they should fix in order to have another dominant performance?
Honestly, there wasn't much mistake that I could think of. For like,
I guess it's only...
Other than the dive after the turtle, but then again, it was a 50-50.
It was a 50-50
Yeah, it was
shot.
a 50-50. They could have just won that fight, right? And that fight also enabled the Harith to come up to get the kill on the Valir.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like all doom and gloom. They made a mistake, you know, they didn't capitalize on anything. So, yeah, I think for Clarity Gaming is just rock on. You know, just go into the second game, do what you do best. We've seen that they can draft on both the blue and red side and in the previous games and this game. So I think for them, they don't really have to change too much. It's just stay focused, don't get carried away with the first win, and, you know, just do exactly what they're doing. But well, since we have a little bit of time, I think I want to speak a little bit more about AZ, right? Because as much as we spoke about the shortfalls and how they're drafted in working game one, I think they have really good heroes under their belt. Yeah. The hero pool is not exactly a question right there, right? We spoke about the Atlas.
They're still willing to experiment, and that's what makes me happy to watch. It's just maybe they're forcing specific heroes too much that doesn't work well as a team as a whole. So it will be quite a interesting match to watch as we go into game number 2. Will they change the drafting styles? Will they change their drafting patterns just a little bit?
Well, the last time that they actually picked up the Marcel, they actually had a very good draft to complement it. They actually had the Leonmod, yes. Yep. And they also had the Claude, but what made it different was they had the Freya and the Lunox.
Right.
And I think this is where the draft comes to life.
I think it's the second phase ban that Clarity Gaming gave onto them, and they panicked and they tried to pick like heroes
counter
the specific hero. So
because the Lunox does really well with the Marcel, right? The trap, the stun, he goes in, kills all of the chaos, and then you burst single target down.
Does Lunox actually escape with the Order of Brilliance from the time stop?
No, it doesn't, but it's more so that you set up your team to reposition and for the Lunox to burst someone down.
Oh,
so they don't really, yeah, they don't really interact with one another, but you have that burst damage. But with the Valet, it's very different. You want to slow play, right? You want to slow play. You want to just push the opponents away, and that doesn't really exactly fit into how the Marcel operates in terms of the game. But that being said, let's kick off the second draft. It's going to be the Fanny, the Harley, and the Suyo band for the side of AZ. So AZ still keep on to the first picks.
Yeah, I think AZ really likes their blue side. For CG though, they really like the red sides. I think for Risten and Simple, in a simple fact, they just like to draft around and counter draft whatever their team does, their opponents does. And like you said, if you're in the blue side, you're supposed to be able to dictate the draft. You're supposed to be able to manipulate the ideology around what you want to play against. And so for AZ, Snap picking up that Harith, so it's really instantly locked down into the gold lane. You're opening up the Phobius in place of the Suyo, so that's Snap picked up by CG. There's still the... no, Freya is already banned out.
Guinevere is open.
Jusin's also banned out.
There's the Guinevere, there's the Suyo. Suyo's already banned out. Yeah, but the Guinevere does get picked out on the side of AZ.
Okay.
So a decent pick into the Phobius. When the Phobius in the air, you know, you just pop your fire back.
Yeah.
So you don't really have to do too much in terms of the knockup. There is going to be the Valentina, so they can steal the steed for themselves.
Marcel's still open. Could be down on CG to be able to use the Marcel for themselves. But the Valentina sort of like soft locks that effect, the pickup from the Marcel. So I don't think we'll be able to see that from CG, but I would say don't force the Marcel. Just play something that is comfortable with your draft instead of forcing the Marcel. There is a lot of room for error for Marcel as well. If you use a golden hour that does not favor your team, you're getting locked and stuck in a position where AZ is able to maneuver around and reposition themselves to get a better team fight. So I would say, yeah, just throw that out of the bag.
Lots of Selena bans between these two teams for whatever reason.
Atlas makes sense though.
Yeah, it is. It is a pick that AZ likes. So that is one of the pocket picks that they want to take out. Synergizes really well into the Guinevere as well as the Valentina. So I can see why they ban away. They also take away the Kalia. So they just want to take away heroes that can catch up and provide that crowd control, the single target burst. That being said, on the AZ side, they have to take away the majors because there's a couple of majors that do really well into AZ. Valeria being one of them. Now that they have the Guinevere, another hero that they also have to worry about is the God, which they do take out. Game 1, right? The God was the MVP, so they take away the God this time.
I think it's a very reactive approach that AZ is trying to take. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I was gonna suss out the Khalid getting picked up by Clarity because it's you want to leave that last slot for a surprise pick. If you're AZ, especially in the mid side, you have so many options. You could very well go for another Nana if you want to try to disrupt the Guinevere from jumping in with a spatial migration, or even disrupt the Harif dancing around the Zayman Force. So that might work for them. The Lilia just to get that mid lane control in the early game. Sora getting picked up right here for AZ.
Yeah, lots of options for AZ at this point. Any mage who sort of, sorry, not any mage, but in terms of the roams, any roam with just huge crowd control stun.
Oh, dude, Kaja. Nah, it's a high loss.
But the high loss has been known to do really well with the Harif, right? So
then
we spoke about Valir.
The Valir looks perfect here. Immediately counters the Sora and the high loss. You can't even get close, and you're giving a lot of space for Ricky Wurst to actually get onto his steed and get that space that he necessarily needs to be able to disrupt their opponents.
Yeah, more importantly, his ultimate just gives him a free Purify.
Yep.
So it's not like
you get away from Nan's.
Yeah, it's not like Absolute Zero can just dive in with the Sora or the Guinevere to get the kill. So that is, you know, another free pass, another free Purify. I have yet to see a Valia take Purify, so you got double the Purify. It's usually a flicker.
It's usually a flicker at this point, but hey, you know, draft is set. Absolute Zero has absolutely everything to prove in this game. As Clarity Gaming already showing a lot of dominance in the first phase.
I like it a lot better for Absolute Zero, right? You have the Sora to set up the stuns.
It seems more synergistic on paper.
And then the Guinevere can kind of just follow up with the Violet Requiem. So very similar, actually very similar to how Syndicate drafted in game number 1 when they had the Guinevere and the Sora on the EXP.
So I think for Absolute Zero, this is where tournament lives is at stake. If they lose this one, they'll be at the bottom seed in the 6th spot, being the most at risk of relegation since Kingdom Esports has already won in the previous game.
And well, on the bright side, they get to play more games.
At the bright side,
more games in the challenger brackets.
I feel like they still need to try to push for this one. I feel like they have a better draft this time around. It's just now, like I said, Iron Ryan is doing an intel duty, trying to open up that map, and Absolute Zero is responding well to that and opening up that their map and trying to protect the main resource for Nan to be able to get that power spikes fast enough. And for Ryzen though, getting that space that they so desperately need, I think for Clarity Gaming, an early game for them should not be too much of an issue.
Yeah, you see the stark difference between both teams when they pick up the Leo mod, right? On one hand, Clarity Gaming, they had the Hilda, they invaded this Leo mod, and they didn't give Absolute Zero a good game, right? At least they didn't give Nan a good game on the Leo mod. Whereas on this side, right, with Clarity Gaming, they have both the Khalid and the Leo mod. This Leo mod is just doing so much better. It's a lot more comfortable, and this is what you want for your own Leo mod. You want to be with skill, hit that level 4, take part in team fights, and roam across the map.
Like you said, level 4, Ricky Wurst has already hit that core power level, and now Turtle gonna spot up in 5 seconds. Laro is being very, very passive, just opening up the midst of the map, making sure that Absolute Zero's mid lane is able to get that level 4 as fast as they can. But is this the right play? As a high loss, you're able to open up that map, you're able to use the Ring of Fire just to suss out the bushes and try to get into the face of your opponents a little bit easier. But on the top side, though, that's a spatial migration onto Bunboy Reborn, living with 1 health, able to get that first blood down, but it's a trade of 1-for-1 as Vendetta falls to the ground. Up next, Iron Ryan unable to just withstand the force that is the Guinevere on the bottom side. Renza coming in from nowhere, finding a nice flank, getting pushed back by Susky, able to get that damage down. One more hit, and Renza finds himself in the graveyard alongside Ryzen, and this is absolutely a great start from Absolute Zero.
A lot better, a huge, improvement as compared to game 1 where the draft was just all over the place. There wasn't really enough synergy. Now this time around, they could just dive in because this is what you want when you have a Sora, when you have a Guinevere, finding a huge knockup on this Phoveus, not giving him, the space to take part in the fight. And now once again, another catch on this Phoveus on the top side. Bunboy Reborn just getting picked off back-to-back fights.
Unfortunate for Bunboy Reborn. He didn't really understand where Nan was. There was no intel. There was no map opening for the side of Clarity Gaming. And right now, I do understand that the synergy for Absolute Zero is on point. Nan goes in. The rest of the damage coming in from Clarity Gaming is starting to show through. Laro a little bit too close to the sun, getting chopped off and getting sent to the graveyard. But Clarity Gaming, the Hydra. You chop off one hit, another grows in its place. Clarity Gaming not happy about that early game.
Yeah, but, well, like we said, a lot better looking out for Absolute Zero. Now for Clarity Gaming, I don't think they made too many mistakes there. Couple of pickoffs coming out from the side of AZ on Bunboy Reborn, and that's just the reason why. But I don't think it's too huge of a loss. Yes, they lost the turtle there, but when Clarity Gaming starts to group up for fights, this is where we'll start to see the Phoveus be a lot better in these things. But they don't check the bush.
Oh, they saw it. So Ryzen knows that Laro is right there, but Ricky Wurst isn't phased at all. He knows Iron Ryan is at that position. Got Susky taking out the Phantom Steed, so next team fight's going to be an interesting situation.
Clarity Gaming just waiting for the next turtle to spawn, 60 seconds to go. Both teams now retreating back to more of a passive state after a hectic first turtle fight. First core item getting picked up by Ricky Wurst as well. It's going to be the War Axe. Top side, yeah, Bunboy Reborn now definitely playing a lot safer underneath his tier 1.
Yeah, I think for Clarity Gaming, this isn't it as of now. There is still a lot of opportunities, especially when it hits that 8-minute mark of the game. As we move over to the mid game, Clarity Gaming has a lot of team fight potential, especially with Ryzen at the core, able to just push away and reposition themselves. But Susky is doing the Lord's work, taking down crucial ultimates and using it against Clarity Gaming.
Yeah, so this Valentina is going to be a pain to deal with, right? She's got a plethora of options to steal from. You have
the Demonic Force, you have the Raging Sandstorm, you have the Phantom.
Yeah, which one do you take at this point?
If you want an extra Purify, you get the Purify from the Failure. Though that is not going to be a very big option for Absolute Zero. And 4 members right there, Special Migration onto that one, getting knocked airborne, and Bunboy Reborn just unable to find himself in a nice position. 2 falls, Iron Ryan next to fall, Vendetta just showing off that prowess. There's 3 members of Clarity Gaming that cannot come back. Kaiser popped that flicker to secure another kill. 4 members down for the side of CG.
Huge fight for Absolute Zero, securing not only the turtle but important kills in the mid lane. They get the value off the board, they get the tier 1 in the mid, they should get the tier 1 in the board as well. And Kaiser finding his first kill of the game onto Ryzen. This was huge, like Absolute Zero needed this, especially after what happened in game 1.
I think it's a precarious situation for Clarity Gaming, because this is a reverse of what happened in game number 1, where Clarity Gaming had so much dominance in terms of team fight potential. Absolute Zero picking up that Guinevere and having that spatial migration just to set things up along. It just created so much opportunity for Absolute Zero's big, long, extended skirmishes. Bunboy Reborn 0-3-1, doing not so well as a Phoveus.
Yeah, well, those 2 kills definitely is doing its impact on this Phoveus. And I think for Absolute Zero, they are snowballing now. This is exactly what they need to do when they have a draft that not only synergizes a lot better, but rides on momentum. You want to get this Guinevere up to speed. We saw what Bray could have done. None is doing the exact same thing. And more importantly, the Sora is definitely doing a lot better. Right?
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of games where Sora has lost his impact, not being able to find the backline, but now you start to see Vendetta start to join in these fights, and not only that, they're able to bring Kaiser into these skirmishes, which is always good for the Harith. You want more fun.
Great rotations coming in from the Harith as well. I mean, you know, the typical Harith versus Claude down the bottom side matchup. Harith always does have the upper hand just because of the magic early game damage. And right now, Absolute Zero is just taking full use or making full use of that damage from Kaiser to create the opportunity for them to take down the objectives. Now, Kaiser left all alone in that tri-bush. Clarity Gaming sees where Kaiser is and gets out of the way. This is the third turn of the game. Will Clarity Gaming try to force this issue on the backside though? Vendetta trying to find a flank Iron Ryan first to lock him up, able to get that Sky Shift. Locks two members down. Raging Sandstorm onto Vendetta's head. He will fall by the hands of Iron Ryan. Is Iron Ryan just taking full brunt of the damage from the front side as Kaiser just popping off the back line, but unable to survive just long enough for him to deal that damage and take Ryzen down. It's a 2-for-2 situation for both these teams.
Bit of a miscalculation by Kaiser there. Nearly got on Valor. Wouldn't have felt so bad for that death, but well, for Absolute Zero, they did still manage to secure the turtle, so all is not lost. They do drag that goal lead, or rather drag ahead in terms of the goal lead, 3.7k right now. And Lau starting to be that beast of a high loss, just standing in the middle of the fight. And it feels like Clarity Gaming is just ignoring this high loss at this point.
Yeah.
Right? It started with them diving onto Vendetta. They expanded quite a bit. They didn't really manage to find anything else, but I think all things considered, it wasn't too bad. Reza managed to stay alive. They got a kill onto the Harith, which is always nice.
Yeah, big power spike from Renza with the golden staff as well. Clarity Gaming, though, in a tough spot. Renza won't be able to survive this as Vendetta picks up yet another one. As Clarity Gaming, a little bit of a miscommunication. Why would you send Renza down the bottom side alone?
Now, without this Claw, they have to deal with the top lane. It's going to be none, but he does get out. Two big items getting picked up by Clarity Gaming as well. It's going to be the Brute Force Breastplate for the Lure mod, so more survivability.
Might be a little bit too late though, as Kaiser's damage is really starting to hurt Clarity Gaming when it comes down to team fights. It's just a little bit of repositioning from Absolute Zero if they do want to stay safe when it comes down to the skirmishes. 20 seconds until Lord pops up. Clarity Gaming still has the comeback mechanic in the form of Claude. If they play their cards right, they do have the core items. It's just one more corrosive side left and the Trinity is being built up. But Absolute Zero just taking full control of the jungles. The bottom side's already wide open for their taking. Might be able to suss them out into the Lord Pit.
Yeah. Definitely better timing on Clarity Gaming as compared to Absolute Zero compared to Game 1, right? In Game 1, Absolute Zero at this stage, they lost all the outer turrets. They were getting knocked down the base, but Clarity Gaming here, there is still a glimmer of hope. It's not all doom and gloom.
Yep, Absolute Zero might be able to find a flank there. Laurel, a walking rock wall. Bumble Reborn, pop that flicker. Raging Sandstorm on the side. Non picks up that Lord on the backside. Though Ricky Wars facing up against two. Bumble Reborn will fall by hands of Kaisar as Ryzen does not have yet enough damage. But Renza with the Blazing Duet all down low. 2 falls, 3 from Absolute Zero. They lost that Lord, but Clarity Gaming is not giving up without a fight.
And it slashed the goal lead that Absolute Zero had by quite a huge chunk, and they should still be able to deal with this Lord. And on top of it all, they didn't lose any key members. It's just once again, Bumboy Reborn taking the brunt of it in that team fight. I think for Absolute Zero, they were not expecting the Kali to just jump in like them with Raging Sandstorm.
I think the split fight that Absolute Zero has created empowered Kaiser to just dash around the Zaman Force and do that damage. Vendetta is so hard to take down. He has a lot of big crowd controls that Phobius does not have. And Phobius is very high committal. He jumps up and down onto the same opponent, but you can't force a way out. There was a good call from Clarity Gaming to force in Bunboy Reborn alongside Iron Ryan to be able to contest for this Lord. But Vendetta was pivotal in pushing Ricky Wars away from that Lord Pit to delay a stun, delay a steal.
Yeah, all things considered, very good defense coming from Clarity Gaming. They take down the Lord. They don't really lose any turrets. They did lose a tier 2 at the top lane, but they do get a tier 1 of their own in the board. So all things considered, I think it's pretty even. And now,
Phantom Steed already popped up. Then it's Vendetta with the shifting skies, locking down 2. Kaiser takes down 2 members of Clarity Gaming with a double. As Clarity Gaming unable to step foot out of their base, don't really have that much tank ability. But not only that, Vendetta with a great call, great shifting skies.
Yeah, didn't really have to claw in the fight. So Clarity Gaming, a huge portion of the damage missing at this point. And I think they will consider themselves lucky that Ricky Wurst managed to survive that.
There's down the base, Ryzen taking a lot of damage from Kaiser. One on the backside, Blazing Duet already used up. One more hit, Vendetta slain by the turret, but here comes the clouds. Iron Ryan is out for blood. Sasuke might not be able to escape that one, but uses the Phantom Steed just in the nick of time. It'll pop away, but here comes the rest of the team though. They're all down low. They might be able to chase this out this time around. As Renza comes in, Kaiser from the backside. Clarity Gaming, they up and they stop. They don't want to risk too much.
And this is what the Hylos brings to the table. Not only can you engage, but a glorious pathway for the rest of the team to back off. They did overstay. Don't make no mistake, they overstayed there quite a bit. They also committed the dive on Vendetta onto Rensa there. They did nearly kill the Claude, but you know, it's just a small price to play. If they actually managed to take out the Claude, they could have been tier 3 at the top lane. So a good disengage, and I think consider all Lords coming up, every member, it's going to be a new fight here. But look at all the battle spells, the cooldowns on Clarity Gaming, 30 seconds before those flickers come alive, especially on that Valier.
I think Laurel's high loss passive with Chastis really makes it hard for Renza to do too much, especially with a huge 30% attack speed reduction. Kaiser's just right down the corner. They don't know if they want to check that brush. I think Ricky Wurst is trying to get that spidey sense. He knows that Kaiser's within the corner. The Lord is already getting pulled over to Absolute Zero's side. As Clarity Gaming wants to find an angle, wants to find an approach. They don't know where Kaiser is, so any point of time, this Harith doesn't appear on that map. Clarity Gaming is in a precarious situation.
Yeah, starting to see a bit of a chip-off coming in from Renza, just slowly poking away at the Valentina, and now onto the Hylos.
They know where Kaiser is. Iron Ryan misses the Raging Sandstorm. He's up all alone. There's a 3-man spatial migration combination, but Clarity Gaming just taking down one. There's a lot of damage. Renza free hitting from the backside. There's a Blazing Duet. 2 foes make it 4 as Laurel left all alone, and Renza turning things around.
A good knockup coming in from the Granular, but it just wasn't enough. Iron Ryan doing his best at zoning away the Harith, not letting him take part in the fight. And after all, Renza just comes in to clean right up. What a play coming from Clarity Gaming, and you gotta remember, even before this fight, Absolute Zero had the better net worth, they had the level of experience, and they were grouped out in the fight. They were looking for it, and Clarity Gaming was like, you know what? You're looking for it, we'll bring it to you.
That one fight tipped the scales. Clarity Gaming took full control of the economy lead at the 15-minute mark. I know it doesn't really matter as much, but Renza showed up. A lot of the times, Bunboy Reborn sacrificing himself, Iron Ryan trying to stop everyone in his tracks. Renza is gunning everyone down from a traditional front to back.
And now they're starting to claim all this territory that they lost in the opening games, or the opening stages of this game. Clarity Gaming slowly clearing away the outer turrets. Lord pushing down the bot lane. Fovia is going to be protecting this one. And look at how quickly Clarity Gaming is coming to the bot lane. They know the Absolute Zero wants this Lord.
Yep.
Just zoning away. They have the Valier, so that's going to be the long range crowd control. Glorious Pathway comes up.
There's the crash. Renza looking for a nice spot. That's 2 men knocked up with the spatial migration. Nan does his job. He's trying to delay time. That's a T3 getting knocked up. Laurel just holding on with the immortality. He might be able to go down here as Renza free hitting from the back. There's no one that can deal with the Claude. There's a lot of damage. Is melting everything down. But Clarity Gaming loses 2. They take down the T3s, mid and bottom, and they get out of the way.
Yeah, all things considered, I think that was a pretty decent trade. Nan jumping in. The Purify comes up from Ryzen. He's still
alone,
committing.
Though. Ryzen will fall, but so does Nan. It's a huge sacrifice. He was all alone. Absolute Zero had no backup.
Yeah, I smelled the bloodlust. Nan was like,
he was a little bit panicky.
The Valier is mine. But I think, yeah, it wasn't too bad. I think Clarity Gaming, they did the best they had with the Lord. Managed to burn the immortality on Lao on this high loss. Took tier 3s, 2 base turrets. So that is a huge advantage going in the way of Clarity Gaming. Now, small price to pay.
Yep.
Taking away Ryzen from the fight.
The only win condition for Clarity Gaming is if Renza stays afloat. Kaiser's power spike is already at its max. It does have a lot of, you know, it's already past the critical mass. And even though Harith is one of those heroes that scale up and deal as much damage, Absolute Zero needs to be able to play around this Harith. The critical mass has already ended. If Clarity Gaming is able to just keep Renza alive, I think that's it.
Yeah, but now with the Blood Wings and the Oracle being completed on this Harith, he's going to be slightly harder to kill. Those shields coming out when he does those dashes. Do Clarity Gaming have enough? Can they actually bring this Harith down?
Oh, so you're trading a lot of the damage that you so desperately need. So the damage should be able to come from Vendetta, Nan, and Susky instead of Kaiser, who's able to just defend and keep himself alive in the midst of battle. This is going to be the 18-minute Lord. This is going to be the last enhanced Lord of the game. As Absolute Zero tries to make a beeline for it, trying to make a little bit of consolation prize for to get that Lord down. Laurel sees the Lord, but they can't get it out in time as Ricky Wurz steals the Lord away from underneath the shoulders. As a Winter Crown with a blazing duet, dealing a lot of damage, nuking everyone down to Spatial Migration. Will knock up 4, but not enough. It's Clarity Gaming. Take down 3. This might be it, Eris.
Yeah, they're just diving in now. It's Lao. It all comes down to Lao and Susky. No marksman, no Harith.
They're making a beeline for it. They still have the bottom side minions. Iron Ryan clearing everything up. He might be able to sacrifice himself. He gets terrified. Susky forced to use that flicker, but this is it. Clarity Gaming, a 2-0 against Absolute Zero.
What a turn of events there. Clarity Gaming, what seemed like a better game coming from Absolute Zero, but Clarity Gaming just stayed confident, they stayed patient, they waited for the clock to come into the fights, and they managed to close this series out. It was nervy, but they got the job done.
You know, if you're playing around a claw, if you're playing around the late game, then this is how you should play. Don't be phased, don't panic. And yes, Absolute Zero dominated in the early game, but when it came onto that tipping point on the top side where Vendetta flew too close to the sun as a Sora and getting taken down by Renza, that was where the scales really tipped into Clarity Gaming's favor. And we'll be able to see the last fight and what actually went down. Nan popped off a great spatial migration into the Violet Requiem to be able to knock up 4 members, but there was just no follow-up coming in from Absolute Zero, just getting pushed back by Renza with the Winter Crown and the Blazing Duet, getting nuked on and melted down by this Claude.
Yeah, Renza was just every single team fight just pushing the hero to the limit. You know, trying to get those knockouts, trying to get kills,
this was the one.
diving to the back line, gets the kill on the Vendetta, gets out alive. And it's just a rinse and repeat. And this is where we saw Iron Ryan zoning away Kaiser from the team fight. Yes, they get the 3-man knockup, the Violet Requiem, but where's the damage? Because your Harith is just busy trying to survive at the backline against this Khalid.
Yeah.
And this is where the cleanup happens from the rest of Clarity Gaming. And here, once again, Clarity Gaming just forcing the issue, ignoring the high loss, diving onto the backline, clearing away the towers, and then slowly making their way. Look at how quickly they're chipping away this high loss.
I think it's Renza's positioning is just amazing in this game. Like Bumble Reborn and Iron Ryan had that goal, had the objective. Let's just leash everyone down. This is the last game. This is the last game. Look at where the spatial migration is. You got the shifting skies onto 4 members, but there was no immediate follow-up from that. And then Renza, just one person all alone in the front lines, pushing everyone back. It's the whole team of Absolute Zero getting pushed back by one Claude.
However, it's going to be Ricky Wurz that gets the MVP.
3-0-10.
3-0-10, 76% Q participation, and obviously constantly being the one to drive into the backline. Well, I say backline, but honestly, when you look at most of these team fights, there wasn't really a backline to begin with. It was just 2 teams, 10 players going head-to-head.
It is really a just hit-on
skirmish
clash.
Yeah.
And I I feel like in the early game, Absolute Zero really had me on the edge of my seat. They had everything down to the T. I thought they were a little bit dominant, but I feel like Clarity Gaming, they wanted to play towards that late game. They wanted to play towards Renza, and when Renza came online, he really locked on.
Yeah, in that very last skirmish, it was actually Ryzen that managed to chip off quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of health off None. And because it was at half HP, he had to rotate around his red buff. And when the rest of Absolute Zero came in, they didn't find a clean angle. So yes, while None did manage to get a 2-man knockup, no one died. There was like all the key figures on the side of Clarity Gaming were still alive. They didn't manage to catch Renza. They nearly killed Ryzen, but you know, he managed to purify, get out, flicker. And then from there on, it was just Clarity Gaming just making sure that Renza sweeps them up one by one.
I feel like there was not a lot of support for Absolute Zero when it comes to the late game Renza. Renza just sits in the face. Laurel would have been able to reduce the attack speed by at least 30% with the passive and the Chastis, but it was not enough. Kaiser sacrificed the damage that he so originally had for the Oracle, which keeps him alive during the Zaman Force, but he wasn't able to get that time to dash around, especially since, you know, Bumble Reborn was always on him and it was getting pushed back in the late stage of the game.
Yeah. Look at the amount of damage that this Valier dealt, 93,000. So a lot of the fights and, you know, a lot of the HP being chipped away was actually dealt by the Valier. But on the other side, you know, look at how important it was for Lau to be constantly in this fight. And towards the late game, the Hylos it's just glorious pathway, and they're just hoping for the best.
Yeah, there was a lot of built-in purifiers. It's a single target stun lock up. When Renza came in, he baits the stun out from Laurel, pops the Blazing Duet before anything goes south. And so I think he played it mechanically to the T, and I think it was really hard to take down Clarity Gaming when it came to the late game. I think I also noticed that for Absolute Zero, there was just no one trying to identify where Renza is, try to take him out and try to pick him off before any of these major skirmishes or major objective takes. So overall, great game by Clarity Gaming. We'll give a little bit of time for us to get the standings up, because everything that transpired today was really interesting, to say the least. Very exciting games. A lot of upsets for some of these teams, but the standings will change as we go along. And standings are ready. Let's take a look at the screen for our standings for today. We'll be able to see who is really at risk of being relegated.
Yeah, and it is going to be the defending champions, EVO, that bring themselves back up to the top of the table after a 2-0 resounding victory against Ignite Gaming, who were perfect up to today's game. So both of them tied on 9 points, but EVO in the head-to-head bring themselves to the top. Clarity Gaming still remaining at third after getting a 2-0 win against Absolute Zero. Kingdom Esports find themselves bumping themselves up after today's victory against the side of Syndicate, while Syndicate Esports and Absolute Zero still at the bottom.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough hill to climb, especially if you're Syndicate, Absolute Zero, and Kingdom Esports. Your scores are so very close together. There's only 4 slots into the playoffs as a seeded team.
Honestly, it feels pretty expected. I don't think there is any surprise as to how the power rankings are. I would say Kingdom Esports
would have been in
you expect them to be slightly
top 4 and slightly more topper than they are now.
Yeah, but I think, well, with the presence of Ignite Gaming and being able to actually had a good opening in the opening phases after a rough start in week 1, day 1, they did manage to find that momentum to come back up. But that being said, that is the table that stands as of now. But let's take a look at next week's game. It is going to be week 3, day 1, and kicking off the very first game, Ignite Gaming against Syndicate.
Ignite Gaming against Syndicate, this is going to be a top of the tier battle against one of the lower tier teams, but it's Syndicate Esports' chance to show the world, show Singapore that they are one of the teams to be reckoned with. Up next will be Kingdom Esports up against Absolute Zero, a really close match to watch because the winner will be really safe in terms of the scoreline. And last but not least, EVO and Clarity Gaming. And Clarity Gaming, this is going to be one of their biggest hurdles to climb, facing up against the top team and a previous Season 10 MPL SG champion.
Yeah, very I want to say exciting, but important week for the rest of these teams.
It's going to be the last week of the seeded stage regular season. But hey, you know, as we come to the end, we want to know what you think about all of this at MPL SG Season 11, the production, us casters, what the players are like, maybe not too much flack about the players, but you know, hey, you know, just let us know what you think and what you want to see more, and hopefully we'll be able to bring that into you in the next couple of seasons. And hey, Eris has been a long day, a lot of big upsets, a lot of expected plays, and really exciting journey thus far. Second week, fourth day of the seeded stage, and we've come so far. And so before we end this off today, I want to give a huge shout out to all our sponsors. MPL SG Season 11 is brought to you by Power Snowbar Entertainment and powered by Moonton Games. Partner in Esports, SG Esports Association, Calbee. And we can see over here, so Eris is going to take a lot of that home.
We have the hot and spicy flavor we have here. Hot and spicy.
Hopefully we'll get to see, get more different flavors.
I know
as we go through. I know, I remember the first day he was carrying like a bulk of it. And then, of course, Indomie, Roto eye drops, as well as Future Living. We have the air purifier right here. If you like this model, it's the FTL010GY. Its power is 200 to 240 volts and 50 hertz.
I'm always impressed when you read off those stats. It's like you remembered it to a T.
And of course, last but not least, will be our official performance chair partner, Ergo Team, keeping us company all of today. And there's a huge discount code if you call MPL SG on checkout. And the offer is valid from 9th May to 7th of June 2026. So that's going to be until the end of the playoffs. And last but not least, power presented by Speedy Ninja. And I just want to bring a huge shout out to them. Top up your MLBB diamonds instantly at speedyninja.co. Cheapest prices, 24/7 delivery, straight to your account, no waiting, no hassle. And hey, Speedy Ninja is also doing a diamond giveaway. All you gotta do is head over to @mpl.sg.official, check out for a post by Speedy Ninja in collaboration with MPL SG, and 5 lucky winners will stand a chance to win 1,071. Not just 1,071 diamonds.
Every 71. Remember the 71.
Every diamond counts.
Yeah.
It would be nice if they had.
Yeah. But just a quick reminder, this giveaway closes on 24th of May, so don't wait for too long. Just immediately, you know what, at this point, just go to the post right now and just enter it. So that being said, shout out to all our sponsors, partners, players, teams, production,
and
you,
co-talent,
and you guys, obviously you guys for watching. My name's Aris. With
My name
me
is
has been Churros. We'll see you guys next week.